Good morning, everyone. Chair Jody, we're ready to begin when you are.
Okay, thank you. So at 9 a.m., we will convene the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session, and I'd like to invite the clerk to conduct the roll.
Sure thing. Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Chair Jody?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Okay, I'd like to invite Supervisor Mulhern to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. I'd like to announce, well, obviously this is a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and we have options for people to telecomment. And to telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and the last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, or actually not a consent calendar because there's none today. If you have requested to speak on item 3B, which is the public hearing regarding cannabis cultivation, please call in now. And what we're doing out of respect for the substantial number of people who are indicated they want to comment on 3B is we're going to go directly into item 3B, which is a notice public hearing, discussion of possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Mendocino County Code Chapter 6.36 and Chapter 20.243 regarding cannabis facilities. I think that's the facilities notice public hearing, discussion of possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting Mendocino County Code Chapter 22.18 commercial cannabis activity land use development ordinance and making corresponding amendments to Chapter 10A.17 Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance and Chapter 20.242 Cannabis Cultivation Sites. Sponsor for this is the Planning and Building Services. And I'd like to, we're going to go into a public hearing with this. First, I'd like to ask the clerk, have they established that proper notice was given for today's public hearing?
Yes, proper notice was established.
Okay, so the public hearing is being opened here at 9:03 a.m. And again, we are going to ask the clerk to note all correspondence we've received and telephone calls received. Have they been forwarded to the board?
Chair Doherty, first, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and you will need to open each hearing and continue them, should that be the decision that you want to make.
Yes, so this is 3B, so we're opening this public hearing right now. Or do we need to open the other public hearing? I think we'd open that one later if needed.
Later is fine.
Yeah. So we're opening 3B's public hearing. And I've been informed by the clerk of the board that we've had a tremendous amount of public comment received. As of last night, it looked like over 300. As of this morning, it looks like close to 400 comments by written comment. As the board where the county, with my participation, sent out a press release urging people to comment in writing, because we knew that there was tremendous interest in this. We wanted to give people a chance to comment to the board prior to today's meeting, if at all possible. And that seems to have been very successful with all the public comment we've received by email. And we also have a substantial number of callers who've registered by telecomment and voice messages. And go to the clerk to let us know if they were to all speak for up to 3 minutes, do they have an estimate for how much time that would take?
Yes, Chair Jody, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We have just shy of 150 comments, so it would be roughly 7.35 hours. Okay.
Given that I think it's up to the board, but I would suggest that we could limit public comment to 2 minutes, and people can still convey their points, and urge people to not repeat the comments made by others if they can. And I'm looking for direction for the board or confirmation as to how the board wants to proceed.
Chair Jurdy, I would support that. I would also support 1 minute. And I hope we can have unity around, this is a difficult meeting to run, and we appreciate you keeping order.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak?
Yes, I think that cutting it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes would be sufficient. And, you know, people do have significant things to say about this. This is a crucial vote. And so I think that people's voices really need to be heard. And I don't think 1 minute is sufficient for, you know, significant comment.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
This is just kind of a question or a thought about how much time we'll get to deliberate and talk about things as well. So we could easily spend the entire day listening to people, which, you know, while it certainly is how democracy works, we've had the opportunity for people to weigh in writing. I think it's really important for people to call in and progressively introduce new ideas if they haven't been stated already. If the ideas have been stated, they can either not call or call in and say, I support what's been said so far. So somehow or other, we've got to get through our meeting. And I almost feel like we should limit public comment to 2 hours so that we have time to talk among ourselves and actually process what's in front of us. Because otherwise, we'll have a whole day of listening, which again, I'm not opposed to, but I think it's also important for us to move the issue forward, because that's part of what has been going on, is that we've had virtual paralysis on trying to set up effective policy on this. And it's time for us to get going. So we need to work, we need to produce, and public comment is part of the meeting, but it's not the entire meeting if we're going to move forward.
Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I apologize we don't have the visual here. I just wanted to let you know that at 2 minutes each, public comment would total 5.5 hours. Also, as a matter of practice, it may be best to open the public hearing 3A and take action on that before proceeding.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
Yes, thanks, Chair Jurdy. I guess one of the things that we're dealing with here is that we haven't been able to have public forums, you know, outside of these virtual meetings because of the pandemic. And so people are feeling very frustrated that their voices aren't being heard. And this is the one opportunity they have. So I had a petition given to me yesterday with 400 signatures, and, you know, these people wanted to weigh in. So I think that we need to give people their voice, and if it takes all day, then it takes all day.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
How much of giving everybody a voice and listening to all public comment is about ensuring that we don't reach a vote? You know, there's other business the county needs to attend to. Cannabis isn't our only item. And I think I'm with Supervisor McGordy that we need to have some time to deliberate and decide how we're going to move forward. I don't feel comfortable just kicking this down the road to another meeting.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would appreciate weighing in on this. For me, this is, 4 years of conversation cumulative to this vote moving forward. And I don't think it's appropriate to set a time limit for the total public comment, but I'm not opposed to limiting comments to 1 minute per person, which probably would get us at around 2.5, 3 hours is my guess. And I'd be happy to hear 1 minute from each person as opposed to limiting it to 2 hours exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to float another idea. We've had a significant number of people leave voice messages. There was no warning for them to limit their comments to less than 3 minutes. It's a standard voice message saying 3 minutes. Because of that, they will be longer than the live comments. I would like us to direct the clerk that now that the public hearing is over, that they would not forward additional voice messages, that if people wish to comment, that they should be participating in the meeting in real time, listening to other comments and not repeating. And let's give the public comments 2 minutes, urging members of the public not to repeat themselves. And let's cut off registration for public comments. It's just a few minutes after 9 to 10 a.m. this morning. So if someone wants to comment this morning, they need to register with the clerk per the agenda by 10 o'clock this morning. That's giving people due notice. And that would also allow us to put some kind of cap on the amount of time allocated to public comment. Supervisor McGordy.
Can we just say that we'll have public comment in the morning and then the afternoon we'll start as a board to deliberate? Would that be acceptable to people?
Supervisor Moorhan?
Sure, I think that there might be some things that the board deliberates on before opening the public comment that may give people different talking points or may also change the conversation. So I think we should have at least a little bit of discussion amongst the board before opening the public comment.
Yes, we will. We will have the staff presentation. We'll also have questions and comments from board members prior to public comment.
Chair Jurdy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
We currently have 50 voicemails. One option would be we could play the first minute of those 50 voicemails because we do have, 53-minute voicemails. So it's 150 minutes just in voicemail.
The only thing is we did not advise them. They would have less than 3 minutes. So I would just, like I said, to cap the voice messages as the ones that have already received, cap registration for speaking at today's meeting to 10 o'clock this morning, and cap the comments at 2 minutes, requesting people not to repeat. Okay, and we have a request to open the public hearing for item 3A, and we will suspend 3A so that we can go into 3B. I want to just double check with County Council to confirm that that's the proper process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a little bit of discretion as to how you want to go about this. You could either take 3A at the end of the day, just making sure you don't forget to open it up, and if nothing else, continue it. But I don't believe that you need a particular order today as to between 3A and 3B.
Okay, so I would like to deal with 3A after we deal with 3B, but we will need to remember to do that before the end of the day. Okay, so with that, I'd like to go to again, we've opened the public hearing. I'd like to go to staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Supervisors, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So before you today, you have a tentative ordinance adopting Chapter 22.18, the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. And also included in that draft ordinance are amendments to Chapters 10A17 and 20.242 of County Code to remove reference to the previous Phase 3 permitting system. So just a little background on this. The board on January 25th provided direction to Planning and Building Services regarding the drafts of Chapter 22.18, and the direction received at the meeting was incorporated into drafts presented to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission reviewed those drafts on March 19th of 2021 and made recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding certain aspects of that chapter and additional comments just for general consideration of the board. No revisions or recommendations were made by the Planning Commission with regards to the corresponding changes to Chapters 10A17 or 20.242, with the exception of the exemption section being retained within those ordinances. Additionally, I do want to note that on March 22nd and again on April 12th, the board adopted and on the 12th extended the temporary moratorium on the phase 3 of the permitting program until there was the opportunity to study and consider the land use and other regulations pertaining to the cannabis cultivation. So now I'd like to run through the Planning Commission recommendations, and I'm happy to pause at any point for questions if you have them. So the Planning Commission adopted a resolution, which is included in the packet as attachment B, and the memorandum prepared by staff reviews each of these items individually, and I'm going to quickly run through those. So the first recommendation from the Planning Commission was to allow for the drilling of water wells in section 22.18.030A1. This is so that way individuals would be able to demonstrate they have adequate water to serve their cultivation site, but would not allow for other ministerial applications to be granted, such as grading permits, building permits, etc., if there was a need to obtain a land use permit from this chapter. The second was that the Planning Commission recommended that the exemptions remain within Chapter 10A17 and be removed from Section 22.18.030. Staff has made that change within the draft ordinances. The Planning Commission also recommended that eligibility criteria for Phase 1 applicants be slightly modified to essentially exclude individuals that may have been denied a permit for Phase 1 for particular reasons. And there was 5 reasons expressed by the Planning Commission. The first was for a tree removal violation. The second would be failure to pass the required background check. The third would be lack of proof of prior cultivation. The fourth would be a legal parcel established after January 1, 2016. And the fifth being non-responsiveness to requests for information from the county. These are included in section 22.18.050A. The next recommendation from the Planning Commission was regarding the type of land use permit to be required for Phase 1 applicants. And the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to require an administrative permit instead of a major use permit. And that change has been made in both the Chapter 22.18 as well as the Appendix A table. The next recommendation was to also establish a streamlined application process for applicants for Phase 1 permits, and also to include a 30 to 60 day window of time where Phase 1 applicants may be able to apply for an administrative permit before the application period would open for all other applicants. As it's written right now, staff has written in a 60-day window into the draft ordinance presented to the board, and that's in line with the Planning Commission recommendation. The next
Julia?
Yes.
This is Glenn McGordy. So do you have, in regards to this, we've talked about having a electronic portal for applicant submission. What is the status of that, and will that be an option to submit people's applications through?
I think it certainly could be an option. You know, we have been working with our Information Services Department to build that portal. And as it is right now, it's being built for Phase 1 applicants for the resubmittal of applications. However, that same portal system would need to be slightly modified in order to apply to Phase 3, but it certainly could be something that does apply to Phase 3. And I imagine the timeline of that going live would be in line with the timeline of going live with Phase 3.
Okay, and what is that timeline at the moment?
I don't have a definitive date right in front of me, and of course it'll depend upon the board action today. Obviously the board will need to review this ordinance, and once they've decided upon the contents of the ordinance, we'll also need to hold a second reading on this ordinance, and then there will be an effective period before it actually becomes effective and applications could be accepted.
Okay, so my standard answer in a situation like that is soon.
Yeah, thank you. I will remember that next time, soon. So now to continue on, the next recommendation from the Planning Commission was regarding notification for land use permits. And a concern expressed by the Planning Commission was regards to parcels that are located along a private road. So one of their recommendations was that for any hearings to be held on land use permits where parcels are located along a private road is to notify all property owners that are abutting that private road of the land use permit application and hearing date. So that is consistent with some government code provisions as well as the section 20.196025. And we can just make sure that as part of the land use permit application, those are included in the notification list. However, I do want to call your attention to there is a staff comment in regards to this, and we recommend adding to the end of paragraph A3 in that section an additional clause that states failure of any person or entity to receive the notice required by this paragraph shall not constitute grounds to invalidate any action taken regarding the application. This additional language is included in the draft packets. However, if the board is not supportive of this, they would need to give staff direction to remove that. Now, the next section I want to go over is the Appendix A table. And what I would like to do is share my screen briefly to show the table that is posted as part of this packet, which is attachment 6 to the posted packet. And excuse me, that's labeled number 3 on the agenda. And the title of it is 06 Draft Chapter 22.18 Appendix A. It is the 3rd attachment. So I'm going to share my screen here briefly just to walk through those changes. And let me make this so it's a size that can be seen. So what you'll see here is up on the screen will be a red line of the Appendix A table, which shows the changes that were recommended by the Planning Commission. So the first was that the specialty cottage outdoor be aligned with the state requirements to require 2,500 square feet or less of cultivation area. And staff had that originally written as 25 mature plants, but the state has since amended their regulations. The other changes that you see here is in the rural residential 10-acre zoning district, a change for the specialty cottage outdoor permit to require an administrative permit, similarly with the specialty cottage indoor permit, and with the specialty cottage mixed light permit. And I can just add here that one of the comments from the Planning Commission was that they wanted to see that the cottage type permits all be administrative permits in the various zoning districts. So you see that change also reflected here in the rangeland and in the UR district as well. Now moving over.
Julia,
Yes.
This is Glenn McGordy again. I made a comment in a memo to Chairman Jurdy that I really don't want to see any more mixed light facilities permitted in new applications.
Yeah, and Supervisor McGordy, thank you for bringing that up. After we have the staff presentation, we'll go to board member questions and comments, but that's fine to interject right there. Okay. And so I fully expect that we'll hear everything that's in your memo when we go to that.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I will keep going then and go ahead and share my screen again. So right here, next moving over to the small outdoor permit type, you will see in the RR10 zoning district, the Planning Commission recommended to change that permit type from a minor use permit to a major use permit, so increasing the level of review. Similarly for small indoor as well as for nurseries, it was recommended to increase all of those to major use permits. In the ag zoning district, you will see that the recommendation was to increase the permit type from administrative permit to a minor use permit for both small indoor and small mixed light, and then a major use permit for nurseries, medium outdoor, medium indoor, and medium mixed light. Then moving down to rangeland, there was the recommendation, as I previously mentioned, to change all cottage industry permits to an administrative permit. And then there were no other changes recommended within there. However, I will address the asterisk footnote in a moment here. For the upland residential, the same changes as noted for rangeland, changing the cottage permit types to administrative permits from minor use permits was recommended, as well as increasing the permit type for small outdoor, small indoor, and nurseries from a minor use permit or administrative permit to a major use permit. Now I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. So one of the footnotes here, asterisk 6, was one that the commission really struggled with and had trouble actually providing a firmed recommendation to the board on. So ultimately, the Planning Commission agreed that they would like to see some level of a limitation They could not reach consensus on exactly what that limitation would be, but discussed that a maximum area from 1 acre to potentially up to 5% of the parcel size. But there was one commissioner that recommended allowing the 10% of the parcel size within the rangeland zoning district. Another recommendation that came from one of our commissioners was regarding the medium indoor and medium mixed light tier 1 and 2.
Julie, yeah, thank you, Julie. Supervisor Heshak has a question or comment.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So when I watched the Planning Commission, it seemed like there was a majority that wanted to cap it at 1 acre. Is that correct?
There was, I don't want to say there was necessarily a majority that wanted to cap it at 1 acre. They seemed to really be, unable to reach a consensus on it. There were several individuals that were comfortable with 1 acre. It was going above 1 acre where they really seemed to struggle in terms of what their recommendation would be. So I think they were all comfortable with increasing up to 1 acre, but not necessarily above that.
Thank you.
So I stopped sharing my screen because I really have moved past all of the changes on the recommended table. But the change that I was mentioning regarding medium indoor and medium mixed light tier 1 and 2, this was more of a recommendation from the commission. And it was recommending that the board consider requiring renewable energy sources due to the high amount of energy used for medium indoor and medium mixed light tier 1 and 2. Then the last and final recommendation from the Planning Commission was emphasizing the importance of allocating resources to the Department of Planning and Building Services and the County Sheriff's Office for permitting, enforcement, and oversight. And they really wanted to underscore that to the board of, this recommendation is really stemming from they don't see the ability for a functional program without having that type of enforcement within, and adequate resources to fund that enforcement. And then beyond the Planning Commission recommendations, I do just want to note that one change from the Planning Commission to the packet in front of you today is we have included a section within the draft ordinance for termination of the moratorium that was adopted by the board on April 12th. So you will see that's the very last section within the draft ordinance, and it was will fill in the ordinance number there based upon the action taken on April 12th. But that is another component that's required as part of this. Now, I briefly want to pause and just go over some of the required findings, because what I've seen in a lot of the public comment is some serious concern about some of the level of impacts and the findings that would be required to be made in order to support approval of a project. So required findings are detailed in section 20.196020 of County Code, and these are for use permit findings. And I'm just going to briefly read through those. So the first one is that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of a use or building applied for is in conformity with the general plan. The second, that adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. And the third, that such use will not, under the circumstances of that particular case, constitutes a nuisance or be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, or general welfare of persons residing or working in or passing through the neighborhood of such proposed use, or be detrimental or injurious to property and improvements in the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the county, provided that if any proposed building or use is necessary for the public health, safety, or general welfare, the finding shall be made to that effect. And then the fourth, that such use preserves the integrity of the zoning district. Now, beyond that, section 22.18.070 of the draft ordinance includes additional required findings, A through E. The first in that section being that the proposed cannabis cultivation site is compliant with the provisions of this chapter. The second, that the location and operation of the cannabis cultivation site will, to the maximum extent feasible, avoid or minimize its impact on environmentally sensitive areas, including hillsides exceeding 15% oak woodland and timber resources. The third, that the proposed cultivation site will avoid or minimize odor and light impact on residential uses. The fourth, that there is adequate water source to serve the cultivation site. And the fifth relates more to if there are unresolved violations on the site, and a specific finding being made that the proposed project or use will not contribute to repeat violations associated with the cannabis activities on that parcel. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I am more than happy to answer any questions that the board may have and or share screen if we're discussing the tables, as I found it's a little bit easier to discuss the table when we're all looking at the same items. So thank you. And I have with me today Kristen Nivedal as well as Nash Gonzalez, if you have any questions for us.
Okay, Julia, so does that conclude the presentation at this time, or are there any other staff members that want to present?
That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so do you want to open up to questions and comments from board members? Supervisor Hashak, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Julia, it said that the land use had to be in compliance with the general plan. And there's questions raised about that from people, certainly about, you know, especially with the rangeland and the protection of the resources, water resources. Certainly water is a key issue, but also we saw from the CDFW presentation about wildlife corridors need to be identified and maintained. How is the county going to do that and make sure that all of these applications are in compliance with the general plan?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Hashak. And sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Okay, that sounds better. So the way that these applications will get that review is through the land use permit process. And as part of any use permit or administrative permit, our office goes through and reviews that project for consistency against all of the general plan policies, the action items, the recommended goals. Additionally, as speaking to the wildlife corridor issue, there are certain findings required under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, and one of those is about migratory corridors. And so each of these sites is going to be reviewed on an individual basis to determine their compliance with the CEQA impacts and whether or not there are impacts that are less than significant or need to be mitigated in order to be less than significant, or if they are significant and cannot be mitigated. So that opportunity for those reviews is going to happen throughout the permitting process and on a site-by-site basis, but there are still also required findings under CEQA related to cumulative impacts. So staff will be needing to review other activities and applications within that surrounding area in order to determine the significance of the application in front of us.
So that's a big question, is the cumulative impacts, and how do we have the staff that's capable of looking at the cumulative impact of all of these applicants?
Thank you, Chair Hashak, or excuse me, Supervisor Hashak. And so what I can say is that we do have staffing in-house that would be capable of being able to review that. In addition, I want to note that the Planning and Building Department just went through and did an RFQ for environmental planning services and had about 12 different firms that responded in regards to that. And so we actually have right now, we're going to have basically a list of pre-qualified environmental consultants that we can draw upon to assist in some of the CEQA compliance as well. So that is something that will help to address any potential staffing challenges that we may encounter. But I do want to note that phase 3 is really this unknown workload at this point. We really do not know how many applications we may anticipate and what timeline those applications may be coming in through our doors.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy, want to acknowledge the fact that you wrote a detailed memo, elaborated on comments, suggestions that you've made in previous board meetings. And for members of the public who haven't had a chance to read it because it was uploaded to the county website last evening, I do hope that they go to read it and want to give you a chance to kind of go over the detailed comments you offered in your memo.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Chairman Jurdy. So there's several things I really think that we need to do as we move forward. And the first is we have to have an enhanced active code enforcement similar to Humboldt counties. And it looks like the Planning Commission thinks the same thing, that we need to really be sure that we have people who are attempting to become legal are the only ones that are growing here in Mendocino County. You know, the other really big concern I have is about water. And when we think about where a lot of our sites are, they're in the upland areas of our watersheds. And according to Sam Sandoval from UC Davis, that's probably the most impactful on the overall water supply and also impactful on fisheries. So as we're going through this process, I certainly really need to have a real important look at cumulative impacts on individual watersheds before we permit more growing in the upland areas. I feel pretty strongly this is a good time to get our house in order with the phase 1 program. You know, we need to review the applications and figure out who's likely to really make it through the process. And if they haven't been responsive, or the condition of, or the location of their grow that they want to permit is probably not a good one, it's really kind of time for us to get them out of the program and get definitive answers so that we can finish up phase 1 and move on to phase 3. And phase 3 should be opened as a pathway for some of the phase 1 applicants who might be able to mitigate with CEQA some of their compliant permits. So under the CEQA process, they may have an ability to mitigate issues that otherwise disqualify their projects. I would also recommend that we think about opening up a pilot program for phase 3 for people who are already in agriculture, on agricultural ground, who are good farmers. And I would limit them to probably about 30 people and handle them as a cohort, making sure that their applications are all in order as they're submitted so that we don't put undue staff time to trying to get have people complete their application. It shouldn't be accepted until it is complete. So those are just some of the thoughts that I have on this. And the last one is that I really don't want to see an expansion of mixed light grows into new areas. I think that's something that is a phase 1 relic. And I don't really think it's appropriate to continue because they have such a strong impact on the environment in terms of visual impact, in terms of you know, so many people are using road base underneath it, which permanently commits it to not being ag land anymore or rangeland or anything else. So those are some of the thoughts that I have. And also, I would not expand this program more into rangeland or TBZ or anything else unless there's already a well-documented agricultural use of the property where the land's been cleared and there's also infrastructure to support it. There shouldn't be diesel pumps or water trucks or generators or all those other things that would really impact the surrounding area. Those are just my thoughts, and that's what I believe.
Okay, thank you. And do want to note that you've submitted a 2-page memo on that. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Supervisor McGordy, I appreciate the time you took to write this memo. I mostly agree. A couple clarifying questions. Where you talk about previous activity, essentially disturbed land, would you include cattle? And not simply that cattle may have, you know, walked across a section of land, but where there's intense cattle activity, would you include that?
Not necessarily, because I know a lot of places where cattle are used as part of a land management system, and they actually can protect and enhance some of our forests by taking out competing vegetation. So what I'm thinking more of is where someone previously has cleared areas of oak trees and actually cropped the ground for either hay or vineyards or some other intensive agricultural use.
Got it. And then on 5, your proposed pilot program, the cohort of 30 existing farmers who are not involved in cannabis today but produce other crops. Is there any equal protection concern there that we're creating a class of people who can cultivate?
I think we've already done that with phase 1, haven't we?
I think we have, and I don't know that we should have. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's a question for county council. Because I understand the spirit of this, but I'm concerned that I want to walk away knowing that we're not going to have a phase 4 and that we're not creating sort of problems that we created in phase 1, and that caught my eye as a potential problem.
Okay.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we'd have to look at, to speak to Supervisor Williams' questions, I think we'd have to look at some of the terms and the specifics. If we're talking about not limiting it to people, but limiting it to locations in which there's been essentially a prior soil disturbance or a prior use, because that's going to mitigate the environmental impacts, I think the board could do that without creating any sort of constitutional issue. I would be careful in terms of phrasing it in terms of it going to individuals rather than locations on that front.
Yeah, I don't know how to proceed. It's just something that I thought about, is that I know that there's been people on the sidelines that are very good farmers that have what it takes to grow. And I'd like an opportunity for us not to get into the situation where people are flying in with Learjets with suitcases full of cash to start growing cannabis in Mendocino County on prime ag land. I'd like to see the community have a shot at that before we kind of become a colony for somebody else from outside of the area with a lot of money who doesn't necessarily have much interest in our local community. We've seen that in the wine industry, which I haven't liked, and I'd like to avoid a second industry doing the same thing.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just respond. In response to Supervisor McGordy's comment, I think candidly that's the sort of area where you may have difficulty if that's what you're going to be trying to prevent, right? So limiting, say, opportunities to people who are inside the area versus people who are outside the geographical boundaries. There's questions in terms of people's right to essentially relocate, equal protection issues, privilege and immunities issues, et cetera. Certainly in terms of the land and focusing on environmental impacts as to where it's occurred, I think that's going to be permissible. Frankly, there may be limits, and you may not be able to entirely address things that would simply prevent other people from coming in from out of the area and investing in whether that's investing in a local cultivator who's already operating, or investing in the land, or otherwise applying. There simply there may not be an ability to structure something like that into the ordinance.
So it's not that I long-term would want that. It's just that, again, part of what I see as a huge failure of phase one is that it wasn't piloted. And it seems to me as though we want to take our time as we start going into new areas and starting, in some senses, a different kind of industry, one that would be more of a field crop, row crop kind of industry, and take our time to go through and see, how does this work? And I would rather work with people who are already farmers in the area, who know our climatic conditions, our soil conditions, and are kind of set up. It's not that I want to exclude anybody who eventually wants to invest and have a piece of Mendocino County's ag. It's just that I'd like to start in an orderly process so that we don't have what we're dealing with now, which is phase one, which just overwhelmed all of the people who are involved in trying to regulate it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that we can all agree that we don't want to continue into a phase four scenario. I do agree with much of Supervisor McGordy's memo. I do think that there is an opportunity to review the process within a timeline instead of a specific number of applicants. And in my mind, a 24-month review of whom has made it through the major use permit process. I think that while there certainly may be sideline people, as Mr. McGordy has stated, that are successful at growing other crops, cannabis is a different, very different crop. And it is important that those people also consider, before getting into the industry, the challenges that may be very different from what they're already working on. I believe that the use permit process itself is going to slow down the number of new businesses that we see, and really give us an opportunity to review the cumulative impacts, because we also, for reasons I'm not exactly sure of, haven't had a strong stance on enforcement in Mendocino County, and the action that this board took on last Monday really did send a clear message that enforcement is important to us and a priority. I think that in particular, there are many concerns that people have over water use and especially regarding mixed light, enforcement of mixed light that is escaping and limiting the night sky view. That can be done very easily, in my opinion, from the satellite enforcement. We can simply send people a letter that says, hey, we see your lights, make sure you get them covered up. I also think it's very important that the board sends a clear message that the county supports allowing the phase 1 and 2 applicants a clear path forward. Additionally, we need to recognize that we don't have a crystal ball, and there may be times that the ordinance needs to remain flexible to allow for the most legal cannabis businesses possible to have that path forward. We did receive at least one comment from an applicant that was able to get their application approved simply by working with Kristen Nevedal and her team in the new cannabis department. And I suspect that there are many more people out there. So I have concerns about the Planning Commission recommendations. I think it was in the staff memo as C, but it's section 22.18.050A regarding eligibility. I do not believe that those recommendations are how this board should move forward. And I would instead recommend that the CCAO will ensure that phase 1 and 2 permittees and embossed receipt holders transitioning CCAO would be able to continue their operations while they transition, have priority review of their applications whenever they are submitted, and have a minimum of 60 days to resubmit their application with clear direction on how to submit. I do not recommend at this point that anybody wait for a portal. I would like an email address. Where can an applicant send their full application? Because we have people waiting in the wings that would like to be permitted, and having the county say the applicants are non-responsive is, in my mind, just a little bit disingenuous when the county has been non-responsive and or also told applicants that they don't need to respond. Hey, wait, we'll call you. And we have applicants that are waiting, that are prepared. So a very clear direction about how to submit your full application. And then I do support using an administrative permit, those applicants having a 60-day window, and then of course, streamlining the permitting process for the phase 1 and 2 applicants. And I have said it in meetings before, and I don't think that anybody on staff has moved forward. So maybe it needs to be in the ordinance, or I need to have support from this board for direction. There are people that may have started this process with a contractor that has since no longer supporting them through the application process. They may have changed their mailing address. They may have changed their email address or phone number. So this, I would appreciate some public noticing through social media messaging, through radio, through newspapers, just advising phase 1 applicants that they do have a specific window with which to get their applications in. I guess that's all I have for now, except for that I would, and I don't think that this was specifically in Supervisor McGordy's memo, which was I was addressing a little bit. I would be in support of adding a hydrological study to any application that involves drilling a well to review the cumulative impacts of water use in a given area. And I know that this is a requirement of coastal permitting, and I know that that is a frustration, but it also limits the number of new wells that are drawn when the cumulative impact is not reviewed.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Moore. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think cannabis and general farming regulation will meet. It's a question of where do we want those two to meet. And, you know, I'm concerned that we're seeing the first steps in what will create a hardship for a lot of farms. So, you know, reading through, I read all of the public comment, and reading through it, you know, it struck me as not everybody has the same background information. And, you know, there's a sense of why are the supervisors during a drought suggesting 10% of the entire county be planted in cannabis. And that's really not the proposal that's in front of us today. You know, the proposal is to accept applications and evaluate projects case by case. There's a lot of projects, there's a lot of rangeland where I would think it's inappropriate to cultivate at all. There may be some rangeland parcels for various reasons that, you know, there are essentially appropriate agricultural land that have been zoned as rangeland over the years. And bringing those projects forward and asking our planning commission, is it appropriate? Is there enough water? Would that water affect other neighbors? Is there a way to do it that meets the neighborhood concerns, but, you know, still creates economic opportunity? I think it's worthwhile to hear those proposals, not that they'll all be accepted. You know, the gating, how many come in Humboldt County, where I think they have about 4 times as many planners dedicated to cannabis applications. It looks like they process about 70 per year. So, you know, I'm looking at, we may process 15, maybe if we ramp up 30 over the course of a year. And I couldn't imagine this being approved and actually putting plants in the ground for at least a year, probably 2 years. And hopefully we're out of the drought by then. If not, you know, we may have to come back and revisit the appropriate start time. But I think it's important that we get a phase 3 on the book so that the farming community has some clear expectations. They know what the long-term trajectory is and they can begin planning. And then last, there's a lot of misinformation going around. There was a flyer I saw about big grows threatening fire safety and our water supply and our way of life. And I don't know if the full board has seen these flyers. I know Supervisor Haschek has. He's actually listed as the sponsor on one of them. But I think it's good for the full board to see some of the material that's been floating around. To put the context in perspective, a lot of people are scared. Some of it is based on facts, and some of it is just you know, based on you know, a false sense of what could become out of this phase 3 program. Similar to dispensaries destroying downtown Ukiah, right? We've seen dispensaries open and the city seems strong, it's not destroyed. I think we may see the same with phase 3.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I agree with what Supervisor Mulherin was saying, that, you know, we do have a lot of people who've been trying very hard to get through this system, through phase 1, and no fault of their own. You know, there have been a lot of, you know, blame being placed on the county. You know, certainly there are people who aren't going along with, you know, providing all the information in a timely way. But at the same time, the county needs to take responsibility for a lot of this too. You know, we just heard earlier when Supervisor McGorty was asking Juliak or Krog, you know, when the portal was going to be up. You know, we said we wanted it 2 months ago, and we still haven't seen it, but the answer is it will be up soon. And I think that a lot of these cultivators have heard that answer soon for 4 years, and that, you know, that's the kind of the MO of the county at this point, that we're going to get code enforcement, you know, up and running and being effective soon. And we're going to have law enforcement, you know, maybe it'll take a couple more years, as Sheriff Kendall says, and that's going to be soon. So I guess those are a couple points I wanted to make, but I agree with what Supervisor Mulherin said about those points of making sure that the transition for the phase 1 people is continuous, and that we give them preferential treatment, because they have been standing in line for years. And, you know, there have been issues on the county's part. As far as code enforcement, what I'm hearing from, and this is a question for Assistant Director Krog, is that if we just wanted, last week, the board wanted to go to a more proactive, because we felt like the complaint-driven approach is not working. So if we went to this land use process, then it sounds to me like it's going to be complaint-driven. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor Haschek, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. And so we're replacing, well, we're going back to a system that we know did not work or has not worked for the people. And I guess that, you know, there are maybe people are misinformed. Maybe people don't have all the information, but maybe we don't have all the information either too. And maybe we aren't seeing what the effects are for people and the real concerns. But when we hear from CDFW and the environmental groups that, you know, this expansion will have drastic effects on the environment, and we don't have a way to really measure, we don't have a tool to look at those cumulative effects, then I think that's a real issue for us. And I don't see how we can move forward without dealing with the cumulative impact for the watersheds and for the people in the valleys who depend on this water. And like Supervisor Mulherin said, a hydrological study for each well drilled. But we need to look at the whole cumulative effect of all of this proposal. It won't be easy, it won't be quick, but at the same time, it will save us from getting into huge messes and lawsuits in the future.
Supervisor Hashak, I have a question for you. I may have misunderstood what you said, but it sounded like you said that we were going to rely on complaint-driven process for code enforcement. And at our last meeting last Monday, which was largely about code enforcement, the board said that we were going to go to, as it relates to cannabis anyway, not just relying on complaints, but having a proactive code enforcement. So is that what you were saying? I wasn't quite sure what you were saying.
Well, yeah, because what Julie Acker-Krog said is that with this land use process, it is complaint driven.
However, the board at our last meeting, the board said that we were going, as it relates to cannabis, we would have a proactive code enforcement process. And that's the direction of the board. And we have not had a specific proposal brought forward by staff on how to do that, but that's the direction of the board. So I think we need to be clear in what we say to the public. Julia is representing what's on the books right now, but you're a member of this board, and this board has given direction that we want a proactive code enforcement as it relates to cannabis. Supervisor McGordy, I saw your hand up.
I think that the cumulative impact on hydrology is going to be vary, depending where you are. So the more upland we go, the more severe it is. And if we know that there's areas that already have limited water, such as Redwood Valley, those are the places that really make me very, very concerned. On the other hand, if we have places with well-developed water rights, then we already have a sense of the hydrology. And that is a big concern, is that a lot of our cannabis grows were put in for completely different reasons, which is basically when they were illegal, they didn't want to be visible, and they wanted to be in places that were kind of well hidden in upland. And now, as we see the industry legal, it makes sense to be growing things where the environmental impact is less, which means down in the bottom of the watershed where typically our hydrological situation is better. That being said, you still have to be concerned, because remember, we're talking about a crop that has consumptive water use 3 or 4 times that of grapes. So we want to be really careful about not overextending agricultural water use to where it would really severely impact or affect places. And I guess the conclusion I've come to is, watching this crop, it really doesn't belong in places where there's a lot of people, because the impacts are so huge on in terms of odor and in terms of water. So when I look at a place like Redwood Valley, where there's a lot of small parcels and homes, the impact even on a 10-acre piece, even if we went to 10% of that, a 1-acre grow, is still pretty severe. If there's a neighborhood adjacent to it of 30 or 40 houses, which is often what we see. So I have a concern about that. I don't know how you capture that in the application process, but the more I look at this, the more I see that where it really belongs is kind of away from people, in wide open spaces where there's adequate water, and we have an existing legacy industry. We need to work with them as best we can to get that cleared up, but definitely the totally unpermitted grows have to go, because they're what's making everybody really, really upset, and they probably have the hugest impact environmentally on the issue. I also agree with Supervisor Mulheron is let's get this going. I think this is a year for us to catch our breath and get this finished with the phase one people, and let's have a real competent response.
Pardon me, Chair Jurdy.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So I just want to clarify two different points that I heard brought up during this discussion. So the first is about the enforcement, and just noting that as it is right now, I think Chair Jurdy, you're correct that right now we are underneath a complaint-driven enforcement procedure, but with the direction received from the board last week, that may be changing in the very near future here with a more defined enforcement strategy that's proactive. And then I also want to note that as part of conditions related to any sort of land use permit, the decision-making authority can also build in certain levels of either inspections or compliance checks to ensure that these farms are operating in conformance with the conditions of their use permit. Then the other portion that I just want to clarify was regards to the cannabis portal, the application portal. So as it is right now, any applicant can submit materials to the cannabis program at cannabisprogram@mendocinocounty.org. They do not have to wait for this portal system to be in place. The portal was a mechanism to allow for the complete resubmittal of applications in order to ensure that the department had all the required components. It in no way is a limiting factor on applicants being able to provide their application materials that may be updated or new information that they've received since their initial application to the department in the interim. So I just wanted to give those 2 points of clarification, and I'm again available if there's any questions on that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, a couple clarifying questions for Supervisor Haschek based on his statements. Have you read the PEIR?
Yeah, I've certainly read parts of it.
But okay, so you kind of have to read that document end to end, because that is the environmental document that is the basis for getting a state license. And the state license is what cultivators need. They need a county permit and they need a state license. So you can't really read that document piecemeal. You got to comprehend the whole document. The question is, do you find it to be deficient? Do you feel that it doesn't address the environmental impacts? And if so, which impacts? Where is the document deficient?
Well, I think that what we need to do is we need to be looking at where we're moving forward. And I see the deficiencies in this land use process of not dealing with the cumulative effects of everything we're doing. And that each, especially the small growers are going to have to do EIR on their property for, even if their phase one transfers into phase three. So we're putting a huge burden on all these individuals and the county staff, when I think that we need to be looking at the big picture and how it's going to affect our communities and the flora and fauna of our county, and that we need to do an EIR on it as proposed by CDFW.
So, but
what we found before was when we did phase one, we did not listen to some of these experts, and that's why we got into the mess we're in.
So we have an MND that was unchallenged, and we have a state environmental document, the PEIR, and yet I hear concerns that we're not addressing environmental impacts. So I guess I'm curious, what are those specific environmental impacts that are not addressed by these documents?
Well, when we expand like the proposal is, that goes beyond the MND. And so we will be out of compliance with the MND because we're going to this expansion that wasn't taken into consideration with the MND.
So finally, I guess I'd like to ask council, are we out of bounds? Because it looks to me that the state put this process in place. The state wrote an environmental document and gave a window to pass a discretionary use permit model. Seems to me we're following state law. We're following the state model. What are the concerns specifically that we're deviating from what's allowed under state law?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I I guess I'd start by saying I don't know that there are concerns about us being out of compliance with state law. There is a specific exemption that the state put into place specifically for the sort of program that we're enacting here. And as I understand it, essentially the idea on that is that if we're doing a program that involves site-specific review and site-specific environmental review, so actually, let me provide just a little bit of context. Site-specific environmental review does have to look at cumulative impacts. So the cumulative impacts do get studied on each particular proposal in terms of, what is this going to contribute to the overall impact. So, in some cases, you may essentially have a situation in which, one particular project might not be such a huge environmental impact in and of itself, but based on the number of the similar projects that have gone up previously, it can be having a cumulative effect. That has to be studied, and that has to be part of the environmental impact report and the analysis that's provided. With respect to the exception, the idea is essentially that if we are doing a cannabis permitting system that is doing that site-specific environmental review, that is going to occur on the permits themselves, rather than doing it twice, once for the program and once for the individual permits. And as I understand it, part of the reason the state put that in place was essentially that there was recognized that there was a need to get these programs in place and to start processing the permits to be able to address issues in terms of non-compliant, illegal cultivation, et cetera. That getting the permit programs up and running, having some sort of pathway to legalization, is essentially an important part of protecting the environment as well. Not just the study of what the program is going to mean and what it's going to do. That's my understanding of the policy. That being said, I'm trying to read the legislature's mind there a little bit. In terms of the issue of the mitigated negative declaration, we have looked at this. We really don't believe that there is an issue in terms of sort of non-compliance with the MND, right? Essentially what the proposal is at this point is to scrap phase 3 as it was drafted and to replace it with a new program. The new program is designed specifically to fit within the exception so that all new environmental impacts are being studied as part of the site-specific review that's occurring. And of course, that site-specific review is also the same thing that the state wants in order to get the state licenses, because that helps them with their own environmental obligations, and it gets rid of this problem that we've had in terms of the essentially misalignment between phase 1 and the state license programs. Of course, phase 1 being drafted before the state license program was ever established. So by making it a use permit, by making it site-specific environmental review, it's lining up better with the program that CDFA has put in place. So what would be left of phase 1 would be the parts that have already been studied, what would be left of the prior ordinance, 10A17, would be phase 1. It would be the part that was already studied, the part that was determined not to have had a significant impact. And frankly, it would be really just those cultivators that have already applied and are already in the application process. So, either they've received a permit already or they're in the process of receiving a permit. I'm not sure that I understood all of the sort of the comments or the concerns that were raised there, but our analysis is that essentially, that is permissible, that the exception is being used for the program that is going to address cultivation going forward, and the historical cultivation is covered by the existing environmental document. What we're doing is essentially deleting the ability for people to apply for new cultivation under the prior program, and adding a different pathway for new cultivation to get regulated and to come into compliance in Mendocino County.
Okay, so I want to go to Supervisor McGorty, but I also just want to comment on your memo. So Supervisor McGorty, I support the proposals you have in your memo. They're obviously very specific, and there would need to be language crafted in amendments to the proposed ordinance to implement the bullet points that you have in your memo. But I just wanted to express support for the restrictions that you're proposing in the memo, and with the hope that as other board members weigh on in your memo, it may also influence and focus maybe public comment that we hear later today. Supervisor McGorty?
So I wanted to add to sort of the environmental concerns, because the elephant in the room here is that, if I understand it right, there's close to 9,000 grows in Mendocino County. 1,100 have applied for permits. That leaves quite a few others that are outside of the official jurisdiction, and they have to have an impact. Problem is, I don't know how you capture those impacts because they're not in the system, and there's no question that there's environmental damage being done by them. This is where having active code enforcement is so critical, is that we put a stop to people who don't feel that they have any obligation to play by the rules, and that hurts everybody. It hurts our communities. It hurts people who are trying to be legally licensed, and I have no doubt that there's an environmental impact. I can see why people are really alarmed, because they're saying, we already have so much cannabis that is being poorly grown. Why in the world would you want to expand it? And what I'm really talking about is contracting it. I'm talking about contracting the industry to people who will be legal, will be licensed, and will be good stewards of their farming. And that's kind of my position. So even though I'm not opposed to as much as 10% of somebody on their property growing cannabis, I'm pretty sure that if we go through a licensing process that, as it's laid out here, we really wouldn't have a huge environmental impact if at the same time we were able to sanction and remove the illegal grows that are in our county.
Okay, so we do want to wrap up board comments and then go to public comments. We will have several hours of that. Any final comments from the board before we go to public comments? Supervisor Moorhan?
Yeah, I just want to make it very clear that I don't support item number 5 in Supervisor McGorty's memo that would essentially place actual cannabis farmers out of the new phase 3, and is my understanding allow producers of other crops to have a leg up. I think that everybody should be on equal footing moving forward. That should be incredibly important to this board, especially the conversation we've had regarding around the missteps of phase 1 that we've had so far.
Before we go to Supervisor Williams, Supervisor McGorty, maybe you could respond on your bullet point 5. Could you elaborate a little more on that point?
Yeah, so there's kind of frustration in the traditional ag community that they've been kind of closed out of this process of being able to grow a crop, because the phase 1 cannabis growers have been able to dominate for the last 4 years the applications and licensing. So they want a chance. It could be that, and I think that it's just my own personal prejudice. I'd like to take care of the people who are here. It doesn't necessarily mean they could only be grape growers. They could be cannabis growers too, if they've got the adequate resources in terms of property and such, that they could be included. I'm not trying to limit it strictly to any particular cropping pattern, but it's more or less people who have the resources in place. I guess what I'm trying to avoid is what I call the green rush, where people are coming in and with no background in the community and no real concern or interest in the community, and then dominate the whole process. It's the thing that I would not want to see happen. And maybe they're under our kind of sort of capitalist system that we have. That's how it's supposed to work. But it's just, again, I'm kind of rooting for our local communities to have the first chance to economically benefit from what our county government is trying to invest resources into. That's all.
And if I could add my interpretation of item 5, because it would obviously need to be structured in some fashion into the ordinance, is the recognition that while we put a pause on new expansion under phase 3, while we attempt to process the phase 1 applicants who are applying under phase 3, and just getting our house in order, as Supervisor McGordy put it, with code enforcement being proactive and not reactive to complaints. Then the other issue is I think there's just a recognition of there's some limitation on county staff to process applications, whether it's a finite number of 30 or whether it's a 30-day window of applications. Some sort of process needs to be set up that the county staff can handle and absorb the applications and not get to the point where we are with phase 1 with 1,100 applications in sort of this purgatory. We need to clear the system of either they're in or they're out, they're moving forward, they're getting a permit, or they're getting rejected. It seems to me that we need to get to that normal process for approving permits that exists for all other types of permits, but for some reason we seem to be in the Bermuda Triangle when it comes to cannabis applications.
Thank you, Chairman. You caught that exactly what I meant to say and probably didn't articulate properly.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I'm not able to find Supervisor McGordy's memo. So where can I find that?
It's attached to the agenda item, and it's labeled McGordy.
It's near the top of the items.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. It is attachment number 9 to this item.
Okay, I'll keep looking. But yeah, thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, the Clerk of the Board's advised me that before we do go to Supervisor Mulhern, go ahead.
All right, I really would like to clear this up before we go to public comment, because I think that we may have public comment on this. And so after hearing from Supervisor McGordy and reading his memo, I think that, and perhaps we just need general board support, but perhaps we can strike the other than cannabis. So it says that county farmers who are presently locally in business producing crops. I just would like it to say to strike other than cannabis, because I think that if we're talking about phase 3, there may be some local cannabis cultivators that also would like to move forward. And I think it's really oddly specific to strike them from a program that's meant to support the industry.
I can go along with that.
Okay. All right. The Clerk of the Board's advised me that they need a little bit of time to set up for the first public callers. So we will take a short break and be back at 10:30 to begin the public comment.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, it's 10:30. Are we back on the air?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. All right, so we are going to go to public comment, and I understand we have some of the speakers had needed a translator, so we've accommodated that, and because we're paying for the translator, we are kind of consolidating those speakers all together, and that was arranged by the clerk of the board. I want to thank the clerk of the board for arranging that, and we will go to those callers.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I just wanted to introduce our translators with Avant Page. I wanted to let them know that, and let everyone know that our non-English speakers will be given 4 minutes total, so double time for both translation and their own words.
Do we have them on the line, I'm sorry?
Yes, we can hear you. Do we have someone on the line?
Okay.
Anymore. One moment.
So it looks like the channel that the speakers were calling in from lost their connection. So we have Sarah Bodnar in the room, and maybe she can kind of give us an idea of whether or not we can expect them to get back on the line.
I think they need a moment.
So we'll just give them a moment to get back in the room. They're on the line and they're being brought into the room. Thank you all for waiting. And we have our first caller with us, and so I'll turn it over to the translator.
Hola.
Go ahead.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Irving, yo voy a ser su intérprete el día de hoy. Yo voy a interpretar lo que usted diga y solo necesito que hablen frases cortas pero completas para garantizar la calidad de la llamada, ¿de acuerdo?
So the portal caller, the person calling in on the portal that needs translation, will just need to unmute themselves. So if you're calling in from a Zoom account, you'll just need to unmute yourself. If you're calling in from, okay, I see you've done that.
The first Spanish speaker on the line is going to be Veronica Cervantes.
Hola, Verónica, ¿me escucha?
I'm sorry, just a second. We're getting an echo, so if the translator could please maybe mute yourself while you're not speaking, or turn the volume down of the incoming meeting in the room that you're in. There's some sort of feedback.
Sorry about that.
Okay, apologies.
Veronica Cervantes is just arriving here in about 10 minutes. Can we put her name at the end, please?
Okay, so first, can we please have Juanit Felix Lizarraga?
Perfect.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Juan Felix Lizarraga y pues estoy apoyando y apoyo el proyecto de ley fase 3 y el proyecto de expansión del 10% porque nos trae más empleos como comunidad. Trabajar en pequeñas empresas creo que nos genera el mismo dinero que podemos ganar con las grandes empresas. Yo he trabajado en el sur de California y en el norte de California en varias industrias. Y hoy trabajo en una gran compañía legal de cannabis que me paga bien y ofrece mejores beneficios. No hay muchos buenos trabajos para mucha gente.
Un momento, por favor, señor. Si me permite, por favor, actualmente interpretar.
No escucho.
Pues me gusta hacer cosa usarle la esposa de Josh. Ok. A ver, sigue.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, pero un momentito. I think the translator just needs a minute to get things going here. So if the translator would just let us know what they need. So we can't hear the translator. We can't hear anyone right now.
Translate. Hi, I speak both Spanish and English. I don't know whether you would like me to translate.
I think the issue here is that when the Spanish speakers are speaking, we need them to pause so the translator has a moment to translate what they're speaking. Rather than speaking their full comments, they will need to pause, allow for translation, and then resume speaking.
Okay, great.
Translator, are you ready? We can't hear you.
No, nothing yet. Buenos días. Hello?
Yeah, hi, we hear you. Just a moment, please. Okay, so if there's someone, the person who spoke earlier calling from the same portal, if you would not mind translating, that would be wonderful. It looks like we've lost connection with our translator.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sigue, yo voy a traducir.
Okay. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Juanit Félix Lizárraga y apoyo el proyecto de ley fase 3 y el proyecto de ley de expansión del 10%.
My name is Juanit Felix Lizarra, and I support the Phase 3 bill and 10% expansion bill because it brings more jobs for us as a community.
Bueno, porque nos trae más empleo como comunidad. Trabajar en pequeñas empresas no genera el mismo dinero que podemos ganar con las grandes empresas.
Working in a small company does not generate the same money we can make with large companies.
Yo he trabajado en el sur de California y en el norte de California en varias industrias y hoy trabajo en una gran compañía legal de cannabis que me paga bien y ofrece beneficios.
I have worked in Southern California and Northern California in various industries, and today I work in a large legal cannabis company that pays me well and offers benefits.
Creo que no hay muchos buenos trabajos para mucha gente en esta comunidad y en otros condados están ofreciendo más oportunidades.
There are not a lot of good jobs for a lot of people in this community, and other counties are offering more opportunities.
La aprobación de esta ordenanza genera más trabajo para más personas. Esto nos da más oportunidades de mantener a nuestra familia para pagar alquiler, comida y las facturas y todo lo demás. Gracias por escucharme.
The passing of this ordinance will generate more work for more people. This gives us more opportunities to support our family, to pay for rent, food, and bills. Thank you for listening.
Okay, the next caller on the line is Ruben Ciceros.
Okay. Ruben Cicero. Bueno, siéntate por favor. Aquí lo que vas a decir es, yo voy a traducir, tú vas a decir lo que quieres decir y yo voy a traducir. Y necesito que tú pausas. I just explained that I'm going to be translating and I need him to pause during sentences. Ya, sigue Rubén.
Hola, mi nombre es Rubén Sicario y apoyo la expansión del 10% en la fase 3.
My name is Ruben Cesario. I support the 10% expansion in phase 3. Sí, sí.
Espero que aprueben la fase 3 y la expansión. Quiero la expansión porque hay más empleos, más oportunidades para que todas las personas trabajen.
I want the expansion because there are more jobs, more opportunities for all people to work.
Todos necesitamos ayuda en esta comunidad para que nos paguen mejor, para tener trabajos regulares.
We all need help in this community to get paid better, to have regular jobs.
Trabajo en una empresa legal de cannabis y están contratando gente donde otros no.
I work in a legal cannabis company and they are hiring people where others are not.
La expansión ayudará a todos a salir adelante.
The expansion would help everybody get ahead. That's it.
Okay, the next caller on the line is Fernando Palma.
Thank you.
Who's the next caller, sir?
Fernando Palma.
Fernando Puma, unfortunately, is not going to be here. He was in a car accident this morning.
Okay, next caller on the line is going to be Bianca Zarza Hernandez.
Okay.
I just want to take a moment. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I want to thank the translator. I'm so sorry to hear that that happened. Can I ask the translator to please state your name one time for the record?
Sure. My name is Molly Morales.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Miss Bianca Zarza is here. Okay, she's ready to start.
Go ahead and begin.
Mi nombre es Bianca Zarza Hernández. Apoyo la expresión del 10% en la fase 3.
My name is Bianca Zarza Hernandez, and I support the 10% expansion in phase 3.
He vivido en el condado de Mendocino por 18 años.
I have lived in Mendocino County for 18 years.
Durante mucho tiempo trabajé en pequeñas granjas legales durante años y nunca fue estable el dinero. Era bueno, pero nunca ofrece ningún avance en el trabajo.
For a long time, I worked in small legal farms for years, and it was never stable. The money was good, but it never offered any advancement or steady work.
Mi marido también trabajó en la granja legal en el 2020. Tuvo un muy mal accidente en el trabajo.
My husband also worked on an illegal farm, and in 2020, he had a very bad accident at work.
En esa compañía no lo ayudaron y tuvimos que pagar su seguro médico y que alguien lo cuidara.
That company did not help him, and he had to pay for his insurance and for someone to take care of him.
Los daños en la granja no respondieron y nunca nos ayudaron. Ha estado trabajando para una gran compañía de cannabis.
The owners of that farm did not respond to us and never helped. I have been working for a large cannabis company for over 1 year and I really like it.
Durante más de un año realmente me gustó. Tengo un futuro brillante. Estoy seguro de un cheque y me pagan regularmente. Estoy a salvo y me enseñaron cosas nuevas. Afortunadamente, con el dinero que he hecho en la granja, gran empresa, puedo comprar una casa para mí, afortunadamente, para mi familia.
Let me think here. I've been working for large, let's see. I have a bright future. I'm assured to check and get paid regularly. I am safe and they... ¿Qué es lo que estabas diciendo?
Estoy a salvo en la gran, me enseñan cosas nuevas. Afortunadamente.
She's getting taught new things. She's luckily with the money she's made in the large cannabis company, she was able to purchase a family home for the first time. Sigue aquí, por favor, acá.
Por favor, aprueben esta ordenanza. Es muy importante para las familias y trabajadores.
Please pass this ordinance. It's very important for the workers and the families. That's it. Gracias.
Okay.
Gracias.
The next
I see a
speaker on the
question or a
line.
comment, Atlas, from Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess since we don't have the official translator here, and so we're just using this person from Henry's, and it seems like just out of fairness to everyone who's in the queue, that why don't we just go to everyone instead of just hearing all from Henry's right now?
If I may, Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of these callers are calling in from one room and one Zoom account. So for meeting management purposes, it's a lot easier to conduct all of these. The majority of these speakers were also within our first few registrations. And if we are going to be hearing all comments and not limiting, the amount of comments, COB staff believes that this may be the easiest way to orchestrate getting these translations done.
Okay. All right. So, okay, well, let's continue on.
Okay. The next speaker on the line is going to be Leslie Ruiz, followed by Veronice Beltran and Francisco Beltran.
Great. Después Veronice, después Veronice. Okay. Leslie Ruiz is here.
Go ahead and begin.
Ahora, cuando hablas, sigues aquí hasta un paso y después yo lo voy a traducir.
Hola, mi nombre es Leslie Ruiz. Antes yo trabajaba en el mercado ilegal del cannabis. Eso estaba bien, pagaban bien, pero a veces no nos pagaban por el trabajo que hacíamos.
My name is Leslie Ruiz. Before I used to work in the illegal cannabis market. That was okay. I was paid well, but sometimes we didn't get paid for the work that we did.
También nunca estábamos seguros de que nos pagarían cuando empezamos una nueva granja.
We were also never sure we would get paid when we started on a new farm.
Pueden pagarte o decir que no hay trabajo.
They can pay you or say no, even if you worked.
No podíamos hacer nada con nuestro salario, porque como era una granja ilegal, no podíamos reportarlo a la policía.
We could not do anything about our pay because since it was an illegal farm, we could not report it to the police.
A veces teníamos que esperar meses o a veces nunca nos pagan.
Sometimes we would have to wait months or sometimes we'd never get paid.
Ahora estoy más estable y no tengo que vivir tan estresada.
Now I'm more stable and I don't have to live stressed out.
Tengo un cheque cada 15 días, tengo un horario regular y los fines de semana para disfrutar con mi familia.
I have a check every 15 days. I have a regular schedule and the weekends to enjoy with my family.
Trabajo para una gran empresa de cannabis y eso me da un control seguro. Trabajo durante todo el año y con gran seguridad.
I work for a large cannabis company and that gives me a secure check, work throughout the year, and safety.
Afuera de las granjas ilegales tienes muchos riesgos.
Outside in the illegal farms, you have a lot of risk.
Puedes ir a la cárcel o no te pagan, no es muy seguro.
You could go to jail, not get paid, it's not safe.
Desde que trabajo en una gran empresa, he podido comprar mi propio remolque, agradecida por el trabajo que tengo y he podido hacerlo.
Since working in a big company, I've been able to buy my own trailer. Thankful for the work I have, I've been able to do it.
También he sido capaz de financiar mi propio coche y hacer pagos confiables.
I have also been able to finance my own car and make reliable payments.
Les pido desde el fondo de mi corazón que voten para la fase 3 y la expansión del 10%. Quiero que mi compañía se quede en Mendocino y quiero seguir mejorando la vida de mi familia. Gracias.
I ask you from the bottom of my heart to please vote yes on phase 3 and 10% expansion. I want my company to stay in Mendocino. I want to keep improving my family's life. Thank you.
The next caller on the line will be Veronice Beltran, followed by Francisco Beltran and Hermelinda Beltran.
Right, so it's Veronice Beltran is ready. What are the next two speakers? I'm sorry, just to prompt them.
Francisco Beltran and Hermelinda Beltran.
Okay, great. Yeah. We have Veronice Beltran here.
Go ahead and begin.
Sigue.
Mi nombre es Berenice Beltrán y he vivido en el condado de Mendocino durante 5 años.
My name is Veronice Beltran. I have lived in Mendocino County for 5 years.
Estoy muy agradecida por mi trabajo, que es una gran compañía legal de cannabis, porque puedo tener los fines de semana para mi familia, esposo y mis hijos.
I am very thankful for my job in a large cannabis company because I have the weekends free for my family.
En otros trabajos tengo que trabajar los fines de semana.
In other jobs, I have to work the weekends.
Me ganaré la vida y tengo un trabajo estable.
I make a good living and I have a steady job.
Puedo ayudar a mi esposo a pagar las cuentas y el costo de mis niños. He trabajado como recortadora afuera, pero me da un poco de miedo porque que la policía pueda arrestarme.
I can help my husband pay the bills and the cost of the kids. I have worked as a trimmer outside, but it is scary because the police can arrest you and I cannot live with the fear of getting arrested.
¿Quién cuidará a mis hijos si yo fuera a la cárcel?
Who would take care of my kids if I were to go to jail?
Quiero seguir trabajando en mi trabajo porque mi esposo y yo estamos tratando de comprar una casa.
I want to continue working in my job because my husband and I are trying to buy a house.
En mi compañía trabajo felizmente, no tengo miedo, me pagan bien y trabajo todo el año.
At my company, I work happy. I don't have any fear. I'm paid well and I work all year long.
También estoy muy feliz de no ser arrestada y apoyo la fase 3 y la expansión del 10%. Gracias.
I am also very happy that I am not arrested or will go to jail. I support phase 3 and the 10% expansion. Thank you.
The next caller on the line is Francisco Beltran, followed by Hermelinda Beltran and Josu Franco Cortez.
Okay, Francisco Beltran is here.
Please begin.
Voy a sacar la mascarilla.
Mi nombre es Francisco Beltrán. Apoyo la expansión del 10% y la fase 3.
My name is Francisco Beltran. I support the expansion in phase 3.
El condado de Mendocino necesita más empleos y más gente necesita más empleos.
Mendocino County needs more jobs and more people need more jobs.
Trabajo para una gran compañía de cannabis y nunca los he visto como un peligro para el medio ambiente o la gente.
I work for a large cannabis company and I have never seen them as have danger to the environment or to the people.
No utilizamos aerosoles orgánicos y cuidamos a los árboles y a los animales.
We use organic sprays and take care of trees and the animals.
Nunca he visto a mi compañía hacer nada ilegal.
I have never seen my company do anything illegal.
Las grandes empresas nos dan la oportunidad de ganar más y avanzar.
Large companies give us a chance to make more money and advance.
Mi trabajo nos da una mejor oportunidad para nosotros y nuestra familia. Vivamos mejor.
My job gives me a better life and opportunity for us and our family to live better.
Tal vez la gente que no quiere que esto pase tiene dinero para vivir o no necesita trabajo.
Maybe the people that do not want this to pass have the money to live and don't need jobs.
Si le pregunta a alguien que trabaje, necesitamos más empleos, trabajo mejor pagado, seguridad y bienestar.
If you ask anybody that works, we need more jobs, better paying jobs, security, and safety.
Gracias.
Okay.
Next on the line is Hermelinda Beltran, followed by Josu Franco Cortez and Hector Zamora Garcia.
I do have a question for the translator. Are all of these speakers employees of a single company, and what's the name of the company?
Henry's original.
Mi nombre es Hermelinda Beltrán y he vivido en la comunidad durante 4 años.
My name is Hermelinda Beltran, and I have lived in the community for 4 years.
Apoyo la expansión del 10% en la fase 3 porque mantenemos a la comunidad latino trabajando.
I support the 10% expansion in phase 3 because we keep the Latino community working.
Estamos felices trabajando para una gran compañía legal de cannabis.
We're happy to work for a large legal cannabis company.
Las personas que trabajan en la comunidad necesitan opciones para trabajar.
Because the Latin community, ¿qué es lo que dijiste? ¿Qué es lo que dijiste?
Las personas que trabajan en la comunidad.
The people working in the community need options to work, good pay and benefits, and steady work.
buen pago, beneficios, trabajo estable. Tenemos que trabajar donde hay, no tenemos que trabajar donde hay peligro.
We need to work where there is no danger.
El mercado ilegal no tiene futuro para nosotros. Nuestros hijos necesitan un lugar para crecer y permanecer en esta comunidad. Sin expansión no tendrán futuro.
The illegal market has no future for us. Our children need a place to grow up and stay in this community. Without expansion, they will not have a future. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
I see that Supervisor Mulhern has a comment or question.
Thank you very much. You know, I do believe that we have received many of these comments in writing, and I recognize that the folks that need a translator don't have the benefit of having heard our conversation that occurred earlier. But I would hope that moving forward, any commenters that have also written in to the board don't duplicate their comments, so that we can hear from everybody and they can comment specifically on the items that were discussed this morning. Thank you.
I'm sorry, who's next? I apologize.
So we have Josu Franco Cortez, followed by Hector Zamora Garcia and Julio Gonzalez.
Sí. Sí. Ahora dices tu nombre a los señores y yo, si puedes, por favor, hablar y pausa para que yo pueda traducir.
Okay. Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Josué Franco Cortés. Apoyo la fase 3 y la expansión del 10% para que podamos trabajar durante todo el año. Entonces pueda mantener mi hogar, mis hijos y salir adelante para hacer un futuro mejor para mi familia. Me gusta trabajar en Henry's, es un buen ambiente de trabajo, el horario es agradable y realmente nos cuidan.
My name is Joshua Franco Cortez. I support phase 3 and the 10% expansion so that we can work year round. I can then maintain my home, my kids, and get ahead to make a better future for my family. I like working at Henry's. It's a good work environment. The schedule is nice and they really take care of us.
He trabajado en la sierra donde nunca te cuidan, te lastimas, no importa y sigues trabajando. También estoy a favor de la fase 3 y la expansión del 10%. Gracias.
I have worked up in the mountains where they never take care of you. You would get hurt working and it did not matter. I also am in favor of phase 3 and 10% expansion.
Okay, next on the line is Hector Zamora Garcia, followed by Julio Gonzalez, followed by Veronica Cervantes.
Okay. And all right, there he is.
Mi nombre es Héctor Zamora. Yo necesito apoyo la fase 3 y la expansión al 10%. Quiero que sepan que la expansión sea aprobada y que las grandes compañías no abandonen el condado de Mendocino.
His name is Hector Zamora, and he supports the phase 3. He's asking the county to not abandon the community Y que lean tu carta, ¿no?
Sí, quiero mi carta.
And if you could
Que lean mi
please
carta.
read his letter. Are we connected?
Yes.
Okay.
Next caller on the line is Julio Gonzalez, followed by Veronica Cervantes.
Pues también te tienes que, por favor, lee mi carta. O sea, que yo soporto esto, pero por favor, lee mi carta, porque ellos tienen tu carta.
Mi nombre es Julio González. Yo apoyo a la fase 3 y el 10% del mercado legal de cannabis. Por favor, lean mi carta.
His name is Julio Gonzalez, and he supports the expansion in phase 3 and the 10%, and he's asking the board to please read his letter.
Okay, and the last of the Spanish-speaking callers is going to be Veronica Cervantes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Veronica Cervantes did not make it. She did have a medical situation. She was running late, so I apologize to the board and thank you very much. I'm going to let you take it from here.
Okay, all right, thank you. So just to be clear, I was informed that there were a number of Spanish-speaking speakers and we needed a translator, which planning or clerk of the board arranged, and I was not aware that they were all calling from one business, but I guess they were all calling from Henry's. So now the clerk of the board, they've got a long list of speakers, and just remind people what the suggestion is if people keep down to 2 minutes and not repeat what other speakers have said to the extent possible. Thank you.
Okay, one moment. First caller on the line is going to be Amanda Ryman.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. Good morning, folks. I really appreciate you taking up the opportunity. Oh, the clock is not going down. All right, I'm just going to go then. All right. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know that this is an extremely complicated topic, and I know that we've taken a lot of time. Folks have done a lot of research, and I just want to say that we really, really appreciate the time that is taken. We understand that this is a complicated issue, and we know that this is something that the board has paid a lot of attention to, and it hasn't been easy, so just thank you. I'm Amanda Ryman. I'm the Vice President of Community Development for Flow Cannabis Company, a licensed cannabis distributor, processor, and manufacturer in Redwood Valley. We're here in strong support of Phase 3 today. I've submitted a letter, so I don't need to repeat my comments. I do think that Supervisor McGordy has some very interesting opportunities in his memo to protect the environment. I think that's absolutely the lens we should be looking at this through. And I think that there's really an opportunity here to think about the Mendocino brand as being one that is housed in regenerative, sustainable agriculture, whether we're talking about cannabis, food, or grapes. So I would really encourage the board to take any steps that they're taking around cannabis and environmental sustainability and thinking about applying some of these same rules and standards to other industries in Mendocino County. If we're going to be looking at cannabis businesses, tracking a lot of water activity and really nailing down there, maybe we want other industries to start tracking that as well. I don't think this has to be all about cannabis. I think this can be about agriculture. And I think that Mendocino has the ability to lead the way here. So I would really encourage the board to keep thinking about this through an environmental lens, but also through an industrial lens, and the opportunity to bring the right kind of businesses here to Mendocino County to perpetuate this discussion of regenerative agriculture rather than getting caught up in some of the other details that we are discussing. So thank you very much. I look forward to the continued conversation, and that's it.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. I'm representing the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County, and this is Sarah Bodner. We have submitted a letter with detailed response to the Planning Commission's recommendations, and I think overall our position is very well known in terms of supporting the development of this ordinance and allowing up to 10% of parcel size on appropriate zones and sites. I just want to take this time to comment on a couple of things that came up in the meeting today. That phase 3 really needs to be equal opportunity and not repeat some of the problems we faced with the phase 1 program. And we shouldn't be limiting whom can apply, but the appropriate land use and location for those applicants, and ensure that whether you're growing cannabis, wine, or grazing cattle, that you have a chance to apply in phase 3. Specifically on the note of cattle, I just wanted to point out that I think cattle grazing is absolutely an appropriate companion activity to cannabis cultivation. And in the past, the UC Extension Rangeland Management Program has even suggested that the co-location of cannabis on rangeland with cattle grazing could help keep ag land in contiguous ag production and provide other ecosystem services such as carbon sequestration. So I think we have an opportunity to create a win-win-win here, actually, with allowing the diversified use of our rangeland. And I want to point out that I think a lot of the intention in Glenn's memo is really right on, but it's about how we get there, and that in a discretionary use permit is going to be inherently paced. And the best way, I think, to ensure that we have a successful program is to do what Supervisor Mulherin recommended, which is evaluate it in 24 months. And lastly, we want to support building the best bridge between phase 1 and phase 3 as possible, increase eligibility, reduce barriers, and get as many people into phase 3 as we can. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz, and he will be followed by Blair Auclair and Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, the Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you so much for taking the time to consider these very important issues. MCA comes before you today standing fully in support of the licensed cannabis operators in Mendocino County who have been trying their best to navigate the county cannabis licensing program. We support the Planning Commission's recommendations from 319 that protect continuity of business for phase 1 and 2 operators, including a 60-day early enrollment window and a streamlined administrative permit process for those who must transition to the new ordinance. Our recommendations for amendments to the proposed ordinance are essential to protect phase 1 and 2 operators as they move toward annual licensure. Especially in light of the cumulative impact questions, the current cohort needs to have priority when processing their applications. The legal opinion we provided from Land Use Attorney Peter Keel makes it clear that not only is there a legal basis for prioritization, but there's also a real benefit to local sustainable development as well. The situation that phase 1 and 2 applicants are in here, having long been in line and having invested significant time, effort, and financial expenditures to advance applications that have been pending before the county for years, is in need of immediate support. We implore you to please consider our recommendations for amendments to this ordinance and ensure that they are added to the body of whatever is passed today to ensure the most secure and safe passage for the good operators of phase 1 and phase 2 into the new ordinance. Thank you so much for your consideration. This is your time to protect the good operators of Mendocino County, and we sincerely hope that you take that opportunity. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next on the line is Blair Auclair, who will be followed by Hannah Nelson and Ron Edwards.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the board for taking the time today and reading all the comments. And we thank you for giving us all 2 minutes to express ourselves about this very important issue. I am a phase 1 cultivator. I'm here in Covelo, and I'm a regenerative cannabis farmer as well, and also a diversified farmer. I'd like to show my support for all the comments that Michael Katz just made from MCA and also the MCA memo. And I would also like to say that I also support Mo Mulhern's comments that you made earlier today about ensuring that there's fair protections for everyone who needs to go from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3, and that move the section that she was talking about in part of the CCAO. I would also like to and also thank Mo for recognizing that there have been many difficulties in order for us to be getting through the process. I've held an embossed seat for 3 years from the county, and I've done everything I possibly can to return documents, to answer emails, and to try to get my permit process to the next phase. And I think first and foremost, we need to focus on getting phase 1 and phase 2 cultivators through this program, and to make sure that that we really ensure that if we do need to have this conversation longer, please don't just try to finalize things in the last few minutes so that we don't have to have another day of talking this through. It's really important that we take time. And if we need to do a phase 4, I don't think that's a bad thing. Cannabis is a huge part of our community and our economy, and it needs to have importance in our discussions.
All right, next on the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Ron Edwards and Jennifer Gray.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you. My name is Hannah Nelson, and I'm speaking now as an individual, although I do advise MCA and support their letter. My memo was item number 279 on the long list of uploaded items, in case you... I'm specifically into... every restriction or allowance, please clearly articulate this. Specific language in the ordinance, perhaps in the preamble that states that it will be modified from time to time, even if either an issue is left out to begin with, because we often don't know what issues arise until implementation, or if unintended consequences revealed along the way allowance. It's really critical that we get some clarity in the ordinance itself and not just rely on the discussion of the board members to infer what is meant and what we're discussing all of these important issues pertaining to the specifics of any new ordinances, site of the urgent need to properly ways that have already been discussed, but also in cleaning up some of the ordinance amendments that have been outstanding for quite some time, in which there's already been board direction. Thank you. And my goal is to make sure we don't drown out the need to accomplish things that will have a significant impact on.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Jennifer Gray and Ian Powell.
Good morning, board. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak. I'm sure you guys were up late quite last night with all of the comments you received, and I hope that you would kind of go slow and take the time to read through some of those correspondence before definitely making a decision. I really am glad that we are looking to get phase 1 operators through this program, because that is really a concern. I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting in the Willits Valley and with Sheriff Kendall this weekend, and those residents have a whole lot of concerns. It's interesting that the board has really come up with a proposal that's actually united the majority of the cannabis community with the rest of the county. And I think it's very clear that the county does not want to see this 10% expansion go forward. It just is not the time. I think that if we're going to do this, get phase 1 people through, and let's go slow. Let's use something like we used in the hemp program. I think Supervisor McGordy was talking about a cohort of original people to go through and see how this can work out with a small group of people. And I think he also stated the problem of saying that he didn't want to see this in neighborhoods. And that's kind of how cannabis got out in the hills in the first place, is because it needed to be away from things. So we need to really work on those. And I think by going very slowly and deliberately and doing that. And I think that a phase 4 idea is fantastic. Let's work. Let's get this ordinance set up for the phase 1 applicants to go through with an administrative permit. Then once we get that done, then let's come back and work on the expansion. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is Jennifer Gray, followed by Ian Powell and Melissa Gribby.
Hi, thank you to the board and the chair for taking the time to hear all of our comments and concerns. My name is Jen Gray, and I support the Phase 3 ordinance and 10% expansion. I was born and raised in Mendocino County. I've had a licensed farm since 2016. I recently helped launch a cannabis brand from Mendocino County, and I worked at a distribution company for 2.5 years. I'm a legacy farmer, and I want to see the cannabis cultivators of Mendocino County succeed. I'm concerned that if we do not pass this ordinance, we will miss the boat on being able to brand our county as a producer of the world's best cannabis. This is the last industry that our county has available to us. Mendocino County does not control the market price in the state, so we run the risk of putting most of our cultivators out of business if we do not expand like the rest of the state. We have an opportunity to become a destination for cannabis tourism, but if we do not seize the moment, we will be left behind. I believe that our community as a whole will benefit from a local thriving cannabis industry because there will be more money injected into our economy by providing more jobs, more tax money being collected locally, and more money being spent at local businesses of all types. Thank you for hearing me.
Next on the line is Ian Powell, followed by Melissa Gribby and Sati Clark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First off, I'd like to thank the board for their time today. And my name is Ian Powell, and I'm the president of Yoqueo Ranch and Hensley Creek Holdings, as well as Mendocino Grasslands. We recently launched a brand within Mendocino County and have I've been cultivating cannabis since 1996 in this county, and I've seen it go through many different phases. To see a 10% expansion, to see our county take advantage of what we could be called the Napa for cannabis is something that I am in favor of. And I don't believe that by going to 10% means that everyone will take advantage of that. I know on my property, I have 144 acres, and what I could do there feasibly would be about 3 acres. So thinking that everyone is going to go all the way to the furthest extreme and use that 10%, I don't think it's just not true. We will all scale accordingly to what our needs are. I believe that we have been present, and we have taken the time to I'm stopped here. We've taken the time to produce some of the cleanest cannabis in the state. And I want Mendocino County to thrive as a whole. We can provide jobs, and I want to just thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Melissa Gribby, followed by Sati Clark and Marnie Berger.
Press play or no? Hi, I'm Melissa Gribby, and I grew up in Laytonville, California, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the expansion of the cannabis ordinance. I work for a company that is owned by a family that I grew up with in Laytonville. We provide jobs. It's been very exciting to watch that happen within the community, to provide sustainable jobs, and we provide good benefits to our employees. We are a responsible cultivator, and I believe that as a county, we have an obligation to support our responsible cultivators and allowing them the best land use. I want to reiterate what Ian said, that not everybody who applies for the expansion permits will be granted them. And I think it's the job of our county to decide who has responsible projects that benefit our community. I think that a lot of the opposition is based on misconceptions. So I think it's important that we understand that when we sort it out, we have the ability to approve projects that create value for our community and make our community better for our children and for our future, for all the families who live here. We have a responsibility at the government level to provide a framework that will allow landowners to have the highest and best use of the property that they own. And I think it's important at this time that we support expansion so that Mendocino County can remain competitive within both the state and when it becomes federally legal. And I also believe that it's important that we align our county policy with the state policy. And I think that the phase 3 expansion is going to allow us to do that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, next on the line is Sati Clark, followed by Marnie Berger and Del Potter.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sati Clark. I am a resident of Redwood Valley, a small business owner, a survivor of the 2017 wildfire, a member of the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council, and a long-term board member at EDFC, the Economic Development and Financing Corporation of Mendocino County. I care deeply about the environment, and I also care about economic development, a tool which can be used to benefit social justice and environmental integrity, or the opposite. It's important to understand that not all economic development is positive. I support the ideas put forth by Supervisor McGorty and his memo as amended by Supervisor Mulherin. I hope you will adopt all of them into this ordinance, including no expansion of actual growing during the 2021 season, no expansion into rangeland or timber preserve zoning, sun-grown only, no greenhouses, hoop houses, or other structures, no fencing blocking views. But I also oppose a 10% maximum. I think it's too much, too soon. I recommend we start with a maximum of 1 acre. We have more than 2 months before the June 30 deadline when we automatically default to the state's EIR CEQA-based system. I believe it's critical that we pursue an EIR regardless of whether the state requires it. Yes, it is expensive, but not when you view it relative to the possible environmental impacts this program could bring. Unless you vote to adopt Supervisor McGurty's suggestions as amended by Supervisor Mulherin into this ordinance, and replace the 10% rule to 5% or 1 acre, something less, I believe this ordinance is deeply flawed. I implore you to vote no and use the next 2 months to craft a better ordinance. Thank you very much for your service to the people of Mendocino County.
Next on the line is Marnie Berger, followed by Del Potter and Keith Schuster.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The county must fully address the issues with and complete the work of phase 1 before the Board of Supervisors votes on any more expansion. The county staff are already stretched at full capacity dealing with the county's current cannabis program. The county has issued approximately 198 permits incorrectly, and after months of knowing this, has still not notified applicants of the county's error. The county needs to slow down, rectify, and learn from past mistakes of pushing through problematic and underthought cannabis ordinances. Mendocino County must show the state that it can run a functional program before there is any more expansion. And there will be no way to know the cumulative impact without a county-wide EIR. Thank you so much for your time.
Next on the line is going to be Keith Schuster, followed by Joshua Keats and Susan Madison.
Hi, my name's Keith Schuster. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Keith Schuster, and I live in the Valley of Willits, and I'm a cannabis cultivator with a couple of cultivation licenses and a nursery license. And I'm calling in. I am in favor of Phase 3 expansion to 10%. We are a growing business here in Mendocino County, and we continue to work towards growing our business and expanding a economy in this county that can provide jobs and create a future employment for a lot of people here and build up on an industry that we're lacking. So I just want to make sure to get my word in today that we are in favor of Phase 3 expansion, and we look forward to it. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time.
Next on the line is Josh Keats, followed by Susan Madison and Brian Kanthak.
My name is Josh Keats, and I'm the co-founder of Henry's Original. I'd like to use this time to personally address Supervisor Haschak as representative of the 3rd District. Supervisor, I know we have sometimes been at odds during this process and that our dialogue has derailed to the point of non-communication. I don't think that's best for either Mendocino's cannabis industry or the 3rd District. I personally want to work with you through this new process. If I have learned anything of your character in these last 18 months, it is that you care deeply about both the environment and the people you represent. Allowing 10% expansion is not about myself or my company. It is not about exploiting our natural resources. It is not about corporate takeover or marginalizing the small farmer. This policy is about all the people of Mendocino. This policy is about helping to lift up the county's poorest and most dangerous district. This policy is about Laytonville's 20% unemployment rate. This policy is about destigmatizing cannabis and creating opportunities for our middle-class residents that truly need them. The residents that don't own their own Phase 1 farms. The residents that can't be at this meeting today because they are at work on this Monday afternoon. This is about creating stable jobs that can support families, schools, and community causes. Green jobs that come with steady paychecks, health benefits, and 401k retirement. This ordinance is about creating a future for Mendocino County that we can all be proud of. The employees of many of the cannabis companies in the 3rd District have submitted letters to you to tell you how much these jobs mean. They need you to represent them too. I ask you today to think about all the people of the 3rd District and find common ground with your colleagues to support Phase 3, even if it doesn't look exactly as you had hoped. Thank you.
Next on the line is Susan Madison, followed by Brian Kanthak and Heath Dolan.
Hello, my name is Susan Madison. I've lived in Mendocino County my whole life, and I proudly work in the legal cannabis industry. I have a great passion for my job and the help and healing that our work brings to so many people. And because of this, I fully support Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. The local cannabis industry has created a lot of growth in our county. At a time when so many in our community are having trouble finding work, legal cannabis has been able to provide gainful employment. For the first time in my life, I can say I have a full-time job that I love, which actually provides me with a livable wage, health benefits, and equity in the company. I worry for the future of cannabis in our county if the proposed expansion does not pass. We are competing with many other counties which are already allowing a canopy of 10% or more. If we are unable to grow on the same level, these counties will be leading the state in the legal cannabis market, and we will be left behind. None of the farmers, regardless of size, will be able to keep up with the dropping prices, and will be pushed out of the market. Furthermore, our cannabis program generates nearly $6 million in annual tax revenue, most of which goes towards law enforcement and public safety. I know many people are against the Phase 3 and expansion because of the problems they've seen with Phase 1 and worry over the environmental impact. However, I see this as a better solution to an extremely flawed program. Phase 3 environmental requirements are much more stringent and demand a complete analysis as well as a thorough review of the impact the site will have on noise and air quality. Thank you.
Next on the line is Brian Kanthak, followed by Heath Dolan and Nicholas Angelolella.
Hello, my name is Brian Kantak. I would just like to start off by saying thank you for all the hard work you're doing. I would also like to say I support Phase 3 and full support of the 10% expansion. I moved to Laytonville in 1985. I've watched a lot of changes happen from logging and gas stations being removed to longtime residents having to move to find jobs. The legal farms that are here now are paying livable wages. People will be able to better their lives and save for the future. Mendocino County needs a new industry, one that can help support the upcoming generations to come. Once again, I'd like to thank you for all your hard work you're doing on this and say I'm full support of Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. Thank you very much.
Appears that Heath and Nicholas aren't on the line, so we're going to move down to Heath Blackwell and Travis Mannion. You'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
You got your computer going right now.
Please begin.
Alice, maybe you could go to the next speaker.
Next call on the line is Nicholas Angelella. Okay, so I see that your hand's raised, but you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but there's a lot of feedback. Please turn down your speakers before you begin speaking.
Hello, Supervisor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Hello?
Please begin your time.
Oh, hi. Thank you for the time today. I was just wanted to comment that I am a supporter of Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. I have a job in the legal cannabis industry, and the company that I work for is employee owned. They pay for my 75% of my benefits, and I also have a retirement plan. I get a very decent livable wage, and that allows me to live and support in a community that does not have many jobs available. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and say that I support Phase 3 and the expansion because it's providing growth to our county community. Thank you.
Okay, next on the line is Travis Mannion, followed by Dylan Rogers and Brian White. Okay, it looks like Travis and Dylan both aren't on the line, so we're going to move on to Brian White.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay, hello, my name is Brian White. I'm a wine grape grower here in Mendocino County for the past 35 years. Family-run business that employs 5 people full-time and seasonal people from 10 to 30. I see cannabis as another page in the history of Mendocino County. We've had hops, prunes, pears, grapes, and now hopefully cannabis. I am in favor of the 10% expansion, and I think that Mendocino County needs to get into this marketplace now, not 3 years from now. And I believe that this policy should be in alignment with the state policy, as it is already comprehensive. And I thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Jennifer McCarthy. You need to press *6 to unmute.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Jen McCarthy. I support Phase 3 in the 10% expansion. I have lived here in Mendocino County since 2015, worked in both the black market and legal market. I currently work for a legal cannabis company. I have a great job with a competitive pay and the means to live a comfortable life and support my family. We need to be able to compete with the statewide cannabis industry, and those measures will allow us to continue to grow as a county, community, and company. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, next on the line is going to be Greg Grande, followed by Michael Castro and Brendan Miller. Greg's not on the line, so we're moving straight to Michael Castro.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Castro, and thank you to the forward thinking of the ownership of this company. I work at a legal cannabis company. I support Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. I'm an ag professional who brings over 40 years of leadership and technical skills to the industry, 30 of which include certified organic production. We have several initiatives that we're passionate about, but by far being water-wise is at the forefront. We use water from rain catchment sources and are deploying some of the latest innovations such as deep root irrigation and moisture sensing devices, which will give us 50% savings of the water that we would normally use in a typical grow without the runoff. We are also big believers that less is more when it comes to the use of pesticides. We use an integrated pest management strategy and beneficial insects as natural predators. Materials we use are beyond organic standards and are exempt from required tolerance levels and can be used up to the day of harvest. We have made our own standard operating procedures and training and have provided our employees for safe application. We're using good agricultural practices in our native grows, practicing cover cropping to build soil life, natural organic fertilizers that will produce a positive long-term effect without the pollution. We strive to be good stewards of the land. We provide good, safe jobs and good wages, and our vendors are mostly local, so our investments are filtering throughout the community where we operate. And we'll grow even more with adoption of the expansion. People that decide to operate legally will ultimately operate responsibly. I support Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is going to be William Claus, followed by Corinne Powell and Monique Ramirez.
This is William Klaus. Thank you so much for your hard work and sincere efforts to managing the cannabis regulations. I guess I would say that cannabis is unlike any other agricultural product, and because of that, I think that it's very difficult for people to understand the issues. Cannabis doesn't enjoy any of the benefits that a traditional agricultural product enjoys. and there are no large growers in Mendocino County. There's a total of 147 acres of licensed permitted cannabis, and 70% of that is in District 3. District 3 needs a lot of help. It's difficult to enforce. It's rural, unincorporated land, and I appreciate that as a real issue and a real problem. The problem facing Mendocino County today is that cannabis is really irrelevant in the statewide picture. There's not enough production to attract buyers. Prices are low. Unlike any other agricultural product, your product gets tested, and you may go through a whole season and find out that your product fails or isn't up to the level of interest of other wholesale buyers. So I think that, people have made a lot of investments, a lot of cultivators have made a lot of investments, and they need to protect that investment to become a profitable cash flowing business. So I would encourage you all to vote or to approve the 10% expansion phase 3. It's very much needed. And please omit from, using language like green rush and Lear jets in suitcases of cash. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is going to be Corinne Powell, followed by Monique Ramirez and Heath Blackwell.
Good morning. I am Corinne Powell. I am a 10,000 square foot medicinally licensed cultivator. This is my 7th growing season here. And I have some concerns about the breadth of phase 3. And the first one is that as phase 1 and 2 permittees are integrated into phase 3, it's very, very important that the actual language of the ordinance accepts these transfers as having completed the rigidity and stringent review of 10A.17. It's important that certain things that would fall under the broad umbrella of all cannabis cultivation is subject to the provisions of CCAO, which are in the first page of the phase 3 ordinance. For example, the 15% slope was not a criteria in the 10A.17 program. If that is a requirement in phase 3, I would say you would eliminate a large percent of the previously permitted cultivators. That's very important. Secondly, I think it's also very important that a craft cannabis cultivation license be created for folks that are 10,000 square feet and smaller. I completely support the amendments put forth by the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance and recommendations from CCAG, and I want very much for you to remember the importance of what has been contributed to this community by the phase 1 and 2 good actors who have come forward, who have complied, who have paid their taxes, and who need some protection at this juncture. There's a lot to do. Please keep hanging in there with us.
All right, next on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Heath Blackwell and Roland Wenzel.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I'm speaking from my heart, from no organization, just me. What's on the table is not okay. What will it take for you to see? 10% is not the way, but smaller expansion is okay. Phase 1 should go first. They've been waiting in the queue. Phase 3 can wait a hot minute, because that's the right thing to do. Remember, Type 5, it ain't even live, so let's please slow our roll. There's strong opposition. Did you ever see the poll? CCAG and MCA lays it out in just the right ways. Will you listen to the people and stop having doubt? We know what is best, what the recommendations should be. Please listen to these thoughts. They were crafted carefully. Include best management practices in any ordinance you pass. It's the way of the future. Otherwise, nothing will last. I care about you. Please care about me. Let's pass an ordinance that will set us all free. Thank you so much.
Okay, next on the line is Heath Blackwell, followed by Roland Wenzel and Greg Grande. You'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. I see that you're unmuted. You can begin. Okay, so we are going to move on to Roland Wenzel and Greg Grande.
Hello?
Hi, please
Hello?
begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. My name is Roland Wenzel. I am a landowner in Mendocino County, and on my property, I primarily grow grapes, and I wish to speak in favor of allowing a 10% of increase in cultivation acreage for appropriate parcels to be devoted to regulated cannabis cultivation. And this, I'd like to point out, is consistent with the policy positions taken by adjoining counties. I have submitted a memo to the Board of Supervisors. I'm not going to repeat all of that. I would like to emphasize 2 points. The first is that by placing a policy-driven limitation on the use of land, you are effectively depriving landowners of the potential value of their land. The second point I'd like to make is that by placing a limitation on the scale of growers, that is to 10,000 square feet, that means that land becomes the limiting factor of production and provides a very strong incentive to growers to intensively use other inputs like fertilizer, pesticides, and irrigation water. That is, it's an intensive production model. If you were to permit an increase in scale, then there would be a reduction on this intensive application of inputs, and there would be very great environmental benefits to that. In other words, the cannabis would look less like horticulture and more like an agricultural row crop. Thank you.
All right, next on the line is going to be Greg Grande, followed by Steve Amato and Patricia Lech.
Yes, my name is Greg Grande. My wife and I are 38-year residents in Mendocino. I'm lucky enough to stay gainfully employed the whole time, and I've got the W-2s to prove it. I currently have a job in the legal cannabis trade as a purchasing agent. I would like to start off by saying I'm for phase 3 and a 10% expansion. I really feel that's the only way my current job stays in Mendocino County is with this progressive implementation of the proposals we're about to talk about. At best, we're just trying to chart uncharted waters of this paradigm. If anybody either side of the coin tells you this or that is going to be exactly what's going to be happening, they're not going to be totally right. Nobody really knows what side of the history we're going to fall on until it's the present or the past. Let's face it, people didn't come to this county because it's where legal cannabis grows the best. They came here because it was the best place to grow legal cannabis. There was a multitude of places where cannabis can be more prolific producer than Mendocino County. Being extremely rural without the funds to defend itself left a perfect storm scenario for Mendocino County. Even with state, local, and federal law enforcement and task forces, the county never really had a chance to defend itself in the end. All they really did was drive up the prices. All this mainly did for most residents is confuse the line between who wore the white hat and who wore the black hat. A lot of people were witness to this timber transition in District 3 as the industry started failing along with jobs and businesses. Timber fallers would go out every day and fall their strips to help keep their houses break even. Then after a full day on the strip, they'd go out and cut as much firewood as their pickup truck would hold to help get ahead a little bit. I know a lot of residents here do their own firewood. So to put the time into perspective, a single pound of cannabis had the same value as a 50 cord pack of firewood. It's easy to see where the transition.
Next on the line is going to be Steve Amato, followed by Patricia Lech and Brendan Miller.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please begin.
Hi, this is Steve Amato. Thank you for your time. I've already submitted a letter and hope the Board of Supervisors had an opportunity to review. I know it was quite extensive, but I would appreciate if you would be able to do so. I would like to comment about something that I hear coming up about how the Building and Planning Department will be so overwhelmed by allowing Phase 3. And we do need to prioritize, not necessarily prioritize, but work out the Phase 1 applicants. But if we turn back the clock back in 2015, Supervisor McCowan and back then Supervisor Woodhouse originally were trying to propose a cap from initial licensing to prevent this backlog. And what's it very much, I think, one of the largest problems with the whole program is that 1,100 applications were allowed in and activity was allowed to start. No other kind of building permit that I've ever filed in 3 different states in my business affairs has ever allowed that. And with Phase 3, we're going to have to send an application that's going to have to be complete, go into the new application process, making sure all the documents are there, fees are paid, and what's necessary, and then start going through the queue. I don't see how that could interfere as much with trying to go through now all these 1,100 applications. And I feel for that person that has to do that forensic work, because that is not an easy job. But we should also think towards the future now, besides just putting in reactionary policy about when we do open this up, let's have communication, which if it's going to be building and planning that's handling this now and not the ag department, that they communicate and say, we're getting overwhelmed, we have too many applications, let's place the moratorium on them, which I think the original ordinance was supposed to have in there so that we can prevent from just making this process take 10, 15 years. Thank you for your time. I know I'm up. Good luck with getting this decision made.
Next on the line is Jessica Harness, followed by Alex Cummings and Levi Paulin.
Hi, my name is Jessica Harness, and I'm a resident of Covelo. I'm here today to oppose the 10% expansion, and I support the CCAG memo. I think this expansion is a setup for big industrial operations. Also, we cannot compare our county to neighboring counties. Unlike other counties, Mendocino County cannabis has been historically cultivated for decades by many small farms. This legacy is economically viable. Why not take the visionary step of branding Mendocino cannabis as originating from small legacy farms? We would rather see a county of 8,000 small farmers than a few vertically integrated companies. I'd also like to address about license stacking. There are loopholes that our county has no way of knowing if permit holders are working for themselves or for one entity, even one person that pays for their permits. They're not only playing an unfair game, but also make huge destructions to our environment. These big operations are bringing in people from out of town to work. That's not creating jobs. On top of that, they are paying about $15K to $30K annual salary to their employees. I don't think that's a living wage in California. That is a modern day slavery, and it can potentially cause crime in our community. Please consider putting a 1 acre cap for Phase 3 and any expansion over 22,000 square feet should go through EIR process. Thank you for your service.
Okay,
Okay,
next one.
before we go to the next speaker, I just want to note the time. Let's go with one more speaker, and then let's take a 30-minute lunch break and come back into open session and continue the public hearing. Thank you. Go ahead, Alice.
Okay, next on the line is going to be Alex Cummings.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please begin.
Thank you for hearing my comment today. I live in the 3rd District and would like to express my support for the CCAG and MCA memos submitted to this board. The vast majority of your constituents do not want expansion to be a percentage of parcel size. Everyone in the county is clear on their positions, and everyone is clear on what 10% expansion means. Small farmers aren't asking for protectionism. We are asking the county to create a level playing field, not permit some to cultivate hundreds of times more than others. Environmentalists and non-cultivators don't want to see more cultivation than in the county before it even has the slightest grasp on the current scale. The few who have advocated for this change are advocating for laws that would benefit themselves directly. Today, I ask you to make community partners rather than adversaries. While you may think 10% is a good idea, your constituents do not. If you move forward with the 10% expansion, I fear we will be voting to mire the county in litigation and other voter initiatives for years to come. The vast majority of the county does not want this. We are all aware of the current state of the industry locally and on a larger scale. Anyone who claims to know the exact trajectory of the cannabis industry is selling a bill of goods. Just because other counties are making bad policy doesn't mean Mendocino County should follow suit. We have an existing industry and we should welcome new participants on a level playing field. Mendocino County has made putting the cart before the horse the only consistent characteristic of cannabis policy. Those of us who have been subjected to phase 1 have spent hundreds of hours unnecessarily dealing with its repercussions. Please don't continue that today. My hope is that the entire cannabis industry in Mendocino County can work together moving forward with a phase 3 that we can all support. Thank you for your diligent work on fixing the Mendocino County cannabis ordinances.
Okay, so it is now 12:02. I want to poll the board, but I think we should aim to get back here in open session by 12:35. Does that work for everyone? Okay. All right. Well, we'll take a quick lunch break and be back at 12:35. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So at 12:34, we will resume our meeting. And if the clerk of the board could call the names of the next three speakers, that'd be great.
First on the line is going to be Levi Paulin, followed by Tom Hicks and Malila Gordon. Go ahead and begin speaking.
Hello, guys. Just wanted to say my name is Levi Paulin. We're a wine grape grower here in Mendocino County, and wanted to hop on and show our support for this phase 3 ordinance and our 10% expansion. I think that the rules and regulations that are inside phase 3, it allows for a better view of the ag community, treating this like a crop, like grapes, like pears. Allows us to get rid of the hoop houses. It allows us to get rid of the fences that are eyesores to the community. This cannabis industry is something that's not going to go away. So we have to be able to embrace it and to allow for it a path that gets rid of the barriers to entry so that all of us can go ahead and participate in this industry. Something that we can go ahead and continue to grow and thrive in a legal way for our community and the generations to come. You know, we focus on the fact that cannabis growers and wine grape growers and pear growers are on a level playing field. I think that this phase 3 allows for that to be part of something that will allow us all to continue to grow together. I want to be able to say that the grape industry and the pear industry and the cannabis industry, and my takeaway point here is we are all in this together. We're all stewards of the land, and I want to see this land be farmed for generations to come in a way that is sustainable. Thank you.
Next person on the line is going to be Michelle Peñalosa, followed by Gus Stout.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors, for taking the time to listen to all of us. I just want to say, Michelle Peñalosa, District 3, I support the CCAG memo. I support expansion up to 22,000 square feet and 1 acre expansion for ag land. I recommend an EIR be required for anyone expanding to 1 acre. And I just want to highlight the water presentation at the April 12th BOS meeting that outlined the clear and present water shortage crisis we're experiencing. People have already spoken to that. I urge our county to uncouple phase 3 from 10% expansion and fully focus on implementing and executing a functional cannabis program. As far as cultivators new to growing cannabis who might come into the program under phase 3, I urge the supervisors to limit their expansion and have those folks come in at 10,000 square feet, just like everyone else who's been fielding this process since 2017. There are no expansion opportunities for many phase 1 operators as outlined by the proposal, yet new operators would get to grow acres. I've also heard several supervisors say very few people will be able to qualify for 10% expansion. So why vote for it? Why create any possibility for a level of expansion that isn't, by some of your own estimations, even feasible for the majority of interested parties and is vehemently opposed to by a huge range of stakeholders? I'd also like to speak to the blatant conflation of unregulated cannabis operators with good operators and the fact that so many employees of one company are the folks speaking in support of 10% expansion, and point to my hope that you find that tactic as transparent as I do. Please consider the amount of public discourse opposed to the scale of expansion, and consider how this opposition cuts across a diverse range of stakeholders.
All right, next on the line is going to be Gus Stout, followed by Ingrid Song.
Hi, my name is Gus Stout, and I'm here today to please ask you again, do not allow 10%. I support CCAG's memo. I support MCA's memo, and we got to help the small farmer out here. Allowing someone who's never grown cannabis before to just blow up a huge farm and cause all kinds of disease and pollution sounds like a bad idea. We're already doing that enough in Covelo. Let's end that. Let's move on. Let's make things sustainable, regenerative. Let's learn to grow the most in the least amount of space possible. Let's learn to use the least amount of water possible. But let's do things right. Why do we want to produce so much weed that we can't even sell and do anything with it? What is the point? Let's drive the price to nothing? We have something here in Mendocino County. We have craft cannabis. We have dank weed. We don't have that anywhere else. You got beasters. Take your beasters and blow them down the toilet. And what I mean by that is bogus swag. Schwiggity swag weed that you don't need for anything. It's just crap. We don't need more of that. What we need is focus on small farms. We need help. We need you to be there for us. You need to have our back because this stuff is whack. The only one who's listening is Mr. Hashtag. My position is opposition against this 10%. The creeks are flowing slow and the heat is turning up. So listen to the people because all of us is equal.
Okay, next on the line is Ingrid Song, followed by Sandra Berman.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ingrid Song. I am a phase 1 cultivator in support of phase 3. I would like to highlight my support for Supervisor McGordy's memo, particularly point 6, that the permits are for sun-grown cannabis, and have the following comments to add. The regulated market is growing and changing quickly, and we in Mendocino County are losing out to key partners in the supply chain to growers in other counties in the state. The suppression of square footage in Mendocino County is inadvertently supporting the illicit market because the regulated price and taxes do not support sun-grown at the scale we have currently allowed. We do not set the price in the free market of California. The cost of regulation is high, and at minimum, farmers need more acreage to do 1 season of sun-grown cannabis if they are doing everything compliantly in the regulated market. Those of us in the phase 1 with state licenses are required to have proper site management plans for water and a final LSA with the CDFW. We pay our taxes, we're in state track and trace, and we follow labor laws and carry workers' comp. So I want to be able to grow the number of jobs that we can have and employ more people safely in our community. Secondly, and I've said this before at the Planning Commission, by limiting scale, we're limiting our name recognition and the legacy value of Mendocino County as the destination of the finest cannabis in the world. In a growing marketplace with new cannabis consumers, we are ceding shelf space and appellation recognition to large commercial, outdoor, greenhouse, and indoor grows from other parts of the state, which are significantly environmentally detrimental to our entire planet. If we care about the environment as much as I believe we do, we need to lead the charge and be the stewards in sustainable sun-grown cannabis for not just the county, but for the country and the planet, as federal legalization becomes closer to a reality. Thank you.
Okay, the next caller on the line is going to be Sandra Berman, followed by Erica Lindeman. And I'd just like to remind people that if you registered to telecomment, please call in from the phone number that you're registered under. We currently have about 6 unidentified numbers on the line. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Sandra Berman. I live in Redwood Valley. I own and operate a 10,000 square foot cannabis farm with my husband. I am against the 10% expansion rule. I'm also against having, potentially acres of mixed site hoop hoop houses, which I think are an eyesore and not necessary in Mendocino County, where we have perfect conditions to grow in full sun. The handful of companies in our county that are pro-expansion, and they really showed up today, are not representative of how most of our county feels about phase 3. When the legacy cannabis farmers, the non-cannabis infused folks, the environmental groups, and law enforcement are all in agreement about not liking phase 3 as it is written, that is meaningful. We don't want the 10% expansion. It is not good for our community or our environment. We know that you have gotten a vast majority of letters in opposition to phase 3. Your vote on this will be a part of your legacy. Are you representing the majority of your constituents? I agree with the MCA and CCAG memos. Cap it at 1 acre max. We can always expand later if we are fit to do so. Thank you.
Next on the line is going to be Erica Lindemann, followed by Ruben Lumbreras.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Erica Lindemann, and I'm personally in support of the phase 3 cannabis ordinance, specifically the 10% parcel size allowance and allowing for discretionary use permits. By implementing discretionary use permits, operators will be able to meet the requirements needed to be eligible for a state annual license. Although I don't reside in Mendocino County, I work for a state licensed cannabis testing lab that serves many licensed operators in this county. Because my work is reliant on there being licensed operators, the ability for me to be successful professionally is intrinsically related to the passage of this improved ordinance. Lastly, on a more personal note, and to appeal to community members who have never seen a truly legal cannabis business or farm in person and are apprehensive towards the newly legal industry, I was originally like you. I had years of working in law enforcement and no prior exposure until I took a cannabis position in early 2018. Since that time, I've seen dozens of facilities ranging from cultivation to distribution and have been blown away by the efforts many operators have made towards regenerative farming, renewable energy, and providing safe and supportive working environments for their employees. Also, as someone who lives next to both a winery and dairy, I have to deal with regular heavy pesticide spraying and the odor from manure. I would trade living next to a farm that produces cannabis any day of the week, if for no other reason, just to know that my children, animals, and I would not be exposed to pesticides. For those that aren't aware, the state mandated lab testing of cannabis makes it near impossible to use any amount of dangerous pesticides and pass testing. The cannabis I've seen tested coming from Mendocino County rarely fails for pesticide testing, which is really a high mark considering I've even had organic products purchased from grocery stores tested that had pesticides above the state legal limits required for cannabis. I hope those that are against the ordinance's passage listen to those of us that are for it with an open mind, and at the very least, consider the other points presented. Thank you.
Next on the line is going to be Ruben Lumbreras, followed by Joey Gee, Ellen Drell, and David Drell. Ruben, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead and begin. Okay, hearing nothing, we're going to move on to Joey Gee.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm a license holder, a cultivator in Covelo, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the issues we're talking about. First of all, I wanted to thank all the farmers that are on here talking right now, because I know that you guys are busy as hell, and to take your time out to participate in this is important. I just wanted to talk first about the concept of the market not being flooded, there not being enough cannabis. That's just false. There's plenty of product out there, and I question who it is that's saying that there's not enough product and why it is that they're having that experience. I think it might have a lot more to do with them than the market. Also, just about the concept of vertical integration here. If distribution companies that hold cultivation licenses are able to produce enough product through vertical integration, they'll no longer need to source product from farms in the future. If farms don't have distribution options to sell products to, then they'll be forced to go out of business or go into the illicit market that we all keep talking about. If the county paves the way for continued vertical integration of large corporate cannabis to cut out legacy growers, there will not be any legacy growers left. Also, I gotta say, we keep hearing about how like the big companies, they want 10% because it'll increase jobs, but like there's a major historical precedence here and we're all acting like this is happening in a vacuum and agriculture has never gone big before. But look at the corn industry, look at all the other industries that got huge. Are those companies employing lots of people? No, they're buying really big machines. And I highly doubt any of these machines are going to be built in Mendocino County to keep the money in the area. And aesthetics, I think it's kind of a silly question. You're talking about cannabis farms having ugly fences while grape growers are spraying pesticides along the highway. And lastly, it's very unfortunate that phase 3 has been combined with expansion because expansion is the only thing we're talking about. It's obviously negative, and there's a lot about phase 3 that's being ignored because everybody is so passionate about this. So thanks.
All right, next on the line is Ellen Drell, followed by David Drell, Tom Hicks, and Malila Gordon.
Hello, my name is Ellen Drell, and I'm with the Willits Environmental Center. Mendocino County voters supported legalization, of course, in 2016. We accepted legal cannabis as a useful product and a potential addition to a diverse local economy. But the majority of voters said no to Measure AF, the ballot measure that would have allowed an acre of cannabis cultivation, which is the size of a football field, on just about any parcel in any zone in the county. What you're proposing today has the potential to do just that. We have a wide range of reasons for our opposition to this proposal and our outrage. Water shortages, a deepening drought, increased fire risk, rural neighborhoods turning into industrial ag zones, canna-tourism hotspots, light, noise, water pollution, wildlife loss, lack of enforcement, and the criminality that comes with it. Guard dogs, loss of ag land to gravel beds and hoop houses, neighbors threatening neighborhoods, skyrocketing land prices, putting land purchases beyond the reach of food farmers and ranchers, and add to that the potential for sampling rooms, canna farm tours, events, retail sales, bud and breakfast at any cultivation site potentially, and you've got a justly outraged public. There are two groups who favor this ordinance and expansion, or who favor the ordinance. Small cannabis growers who've been led to believe they can't complete the licensing process without it, which is not true, and growers, both local and out of county, who want to get bigger. The first group can be served by competent cannabis county staff. The second group may just have to face the fact that they're out of luck. Mendocino County is already one of the top 2 cannabis producers in the North Coast region of the state. We don't need to expand to secure a good reputation for a quality product. Many would have us believe that the proposed phase 3 use permit is
All right, next on the line is David Drell, followed by Tom Hicks, Malila Gordon, Aaron Green, and Paul Hansberry. Ellen Drell, were you and David sharing the phone?
Hello, Atlas?
Yes, is David on the line?
Yes. He's not on the line, so and he had to step out for a minute, so you may try him later, but I would say go on.
Thank you. All right, so next on the line is going to be Tom Hicks, followed by Malila Gordon and Aaron Green.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
In sum, I'm a water attorney specializing in water rights and have worked with a number of growers across the North Coast, across California. I also work with landowners in different situations. I work with nonprofit organizations that are trying to enhance stream flow. And I've read a number of the comments that are concerned about water resources in particular and the impact on salmon. And I don't want to in any way diminish the real risks that these creatures face all the time. We're looking at temperature thresholds that become lethal, and then lack of water where pools become disjointed. I don't think that's what the phase 3 expansion is seeking to do. But at the same time, I just want to make a couple of quick points about state licensed cannabis growers. They already receive some of the most intense environmental and regulatory scrutiny of any category of farmer in California, if not the country. Mendocino cannabis growers who seek compliance with county permits must comply with state water quality and water rights regulations. This includes the State Water Resources Control Board, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Any cannabis grower, whether they have less than 10,000 square feet or potentially more, they can only do so if they have the water to do so and are net neutral. I'm thinking of rainwater catchment and other stormwater opportunities where you can, again, use diversions to capture water in the winter so that you're not taking water out of creeks during critical summertime conditions, which we're trying to reverse engineer away from the.
Next on the line is going to be Malila Gordon, followed by Aaron Green, Paul Hansberry, and Susan Tibbin.
Hi, my name is Malila Gordon. I'm here in support of 10% expansion. Many of you have heard what I have to say in regards to what expansion could do for our county by creating an industry. I'd like to take the time to follow up on this letter. I am one of the faces behind one of these quote unquote large cannabis corporations. We aren't big and scary. We don't wear corporate shoes. We are a family owned business. We are members of the community who want to maintain its beauty and cultivate cannabis in a manner that is both respectful and responsible. We want to provide jobs for our county's residents. We don't just pay our employees minimum wage, and we give them bonuses on top of that. Their hard work is compensated, very well in fact. Many of them can speak to that today. They are given opportunities to support themselves and their families. Many are being paid higher wages than they have ever been offered in their lives. With expansion, we will be given the chance to give others the same opportunity. We have estimated that within our company alone, if allowed to scale up, we can create over 1,100 jobs next year. This is only one company, not the industry countywide, but one company. This includes farm laborers, trimmers, compliance officers, office staff, supervisors, managers. There will be positions fit for people with many different strengths and many different backgrounds. With the black market enforcement about to rain down on this county, our community will need these jobs in order to support those who can't find work elsewhere. Expansion is the answer. I've been told we should wait, but we can't wait. The time is now. If we stall and delay expansion, even for only a few more years, it's going to be too late. In order to be competitive, we need to act now while the profit margins support it. Once the industry is open across state lines, which, like it or not, it's inevitably going to be, the money won't be there to support the build out. If we're allowed to expand now and have our infrastructure in place and be ahead of the market's price fluctuations, we have to build now so that we have, then in the future years, when profit margins are lower, we only have to worry about standard operating costs. Delaying expansion further will force us to try and expand at a time when the money isn't there to support it. And I can tell you right now that we as a company will not be able to do it. If you want to save this county, this is the time, right here, right now.
Next on the line is Aaron Green, followed by Paul Hansberry, Susan Tibbin, and Kate Marienchild.
Hello, thanks for the time for the board to listen to our discussion. I'm here, my name is Aaron Green. I support phase 3 and the expansion, but please don't limit us in style of growing. Take careful consideration of wording on limiting greenhouse cultivation. There will be no starts or transition of clones without infrastructure. You have to give us the ability to perform with our tools. In this case, greenhouses are our tools. to perform. We make stronger plants before they transition to flowering environment, whatever that may be, whether it's outdoor or mixed light cultivation. If you follow the McGordy memo and limit us to 1,000 square feet of greenhouses, you are going to limit us to a very small amount of starts, teens, or mothers for sustainability. Not even enough sustainable cultivation space to serve your 10,000 square feet that we're at now. Please be careful in what wording you put into phase 3 in limiting our ability to move forward, to grow our businesses, to kind of compete with the rest of the state. We're not just competing with the rest of the people in Mendocino County. We're competing with the whole state. And I urge you guys to think about that and what that means to us and the tools that we need as cultivators to be able to grow our business. And that is being able to use our land, being able to use different practices, being able to come up with better ways to grow our plants. And by limiting us to only certain ways to cultivate, you stifle our creativity and ways that we can come up with to make everything more sustainable, to use less water, to carry a better product going forward for our brands and Mendocino County. Thank you.
Next on the line is going to be Paul Hansberry, Susan Tibbin, followed by Kate Marienchild.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry. I fully support the MCA position. However, the comments that I'm about to make are my own and views on that I wanted to draw specific attention to something that may not have been read, which was a letter sent by Hannah Nelson. It has been demonstrated time and time again that the legalese word salad that is the ordinance and direction to staff consistently lacks the simple preface of, number 1, the goals, number 2, the intent of the statements, making clarifications to the sections more easily to be implemented, and minimize the arguments about the interpretation minimized if the spirit of the language is simply stated in plain English before the legal jargon. A common sense approach to like this, regardless of the board's final decision on this matter, is strongly encouraged. I don't know what you would consider water rights as far as cannabis is concerned due to forbearance for groundwater. I'm certain that any vineyards would much rather lease out 10% of their land with their CEQA paperwork in place and water rights. I'm putting that in quotes. And what the cumulative aspect of it is, they would much rather lease that out at a premium price with all the infrastructure in place than even grow and just sacrifice 10% of their grapes. So that's probably why they're for it. Thank you for all your hard work on this, but please, 1 acre cap is more than enough. And that note, I'll pass it on to my Susan Tibbin.
Good afternoon, Susan Tibbin. The UC Davis Water Justice Program recently released its findings for the consequences of drought for the last 3 years and projections for 21 and 22. The Davis study reports that SGMA, which is the State Water Management Program, is not adequate in either substance or enforcement. Davis reports that the #1 community that suffers the most during drought are the rural communities. That's us, longtime individual responsible farmers who work with and for our neighbors and communities. The Davis study reported that those with the most money can drill the deepest wells and pull as much aquifer water as they can. When there's no more groundwater, and there will be no more because drought is the new normal, the unintended consequence is that small rural communities will be out of luck. You know, existing farmers, say grape growers, say they have water rights. From an environmental aspect, how is the cumulative effect assessed? The science tells us that global warming and drought are a reality for the foreseeable future. Please respect our hundreds and hundreds of comments and our deep farming and water-wise experience. We are not getting into the industry. We are trying to survive the industry. We built the foundations of this newly legalized industry. We do not have out-of-county and out-of-state investors. Those monies do not stay in our communities. We want a cap on expansion. This is not driven by MCA. MCA respected us and issued its position after polling us in the hundreds. A cap on expansion will prevent devastating unintended consequences, disintegration of our rural communities, and take seriously cumulative, irreversible damage. Mendocino led the nation on no GMOs. Let's lead on sustainable community voter-based agricultural practice. Thank you very much.
Next on the line is going to be Kate Marienchild, followed by Mark Green, Elise Planty, and Ruben Lumbreras.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Chair Jurdy, on my speaking tours throughout California, I have seen no oak habitats as beautiful and pristine as those found in our rangelands. As a biological hotspot, they constitute the most rich and diverse ecosystems in the state, and they constitute a nature preserve of unparalleled importance in California and the West. I want to talk with you about newts. These brown and orange salamanders are beloved of just about everyone who encounters them. They enrich our lives. Newts cannot reproduce when creeks and ponds are dry. It can take a newt 4 months to travel to and from her breeding waters each year, and her life is endangered when she encounters any new obstacles on her traditional migration route. She's also endangered by cars likely to squash her when she unwittingly crosses a road. More cannabis permits in rangelands means more hoop houses, less water, more water trucks and other traffic, and more dead newts. Permits granted on a site-by-site basis cannot possibly protect newts and countless other animals from the cumulative damage that will cause inevitable and possibly fatal population declines if this ordinance is passed. Please take this opportunity today to go down in history as the supervisors who envisioned in our county the Oak Woodland National Park. Do not go down as the supervisors who voted for the devastation of our landscapes and communities. If jobs are the issue, provide them through landscape restoration work, not landscape desecration. I and most Mendocino County citizens oppose this ordinance and oppose cannabis expansion without an EIR. Please listen to us.
Next on the line is going to be Mark Green, followed by Elise Planty, Ruben Lumbreras, and Thomas Wagesser.
Good afternoon, Board Supervisors. My name is Mark Green. Thanks for taking the time to hear my comments. We have a licensed cultivator. We are a licensed cultivator here in Mendocino County since 2016. And decades before that, we were actually cultivating in the county as well. We are a Mendocino family. My great-grandfather started our family's first business here in 1918 in downtown Ukiah. That's over 100 years of being in business in our county. Both my parents graduated Willits High School, late 60s. My children are the 5th generation to live and breathe the Mendocino air. My wife, Francesca, started her Pilates business in the very building my great-grandfather rented in 1918 when he first moved here from France. Sadly, my wife has had to close her green room Pilates after 7 years because of COVID-19. Downtown Ukiah, Laytonville, Willits, Boonville, Covelo, Fort Bragg, and Mendocino have all been hit hard in the last year because of COVID-19. Times are tough. It's been rough on everyone. Luckily, there are a few businesses that have stayed alive during COVID. Those agricultural businesses that have remained open have helped keep our economy afloat. Cannabis and wine can help save our economy in this county. We have a chance to make a difference for our children and grandchildren growing up on this beautiful land. My company strives each and every day to produce the gold standard of quality coming out of this county. We grow in soil, in greenhouses, and in outdoor. A mix like greenhouse uses tremendously less power and resources than an indoor grow. And Mr. McGordy, with all due respect, to say indoors are okay and an indoor greenhouse is not, is completely against environmental standards. We use far less watts than an indoor does. We utilize automatic blackout covers to stop any light from leaking at night. These aren't hoop houses. These aren't ugly structures. Our state-of-the-art greenhouses look better than any industrial building being built in this county. Our county needs expansion. We need jobs. We need tourism. We need housing.
Next on the line is Elise Planty, followed by Ruben Lumbreras and Thomas Wojesser.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Elise Planty. I'm from Starflower Farms in District 3. I'm strongly opposed to the 10% acreage expansion, and I believe that it's very important to require an EIR for anything over 22,000 square feet. I cannot see how a 5 to 10 acre or beyond farm can be regenerative. I just want to say that. Even a 2 to 3 acre farm. I think it's very misleading to say that small farms cannot support generations to come. I believe we can lead the way for the state by creating space for small farms. What a cool, unique type of tourism that would be. This is possible. Small farms are where people become truly empowered and not treated like replaceable employees that will never truly get ahead as the corporate model so often creates. I'm hearing Cesar Chavez in the background. There is something really fishy about expansion. For example, the representation of one big corporation at the beginning of this meeting. I believe if we really wanted to, we could absolutely pool products from all the beautiful, unique, diverse small farms in a clean and professional way so that all the weed can make it to the market in large quantities and everyone can feel proud of their decades of hard, heartful, profitable work. It's important to prioritize phase 1 cultivators to finish their county permitting. Do we really have the resources to complete phase 1 while starting an enormous undertaking to oversee this type of expansion? Let's be honest. I personally, my farm received an embossed receipt in 2017, and I've turned in so much paperwork over and over, and I've been through several county workers. Last I heard in August of 2020, there was nothing left for me to do except wait for a call for a sensitive species review. I was told that our application was in good standing. I'm still waiting. Who's going to proceed so that I'm not by default kicked out of the process, not by my own fault? After spending hundreds of hours and tens of thousands of dollars trying to create an abundant legal farm, I'd like my permit to be finished.
Next on the line is Ruben Lumbreras, followed by Thomas Wojesser and Patricia Vargas.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Ruben Lumbreras. I recently moved to the area from Salem, Oregon, about September 2019 with my partner. Even though I am not a local resident and even though I have not lived in the area that long, I see hardworking, dedicated people that needed jobs are working very hard and working happy. And I like to see that expand. Not being from a rural area in Salem, I know how the cannabis industry changed that economy in that particular area. So I like to see expand just to give people like myself and everybody that loves this industry a hardworking chance and to maybe just have enough support from everybody to really just kind of get involved with what everybody is up with doing. We like the work environment that we're in. We like how our bosses support us. We like the money that we make. We're not living poor. We're not living on the farm, but we're making it. We're comfortable. We're happy. We're productive. We do what we can to help everybody in the community, and I like to see that expand. I like to have more people get involved, more people that have jobs, and I think this could be benefit. I understand the concerns, but this area in particular, I think it needs the money. I think it needs more expansion. So I hope that you vote in favor of it. Thank you for the time.
Next on the line is going to be Thomas Wajesser, followed by Patricia Vargas, Jamie Worm, and Judd Duvall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Thomas Wegesser. I'm a third generation Mendocino County resident. I am in phase one, and I just wanted to say a few things about phase one. I just want to give a shout out to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning and Building Department and the Cannabis program. I have had a good experience with them, and I know they're doing the best job that they can do to help phase one applicants get through the process, at least the good actors, the ones that are responding. And I am hopeful that they'll do the right thing in helping everybody make it to the end. And in terms of phase three expansion, I am in favor of expansion for Mendocino County. I feel like Mendocino County is positioned to be one of the leaders in the cannabis industry, and we should own this industry, and we should also capitalize. And I think this will benefit the entire community. The tax revenue alone for the fire department, for the police department, for all the issues that we're having will be beneficial. And so yes, I'm in favor of expansion, and I hope the Board of Supervisors today makes the right decision. Thank you.
Next on the line is Patricia Vargas, followed by Jamie Worm, Judd Duvall, and Rory Bartlome.
Hello, my name is Patricia Vargas. I support the MCA and CCAG memos sent. I also sent in my own document titled Best Management Practices. This is a solution-oriented list that I have created that attempts to create an environmental accountability program that would bring both legacy and aspiring cultivators into alignment. I would love if you guys could please review and read and consider this part of a cannabis program. For all of the people on this line that are in support of expansion and say that they have regenerative practices, I can tell you I've been farming a certain regenerative way for a while, which is also the indigenous way. And it is very hard to really completely, fully do that. I think an accountability program could bring us all into alignment so that we could see anyone who's trying to come into the program and those who are already in the program and align them with Mendocino County values with clear and outlined definitions. I am not opposed expansion, but I am opposed to 10%. I do agree with the recommendations by MCA and CCAG into leaving it and capping it at 1 acre. You know, the reasons for this are because of the water situation that we have at this time. It's just, as McGordy made clear in the last meeting, it's not the year for expansion. EIRs should be happening, and I wonder if that can be paid for by the applicants who wish to expand, if they care about the environment as much as they say they do. It's up to us to really create a positive environment and positive place for all of us where we can all succeed. So let's please do this the right way and allow phase one cultivators to get through with ease. Thank you.
Next on the line is Jamie Worm, followed by Judd Duvall, Rory Bartlome, and Devin Rowe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
All right. Mendocino Board of Supervisors, thank you for taking the time to be so invested in the issue today. Due to the cannabis legacy in Mendocino County, the decisions we make on cannabis policy have extraordinary impacts on many individuals, and the ripples of today's decisions will be felt by really every citizen of Mendocino for years to come. Henry's original support of a phase 1 to 3 bridge, phase 3 in general, and 10% expansion on appropriately zoned properties. We know that the growth of the legal cannabis industry in Mendocino will have a net positive effect from an environmental, economic, and social perspective. When a grape grower diversifies their crop with cannabis, we actually save water by funneling them through the cannabis regulatory process and a more restrictive water policy. When more cannabis is cultivated in the legal market, we significantly increase tax revenue through cultivation tax, property tax, as well as the accretive revenue this county sees as your constituents spend their dollars on their lives and families in Mendocino County. And as we see new cultivation and more cannabis businesses open, we see the weave in our cultural fabric tighten with more opportunity and prosperity across the board. I know you've heard that firsthand today from some of the speakers. I appreciate each of you taking the deep dive to understand the inner workings of our industry, of the cannabis industry, and I genuinely know that each of you want the best for this county. Phase 3 and 10% of expansion will achieve that goal. Thank you.
Next on the line is Judd Duvall, followed by Rory Bartlemay, Devin Rowe, and Heath Blackwell.
Good afternoon. This is Judd Duvall. Thank you for accepting public comment on this important issue. I was born in Mendocino in 1977, began cultivating here in the earlier mid-90s. I'm part of a business that is very local. We are a phase 1 cultivator. We're not a large corporation. It's a family business. We do support the phase 3 and a cap like 10% as drafted. I take issue with MCA's memo. I do not feel that it represents all local cultivators, and I do not necessarily think that all local cultivators were listened to in the creation of that memo. We are a rare business because we have 40,000 feet of canopy in a distribution license. We are striving to diversify and survive in the new market. We employ 20 to 50 employees up and down throughout the year, and are working on an F1 compliant building for processing for both us and other farms. I'll tell you that a 1 acre farm is very challenging to manage. Your overhead costs increase exponentially, but your sales only increase in a straight line. And so I do not recommend capping things at 1 acre. I feel that we'll develop a business model in the county that puts a number of people in a very challenging scale. And a couple of the things to consider. I really like the idea of getting P1 cultivators or phase 1 cultivators into phase 3. I like the idea of protecting neighborhoods from large scale cultivation.
Next on the line is Rory Bartlemay, followed by Devin Rowe, Heath Blackwell, and Travis Mannion.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rory Bartlemay. I'm a grape grower and I'm for phase 3. My son is a 5th generation working on our family farm. My grandfather made wine during the Prohibition. I'd like to compare this issue to an issue that happened in Mendocino County 40 years ago. It was about a development called Vintners Village. That development would have put Mendocino County on the map as far as a wine destination. And 40 years later, I feel Mendocino County is not a wine destination because of that one single vote. Mendocino has the brand name to be the Napa County of the cannabis industry. The regulations, I think, are the main impediment for the smaller grower, not bigger growers. And also, I think the vineyards already have most of the environmental concerns addressed because we already have licenses for the water, and it's already an industrial concern. You're not tearing up any woodlands or anything like that. They're already gone, and it's already developed into vineyards. The main segment of our community that's going to benefit from all this in phase 3 would be the Hispanic community. And we also believe need to be proactive and not complaint driven. And we should follow the model that Humboldt County is using to enforce the rules. And it's completely viable. What they've done is pretty much amazing how they brought everybody into the fold. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next on the line is Devin Rowe, followed by Heath Blackwell, Travis Mannion, and Ya Rainier.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a resident and cannabis cultivator here in Mendocino County. The reason why I'm speaking on this matter today is in support of Phase 3 and 10% expansion. What this legislation would provide for the constituency here are opportunities and options. It would also give Mendocino's cannabis industry a chance to continue on in an ever increasingly difficult market to survive in, especially in the manner that legalization is trending nationwide. In this county, there are only so many job opportunities with good living wages, but with bigger cultivation operations that come along with these two agendas, this can provide people a chance that they normally would not have, a chance to not only survive, but flourish as well. I am politely and respectfully asking the Board of Supervisors here to please consider the positive impact of this legislation will have on the community with a vote of yes on these agendas. Thank you.
Next on the line is Heath Blackwell, followed by Travis Mannion, Ya Rainier, and Carlo Stout.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Heath Blackwell. I was born and raised in Laytonville, and I'm an employee at Henry's Original. This company has provided a great paying job and a career opportunity in legal cultivation. As you all know, there's very little jobs with very little employment in Laytonville. What jobs there are, they pay very little. Henry's has been good for this town. They provide good wages, equity in the company, and a career opportunity to expand in legal cultivation. It is a great opportunity for this town to grow as a community and provide good paying jobs. Without Henry's, I believe our town will end up like Covelo. The cannabis industry is only getting bigger. And we need the 10% to be able to compete with the other counties that are doing so. Henry's has given me and my family a way better life. We need to focus on eliminating the black market and expand on our legal grows. Eliminate the black market, and we as legal growers can provide jobs, equity, and community growth with the 10%. I vote yes on the 10%. Thank you for listening.
Next on the line is Travis Mannion, followed by Ya Rainier, Carlo Stout, and Heath Dolan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Travis Mannion. I'm in support of Phase 3 and 10% expansion. I've been a resident of Mendocino County for 39 years. Being a working citizen of Mendocino County and living in District 3, there are a few and far jobs that can support a family. I was an employee of Harwood Products. It was a great job. Sad to say, in the early 2000s, Harwood's closed. Many people left and found employment in other towns, some other states. Henry's Original is good for Mendocino County because they supply jobs and work when there are so few legal jobs in Laytonville. If you grant this expansion, we can compete with the surrounding counties. Henry's Originals also has health benefits and equity. Also a safe work environment, unlike working up in the hills where you may go up and never come back. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, next on the line is going to be Ya Rainier, followed by Carlo Stout and Heath Dolan.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for your time and attention on this issue. My name's Ya Rainier. I'm a cultivator going through the permitting process. There has been a steep learning curve on how to create and navigate a workable permitting process. Let's learn from phase 1 and be careful about how phase 3 is implemented. I support the CCAG memo and also the MCA memo. I want to address a few of the many reasons that large-scale expansion does not make sense as part of phase 3. This is the increased pressure from pests and pollen drift. In the years that I have been cultivating, I've witnessed a dramatic increase in pest pressure as more and more cannabis is being cultivated. The most difficult pests to control are microscopic mites that target cannabis. Even the most experienced cultivators are challenged to detect them in time to be able to keep them in check. If they are not detected early, they can destroy an entire garden and then move on to neighboring farms. Pest management is a very real and necessary component to successful cannabis cultivation. Let's take care of the cannabis grown here by ensuring that cultivation is done on a reasonable scale that allows for adequate oversight. Pollen drift also requires vigilance. Even with careful selection of female plants, all cultivators know that a male flower can appear at any time on any female plant. It takes time and careful monitoring by experienced eyes to catch the male flowers before they open and spread pollen. Once pollinated, the flowers lose almost all value. Any neighboring farms within 10 miles could lose all value to their finished flowers from pollen drift. How would this be managed? Would the farm that pollinated its neighbors' farms be liable for the value of their crops that year? Once again, it is clear that cultivation must be done on a scale that allows for adequate oversight. A 1-acre cap is more than enough. I believe a focus on quality over quantity will bring the most prosperity across our county. Thank you so much for listening to the concerns that we are bringing forth as cultivators. I believe that if we all work together, we can create a cannabis program that works for all of us. Thank you.
Next on the line is Carlos Stout, followed by Heath Dolan, Dylan Rogers, and David Drell. You're unmuted. Please begin.
My name is Carlos Stout. Let's listen to the song for MCA. I love you, CAG.
So our time is limited here, so we're gonna keep playing a few more. So I love the community I live in there in Mendocino, California. I love the community here. This is just a general song I originally wrote about Mendocino. But when I came out here, people were like, hey, you've never been here before. How did you know how our community was? There's a place that I know where the trees are still low and the water still flows gently down the streams, where the air is still clean and the people still dream and the wildflowers still grow back every spring, where the birds sing their songs and the people get along. Neighbors still come visit every day, where the food is still grown from the seeds that we sow. We still gather round to sing. Far from the city lights, the moon glows in the night. The God and the goddess are still one. Made like electricity, we regain simplicity. There's more to life than profit in my community.
Next on the line is Heath Dolan, Dylan Rogers, and David Drell.
I'm sorry, am I on now?
Yes, you are. Please begin.
Thank you. Good day, supervisors and staff. My name is Heath Dolan. I am a legacy grape grower and farmer in Mendocino County. Our family owns and manages around 400 acres. I am calling today in support of Phase 3 ordinance in the expansion to 10%. I am in favor of a fair playing field for all those that would like to grow cannabis in Mendocino County. I'm in favor of a process that would require all landowners to show that their land can support the cannabis crop that they want to grow. If we create a permit process that works, it will push out the bad actors and support those that wish to be stewards of the land. Mendocino has a rich history of farms growing multiple crops to diversify to weather the bad years. Cannabis will be the latest in a long line of crops that will play a part in that diversification. I am in favor of Supervisor McGordy's comments regarding the thinning out of Phase 1 applications that are not legitimate and focusing on the growers that have worked within the system to become legal. These cannabis growers have been standing in line for years and should be given an early enrollment for Phase 3, and then application process should be open to all those that wish to apply. The county has an opportunity to create a positive future for cannabis cultivation today. I am hopeful that that future creates a path of legitimizing cannabis as an agricultural product. I am also hopeful that we will start regulating out the bad actors that would continue to exploit the land and waterways of this county. I believe this can all be achieved with smart lawmaking passed here today. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Next on the line is Dylan Rogers, followed by David Drell.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
My name is Dylan Rogers, and I support Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. I haven't been out here this long, so I'm just going to share kind of my personal experience. I came to Mendocino from Seattle. I showed up in Laytonville with 2 bags, a guitar, and hardly any money, and probably the ugliest 95 Explorer you've ever seen. I was put to work immediately, but every day that went by, I was kind of realizing that, unlike my job in Seattle, I like the people I worked with, and I respect the people I worked for, and I really fell in love with Mendocino County. And when I returned home for a visit, my family was pretty surprised. My little sister told me I looked good. My little brother told me I looked fit. My mom told me I looked sunburned, but later on she told me that me moving to Mendocino is probably the best decision I've made in a long time, and told me she couldn't be happier or proud to see me return home with a work ethic and a sense of responsibility. And put it plainly, the legal cannabis industry pretty much changed my life. And I think Phase 3 and the 10% expansion would just make Mendocino even that greater and help community-wise and the county as a whole. And I feel like it would help be good recuperation, especially after the pandemic and COVID-13. So I support Phase 3 and the 10% expansion. All right. Thank you.
Next on the line is David Drell, followed by Jean Campos.
This is Ellen Drell. May I read David's statement? He can't be here.
It's at the discretion of the chair, Chair Jurdy.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's been touted that the proposed Phase 3 use ordinance is more protective of the environment than the existing ordinance. Actually, the existing ordinance has the same environmental protections. What counts is the will and the ability of staff to actually enforce these protections. Many of us are on the receiving end of the county's failure not only to enforce the current ordinance, but now on the receiving end of the impacts of just the possibility of expansion. We're experiencing more grading, more unpermitted hoop houses, more unpermitted new well drilling, more damage to ag soils with unpermitted gravel and plastic. That's why we need a pause before opening to expansion. I'm encouraged by the board's discussion this morning that you understand the public's demand for a pause and are hearing the outcry against expansion now. I urge you to oppose expansion for now and to take the time to get the county's house in order, to earn the public's trust that the county can run a well-regulated program, and then incorporate many of the forward-thinking suggestions that have been offered today, including many of those from Supervisor McGorty. Thank you for opposing this ordinance for now, and let's get the county's house in order. Thank you.
Next on the line is Jean Campos, followed by Shaylee Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Campos, and I support Phase 3 and the 10% enhancement because it allows more spending in the community and more opportunities for people and local businesses. When communities can grow, everyone prospers. I'm not originally from the Mendocino County. I came in search of work during COVID-19. I now work in the legal cannabis market. Being able to work again has enabled me to spend about $125 per week on groceries at the town's market. To allow prosper in the community can provide more growth like restaurants, hotels, cafe shops, and bars, which will be more of an attraction to visitors and bring more revenue to the county. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Shaylee Johnson. You'll need to press *6 in order to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay. All right. Thank you for having us. I do support Phase 3. I moved here as a trim immigrant myself 15 years ago. I've kind of grown with the business and the industry. It's been really fun growing with it, and I want to keep expanding as much as possible with all of the new phases coming through. We have a great group of employees. Everybody relies on cannabis to support their families. We have a positive, healthy, safe, compliant, legal environment that we work in. And also we have health benefits. So that's huge for a lot of us in this community. Our community has kind of shrunk since the bypass, and it's good to see things grow and expand and get jobs for everyone. Thank you for having us.
So we do have a few more callers on the line who aren't registered, who are registered, who aren't on the line at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed with voicemails, if that's okay with you, Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, let's proceed with the voicemails.
My name is Ann Garcia, and this is for the April 19th Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. And I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to please not allow the expansion of cannabis operations in Mendocino County and vote no on the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jane Kesey from Potter Valley, and I just saw a message about letting you know what we think about not growing. It says no to big grow. And we appreciate that very much because so many people in Potter Valley are growing marijuana and using tons of water, more than the rest of us, and we are losing it. So that would be very helpful for us to stop it. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Ivo Lopez, and I'm speaking on the item number. Looking for the number here. The no to big grows. The expansion on in Mendocino County for the 10% rules. You guys kidding? This is You guys haven't been able to enforce anything. There's illegal grows on every other block in Covelo and all over Mendocino County, from what I'm hearing. And yet you expect us to let you do this? No, no one wants it. No one cares for it. We don't need it. The state doesn't need it. Henry's doesn't need it. Flocana doesn't need it. They're just a bunch of schlubs that don't care about this community or anything else. So why would you're giving it to them on purpose? This makes no sense. This makes no sense whatsoever. The biggest question of everything, what water? Whose water? Where's this water going to come from? Do you guys have water in your back pocket? This makes no sense. You guys say you're a part of the community. You want the best for the community. Give me a break. Obviously, 4 out of 5 of you could give a blank, blank, blank about the community. Let's not, maybe 2 out of 5 of you. I'll give you that much. You guys decide who those are. This is a big fat no, 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 no. No to big ag, more poison, not enough water. No. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Rydell. I live in Willits. This is regarding the April 19th Cannabis Land Ordinance, which, as far as I know, has no number at this moment. So I, first of all, am extremely insulted that we have already voted no to expanding cannabis into our rangelands in 2016 when we voted down Measure AF. The fact that you want to change that again seems against the population's already expressed will. But on top of that, considering the amount of water, the environmental needs, the fact that we actually need to have rangelands and things like this, which will to protect our own county, and also the fact that you're basically just trying to bring in outside money, which is for the most part what that would be to make more money here. We need to protect our the people we already have here, the people who are our small growers, our family farms, and our local economy. This is exactly what we need to protect and not bring in large commercial grows. I believe we have stated this once before when we voted down Measure AF in 2016. I would appreciate your actually listening to your constituency and following what our requests are. Thank you very much for listening to this, and please listen to your constituency. Last week, there was a huge group of us saying that, all the letters and everything that came in. How many times do we have to say no? Do not open to range and large grows. Thank you. Be well. Bye.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Ferry Taylor. I'm calling to urge you to not adopt the proposed cannabis land use ordinance. I'm concerned about what this would do to our environment and the shortage of water, especially during the fire fuel that we have laying all over right now from the January snowstorms. Seems like it would be a fire hazard if we ran out of water. So that's all. Thanks. Please vote no.
This is Michael Foley speaking to item 3B on the agenda for April 19th. I'm co-owner of Green Uprising Farm in Willits, and I'm urging the supervisors to vote no on the expansion of cannabis production and on the land use ordinance as written for 3 reasons. One, agriculture is for food production, first of all, in a world in which ag land is rapidly decreasing and population growing. Here in Little Lake Valley, there are more than a dozen large cannabis grows, some of them over permitted size, plainly visible, that are already impacting local agriculture. A friend, her family have seen the loss of 6 pasture leases to cannabis growers who leave land fallow and going to weeds and to blackberries. Second, water. At a time of drought, it's appalling to see the board and the staff scrambling to get this passed to avoid a CEQA review. We need to look at the overall impacts of expanded cannabis production on water use. Third, that you propose to enroll new growers when for the last 3.5 years you have been unable to serve most of the existing growers in this county is appalling. That responsibility lies with the board. The board has shirked its responsibility by not supervising staff closely and getting the job done. It's time for the board to get to work. If the county executive does not supervise staff and get the job done, then the board has to do it case by case if necessary. And it seems to be necessary. If adjustments need to be made, make them, but get it done. And then you might come back to us, we the people, with a proposal to expand cannabis production, but not before you have taken into account food production, the water problem, and of course, all of those growers who have been lingering in the county-created limbo. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Ray. I'm calling regarding the April 19th Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I oppose this ordinance of additional commercial cannabis activity that is currently under consideration. I'm dumbfounded that it is seriously being considered for adoption. I own 150 acres of combined ranch land, ag land, and oak woodlands on the west side of the Ukiah Valley. Currently, there are commercial cannabis grows on the east and west side of my property. I'm very concerned about my safety, the viability of my well, and the continued environmental destruction that I've observed. I'm particularly concerned about the provisions of this proposed ordinance that would open our rangelands to development and allow 10% of a 10-acre parcel or more in ag, upland residential, and rangeland zones to be converted to cannabis. That is not the ideal use of these lands, and this is not the vision that will allow us as a community to have a sustainable future. This ordinance would allow cannabis cultivation without an environmental review. The water is a very deep concern as we're already over-allocated and we are currently in a drought. The ordinance would encourage massive expansion throughout the county, and how would we prevent any large-scale commercial growers or the state from buying large parcels and destroying what we most value about living here? If you want to know what that would look like, look in Covelo and Round Valley area. It's a disaster. The ordinance would also undermine the goals of the Biden administration that are calling for 30% of our lands to be preserved to stave off the total collapse of wildlife during climate change. This ordinance is short-sighted and irresponsible. It will likely further environmental abuse and invite unprecedented negative impacts. I implore you to please deny this proposal from moving forward. Again, my name is Lisa Ray. I'm the owner of the Benson Ranch on the west side of the Ukiah Valley. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Robin Goldner, and I'm calling about the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, which I believe is item 3B. First, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for addressing enforcement issues around existing cannabis regulations. I also want to thank my representative, John Haschak, for coming out against this current horrible cannabis ordinance before you. To the other 4 supervisors, I urge you to reject the new land use ordinance. Why wouldn't you want to protect small growers, family farms, and the local economy? Why would you want to invite large corporate grows that essentially colonize our county, taking vast amounts of water, which is so scarce, as you well know. How could you think of expanding pot grows when 200 ag land water connections will be shut off in Redwood Valley and Calpella area shortly? This is madness, in my opinion. It is also outrageous that you are thinking of flying in the face of democracy as the voters of Mendocino County defeated Measure AF by a 2-to-1 margin in 2016. Does the will of the people mean nothing to you? There are other great ways to produce county revenue, like cannatourism, which creates local jobs in a variety of sectors. Please vote no to corporate grows. Vote no to this land use ordinance. Thank you.
My name is Virginia DeVries, and I am commenting on the proposed cannabis land use ordinance, agenda item 3B. I am very concerned that this expansion is going to go ahead without an environmental impact report. We have 13 acres on Blackhawk Drive, so I am in the middle of marijuana growing. I am not a grower myself, but I am extremely concerned that this passage would open up 738,000 acres of rangeland, and what's that going to do to our air and water quality? Also, 10,000 miles of 6 to 8 foot fences would trap our wildlife. What does this county have? It has beauty, it has clean air and water. It is an animal sanctuary, practically. Are we going to just sell out to the almighty dollar? And what about the fact that you're not listening to the people? You know, the majority of your comments are against this ordinance, so you are supposed to listen to the people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher O. Jones, and I'm calling about agenda item 3B. I understand that this item is about the new cannabis proposed ordinances, and I want to let you know that I object to them for the following reasons. There's been no environmental impact report on this project and this program, and considering how much acreage is involved in it, it's not acceptable to do that to pass this without an impact report. Secondly, it opens up a huge amount of acreage, 738,000 acres of rangeland, and again, that's to open that up without any kind of consideration of how it's going to affect the air quality and the water and the public use, and it's just let alone wildlife. 10,000 miles of 6 to 8 foot fence. That's a lot of fencing, and there's who's going to maintain it, and how are you going to know what the animals are being affected by? Impact report needed. And the last thing is I've heard that the board is not really seemed responsive to the public, to what the people are saying. And I think that's a real problem nowadays for politicians. You don't listen to the people, you're not going to stay in these offices. Listen to what people are saying. All right, bye-bye.
My name is Sherry Ebyam. I would like to speak regarding agenda item 3B, the proposed new cannabis cultivation ordinance. My message: there is so much at stake here, it is not possible to overestimate the potential impact and cost to our county, to our environment. The proposed ordinance opens the door for massive expansion of cannabis cultivation, creates powerful incentives for large-scale commercial and residential development throughout the county's remote, rural, environmentally sensitive landscape. In addition to opening the 738,000-acre rangeland zone to new cannabis operations, it lifts the 10,000 square foot cap on cultivation size, site size, removes limits on the number of permits per parcel, and it would allow up to 10% of 10-acre or larger parcels in agricultural, upland residential, and rangeland zones to be converted to cannabis cultivation. It would strip away prohibition on cutting trees and create accompanying erosion. How it would impact our available water, or better still, lack of available water. To sustain this increase in cultivation, how could we possibly sustain such massive cultivation? At the very least, considering the magnitude of the expansion plan, the county should do a full environmental impact review. So my question to the Board of Supervisors is, I ask you, who are you representing? The Farm Bureau does not support it. Small cannabis growers do not. Our sheriff does not. The environmental community does not. It was not the vision supported by the majority of citizens who, as evidenced by the fact that Measure AF, which proposed cannabis in almost every zoning district, went down to defeat in 2016. It ignores the recommendations of the Mendocino Action Climate Committee. It ignores the goals of our federal government, calling for 30% of our lands to be set aside to stem the collapse of our wildlife population from climate change. So again, I ask you, who are you representing? The far-reaching effects of this ordinance are mind-boggling. Please reject the proposed ordinance, enforce the existing ordinance, and work on improving the existing ordinance. Please vote for the people that you were elected to represent. Thank you so much.
This is Marilyn McGoffin speaking regarding Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance for April 19th. Supervisors, I do not support the passage of the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. We have no significant code or legal enforcement in place that can address the current pandemic of illegal, non-compliant cannabis grows that exist in our county. Without enforcement, we can only expect more of the same, even if we can create a pathway via a new ordinance that will allow cultivators to be compliant with California state requirements. Supervisor Williams suggests that we can just push aside the illegal, non-compliant grows and deal with them later, but move ahead with setting the framework for advancing and expanding legal, compliant grows via the new ordinance. This is magical thinking. We are in our current situation of having thousands of illegal, non-compliant cannabis grows in Mendocino County because we opened Pandora's box. By allowing permission to grow cannabis with only a promise of intending to be legal, we now have a plethora of cannabis grows that are eating up and destroying water and land resources, and criminal activity that is destroying local communities. Where there once were honest farmers who cared about their land and the community are now people who are only interested in making a buck and getting what they can from this industry before moving on. Sadly, the honest farmers, still trying to move forward with their commitment to being legal, are mixed in with the illegal, non-compliant growers. The county set this in motion with the current permitting process that did not have adequate code and legal enforcement resources in place. While this was an unintended consequence, the old adage, when you know better, you do better, applies now. Attempts to separate out the problems associated with the illegal grows from the legal grows may look good on paper, but will not work in our real world. Evidence of this failed thinking is obvious in my community of Covelo. Down my road, I have watched an expanding grow from last year to this year. It has gone from 10 hoop houses to more than I can count. The grow, located on Mill Creek where we once used to walk and now we don't dare for fear of guns and pit bulls, is driving away the neighbors. Questions to the county about the legality of this grow reveal that it may be illegal or legal, but because the owners have the laminated permission card, they may proceed until the county could get around to processing them. Before considering expansion into rangeland and increasing the allowable amount of land used to grow cannabis to 10%, there must be the means to enforce regulations. The public will not support growth of this important industry until the county shows good faith and restores public trust by cleaning up the current mess that we are all now dealing with. Enforcement must be in place and conducted before any expansion. Thank you for your time.
Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, comments by Dennis Slota. Dear Supervisors, thank you very much for moving toward a proactive cannabis enforcement program. To use a fire analogy, this county thought it was creating a controlled burn when it jumped before the state to create a legal cannabis market. As we all know, we now have an out-of-control fire dominated by illegal black market grows. According to the sheriff and code enforcement, we have no means to control this raging fire at this time. Staffing up to an effective level will take at least 2 to 3 years, even with 100% funding. So we have a skeleton crew that is only able to sometimes put out new fires created by the embers from this raging fire. To add the gasoline of cannabis expansion to our existing out-of-control fire at this time is unconscionable. Once we have the current cannabis situation under control, then yes, let's analyze the situation and identify appropriate places and conditions where expansion could occur. Leaping forward unprepared, as the county did last time with Phase 1 and 2, will create a blighted landscape with more hoop houses, lights, and generators than we have now. We don't even have policies in place to protect irreplaceable prime agricultural soils from hoop house abuse. Let's create a system whereby cannabis agriculture means plants in native soil rather than our current imported soil, imported water, and imported plastic hoop house system. The issue of fencing needs review. Although intended to reduce visual blight, it has resulted in areas of 100% fencing on both sides of a road from the ground to 6 or 8 feet high for nearly a mile. This has tremendous impact in restricting animal movement from amphibians to ungulates. Absolutely no consideration was given to the consequences of requiring fencing, nor of appropriate fencing design. This highlights the critical need for a complete EIR before we create more blight and destruction in the environment. The timing is advantageous since by the time we conduct an EIR and revise our code, we will just be getting the appropriate staffing in place to enforce the code. Please suspend any cannabis expansion until we are in control of our destiny and have a clear understanding of the environmental consequences of our decisions. Keep in mind the Humboldt County Cannabis Enforcement Program generates revenue. Moreover, several actual wildfires have already been caused by cannabis activity in this county, with more to come. It seems entirely appropriate to use some of the PG&E fire mitigation money to fund enforcement actions targeted at eliminating illegal, hazardous cannabis operations. Thank you all for your hard work. Sincerely, Dennis Slota.
Hello, this is Maricela de Santa Ana for the Peregrine Audubon Society, and I am calling to speak about Agenda Item 3B, the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. And these are our comments. I'm trying to summarize them for you. We understand that you're considering adopting a new cannabis cultivation ordinance, and we are strongly opposed to opening up the Mendocino County rangeland zone to cannabis production, especially without an EIR. As a local chapter of the National Audubon Society, our mission is to promote the conservation of birds, wildlife, and their natural habitats. We feel that this proposal would have a very negative impact on the ecosystems and wildlife of our county. Impacts include, but are not limited to, loss of habitat for resident and migrating birds, loss of fish habitat, and the destruction of watersheds and reduction of native plant species. The oak woodlands of Mendocino County are a critical habitat for hundreds of wildlife species. This ordinance would result in fragmentation of our rangeland that includes thousands of acres of oak woodland. Coupled with increased demands on an already limited water supply, the cumulative impacts of opening rangeland to cultivation will have a catastrophic impact on wildlife. We encourage the BOS to follow the precautionary principle and take the time to develop a responsible long-term strategy for cannabis regulation that protects our county's unique resources and complies with the overarching policies of the Mendocino County General Plan regarding our biological resources. Please note that the Mendocino County General Plan specifically recognizes the importance of oak woodlands and intact habitats. We also encourage you to allocate the necessary funding to support the planning and enforcement personnel required. Thank you for your work to create, adopt, and enforce responsible cannabis cultivation regulations. Peregrine Audubon Society, Maricela de Santa Ana.
Hello, my name is Larry Desmond, and I'm speaking on item 3B. Thanks for hearing me. My name, as I said, is Larry Desmond, and I've been involved with water resources and well locations throughout the county since 1985. I work in this county, of course, and the surrounding counties locating well sites. And my comment is on the water, obviously, the water use. Groundwater in this county has primarily been for domestic and agricultural purposes, with cannabis cultivation being a smaller part of that. This is, going back a decade or two. However, in the last 4 to 6 years, the percentage of my customers that have contacted me because of cannabis growth has at least tripled, probably quadrupled, to the point where most of my contacts and most of my work is related to cannabis. What has stood out to me, and I just want to make it clear, and particularly in the last year, the incredible increase in the court request. And if I had the time, I could locate at least 10 wells a week for people. I usually do about 4, but there's that much of demand, and I just can't keep up, and the drillers certainly can't keep up. Now, the drought has been a major factor. We all are aware of that, and unfortunately, it's the drought compounded by other droughts. However, I would additionally state that 90% of these new wells are due to the increase of cannabis grows that are already not either in compliance or working towards that. My concern with the ordinance are as follows. My concerns with the new ordinance are the long-term water sustainability issue. Can we continue doing this? The question. And then second, California current drought status and how that's going, and water availability, again, for future development and sustainability is a big issue for me. And California is just beginning to monitor its groundwater. We're kind of joining the rest of the union finally in doing so, but we're just getting that process started. And again, we're in the middle of a drought. The original ordinance as written, I feel, would be adequate if the permit process was followed and the regulations were enforced. I kind of want to go through this whole thing slower. I think we're really pushing it. I understand you're getting a lot of pressure. I get that. But I'm concerned about sustainability. I think, here's my last 2 comments, I think it would be a foolish idea to both expand cultivation and relax regulations at the same time. And then last, what is our vision for the future of Mendocino County? I mean, is it going to just be, well, a different type of farming with plastic greenhouses, or are we doing something in addition to that? It's just going so far in that direction. I think we just have to slow down. So my hope is you would vote no on this. And again, my name is Larry Desmond, and thank you for hearing me. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Hello, this is Madge Strong. I'm a resident of Willits. I am addressing the board on the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, which I believe is item 3B on your special meeting of Monday the 19th. I know that you're hearing from hundreds of your constituents with reasons to vote no on this ordinance. The cumulative impact on water supplies, potential fire danger, pollution, and traffic are all excellent reasons to vote no. As a longtime professional land use planner, I'd also point out that such a dramatic change in allowed uses in your various zoning areas should require an overall environmental analysis. Decisions of such importance should not rely solely on case-by-case permit reviews. But finally, as an elected official myself, I understand that there are sometimes considerations that might outweigh the overwhelming and well-founded concerns raised by your constituents. What might those factors be? Are you clear and certain about them? So far, I have heard nothing that would justify your overriding the will of the public. It looks suspiciously like outside money and short-term revenues versus what kind of county we, the residents, want to live in. Please stand up for us and do not approve this ordinance. Thank you. Again, this is Madge Strong.
Hi, my name's Pamela Brown, and I'm calling about the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I've lived in this county in Willits for 21 years now, and the only thing that makes sense to me is to support our local economy by supporting the small growers who are already here. These people are already an essential part of our community and our economy. Inviting in a larger corporate growers will only hurt our local economy, and they will inevitably do greater damage to our environment here. In another drought year like this, we can't take this risk. We need to support the people who are already part of our economy, part of our community, and as I understand it, local cannabis growers already contribute 70 to 80% of our local economy. Let's take good care of our friends and neighbors. Thank you. Once again, my name is Pamela Brown, calling about the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. Let's keep our local growers strong. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Charlie Palmer. I live at 4809 Bear Canyon Road up in the Pine Mountain area. And I'm calling in about the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance, also known as 2218. And I vehemently vote no and urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no. I am one of the people whose water has essentially dried up. I mean, we are in a phenomenal drought, perhaps a mega drought. And the idea of allowing these growers to suck any more water than they already do. In fact, I urge you guys to start cutting down on these large grows. This is ridiculous. And you're not being responsive to the community, to the people within the community, and to the valley, to the county itself. So once again, I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on expanding cannabis use in Mendocino County. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Charles C. Jones. I am commenting on Chapter 22.18 Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. I vote no on it. I repeat, I vote no. Thank you.
My name is Carol Jones. I'm calling regarding Chapter 22.18 on Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. I vote no. I repeat, I vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my full name is Stephen John Miller. The item number is 22.18, and I vote no.
My name is Bard Zenson. Regarding April 19th, Agenda Item 3A 0506, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I have been a resident living for 50 years along the Russian River in Mendocino County. I oppose the adoption on April 19th of the new chapters and amendments being proposed to the Mendocino County Code regulating cannabis cultivation without a new previous countywide EIR related to the issues involved. Severe water shortages, wildfires, and wildlife destruction already exist and would be worsened should this adoption pass. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Swingle. I live in Willits, 3520 Williams Ranch Road. I am calling about the cannabis ordinance, specifically Chapter 22.18, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. I am against this. I am against expanding this outdoor permit sizes and the other changes. At this time, with the water crisis we're having, it's insane to do this. And I know personally, we are having a water crisis right now. Our spring is drying up. I believe part of that is due to the wells around here that other pot growers have put in. and keep on adding. I can't be more emphatic. I am so upset by this. This cannot happen. This will just destroy our county. Again, that's David Swingle. I'm against the expansion of the cannabis ordinance.
Hello, my name is Lee Bryant. I live in Willits, California, and I'm calling regarding Chapter 22.18, the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. I think we need no on that. It's not doing any good to our county. All I see is more and more disruption to normal citizens' lives with all the pot growing that's going on around here now. So I vote no. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Barry Larson, and I'm talking about Ordinance 22.18, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance, and I vote no.
My name is Charles Aubrey Lacey. I'm calling about Chapter 22.18, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. I'm expressing my strong opposition to this ordinance. The current water crisis will only be exacerbated by expanding commercial cannabis in our county. It will be devastating to people like me who make their homes here and depend on water resources on our land for our own use. Do not pass this ordinance. It will be a disaster. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Barbara Christwitz, and that last name is Christwitz. This is for item number 3B, and I object on the basis of the environmental impact report to opening up 738,000 acres of rangeland. I object to the 10,000 miles of fencing that would no longer make it wildland, wilderness. So I think that would be detrimental to air and quality, and also the bear, the mountain lions, the deer, the bobcats, and small creatures would be harmed by this fencing, and the views would be harmed. So I object to agenda item 3B based on the environmental impact report. Thank you very much. Bye.
My name is Julie Cook. I'm calling regarding Chapter 22.18, the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance. My response is to not let this pass. It's irresponsible in this county with the issues that we have with land usage, with water usage, and how the whole issue of cannabis has been poorly managed. So my response is to say no to Ordinance 22.18. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ruth Walsh, and I live in Mendocino and have lived here since 2010. I'm a volunteer and docent at Point Cabrillo, and as such, I'm very aware of the beauty of our environment and very desirous of helping to maintain it. I have a comment in regard to agenda item 3B, and my comment is as follows. We are still working our way out of the many problems brought by big tobacco. Why would we want to start another round with big cannabis? The voters said no once. Why aren't you listening? Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Hello, my name is Raina Matthews. I'm calling regarding item number 3B, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I am calling to urge you today not to adopt the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance as it is written. I am a second-generation cannabis farmer in Potter Valley, and the environmental and personal impacts of this ordinance are very great and very personal. I have the smallest possible grow available, a cottage, 2,500 square feet. I am here just trying to take care of the land of which I am a steward and to sustain me and my small family. And I know that the adoption of this ordinance and bringing in big business means that within a year or two, it will be completely unviable for me to continue being a cannabis farmer. I've been over the last 3 years diligently doing all of the paperwork, paying all of my fees to be on the right side of the law as a grower here. And there's no way for cottage grows like myself, who have been the backbone, who have made cannabis what it is, not only in our county, but in our entire state. And so I'm urging you to say no to big grow and to show that you are with the people, the small farmers of Mendocino, and with the land here. It's vital that before any new ordinance takes place, that there is an environmental impact review that is county-wide. This must happen. We must move forward, always considering what is the impact to the land and to the farmers who have made cannabis and made Mendocino what it is today. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Melissa Hawley Norris, and I would like to make a comment on Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B. And I will state right off the bat that no is the only way to go. Water use is a big issue. Trucking water or sucking it out of creeks or rivers is not okay. Flattening hillsides and cutting down trees is not okay. Nor is plastic garbage, light pollution from year-round greenhouses, or poisons to get rid of rats or pump up their cannabis crops. It seems like the expansion mode is a race to the bottom that will benefit the already rich and powerful only. The ones who pioneered what is now called the cannabis industry will be left in the dust. I moved to Mendocino County in the 70s. Everything has changed so much since then. It all seems to boil down to the almighty dollar, down to greed. They say everybody needs money to live. That's true, but according to what expectations? I even heard some cannabis marketing woman for the growers claim the cannabis farm of 1 acre could not make a decent profit. That is absurd. If true, then it implicates the way that the county, the state, and people like her have their hands out to collect on every possible fee they can charge, including hers, to grow what has been called weed for years. I see cannabis as an ally plant, there to help with the health of body, mind, and spirit. In my opinion, grown respectfully and with that intention, it can benefit everybody, animals included. It is a gift rather than a mere commodity like corn or wheat. It saddens me to see it treated that way. The real issue in these times is environmental degradation and greed. The best era for growing cannabis in this county, in my opinion, was when Tony Craver gave the green light for growing 25 plants for medicine. Allowing Phase 3 to occur with this expansion is the exact wrong move. Remember, supply and demand. People who want to grow cannabis as a field commodity crop by the acre should go where land is cheap and permits are cheap. And there's no legacy history of growing cannabis in, say, Oklahoma and Utah, for instance. Go for it over there. Here in Mendocino, cannabis holds another place in the hearts of the very people who inadvertently started this ill-fated green rush. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Supervisor Haschak for looking out for the best interests of the people who he represents in District 3. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Kathleen Fitzgerald Azernoff, and I am calling about the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I don't know the number of the item, I'm sorry. I have been a resident of Mendocino County for more than 40 years, raised my family here, and have paid property taxes to this county for over 40 years. I have lived in my present home on 160 plus acres of rangeland in Redwood Valley for over 32 years. I am a retired school teacher. I would like my grandchildren to have clean and adequate water, land for growing food, and the wildlife that presently enriches our lives here in this county. I am writing about and talking about my opposition to the proposed Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. Opening Mendocino County to large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation will destroy our environment, and the damage would be irreparable. The water issues alone are major. It is absolutely necessary to have an environmental impact report before any cannabis expansion can be considered. It is totally irresponsible for the board to consider passing something that would drastically and negatively affect the environment, particularly with the larger issues of climate change, drought conditions, essential tree life for oxygen, wild animal population decline, etc. In the last 6 months, I can see huge increases in hoop greenhouses all over Redwood Valley. The natural environment of our county is so precious. We should be doing everything possible to protect it for now and the future generations. In 2016, the people of Mendocino County voted against opening all zoning areas to expanded cannabis cultivation. Now, I would expect that elected board members would listen to the numerous and valid concerns regarding this ordinance and vote to not adopt it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Temple. I live here in Willits. I'm addressing 22.18, the ordinance for land use development, and I am against this ordinance because I feel it'll put a tremendous burden on the already overused water in Mendocino County and force the, make water less available. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Gomez. I live on Bear Canyon Road in Willits, and I'm calling about ordinance 22.18. I'm against any expansion. All my dirt roads around me can't take any more. I have friends that have run out of water, longtime ranchers. So I'm definitely against any expansion. Okay, there's plenty of room out in the valley, as far as you can see out in the Central Valley. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Pamela Temple calling in regards to item 22.18, the commercial land use activity in regards to cannabis. And I would like to urge you to vote no on this ordinance. In a year of drought, to have that many more resources used I think it's just a disaster, and I am hoping that you won't do this to your constituents. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Diane Ford. I live up in Willits, and I'm referencing the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I'm not against cannabis. I don't grow cannabis. I'm not against weed. I'm against greed. And I don't understand how the county supervisors want to be able to increase their land to grow when they haven't even dealt with the permit process. Nobody has a permit. I have 18 hoop houses that went up this year on a piece of land behind me. I have a piece of land next door to me that just sold for a lot of money, and that's what they intend to do. I can't put in a septic tank without a complete permit. I can't build a house without a complete permit. I think that you guys have really dropped the ball, and instead of increasing their land to grow, the county needs to, you're not going to make any more money. You need to take care of what you have and not let these people that come in from out of town and put in these big grows. Please, please do not let them grow on any more than what is legal. And most of these, they're growing on more than a half acre as it is. Take care of what you have, what's not being taken care of before you make it easier for them to grow on more land. Thank you.
Hi, this is Berta Jean Johnson in Covelo, and I'm speaking about the Agenda 3B, which is the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, giving my opinion of this business of people coming in and growing huge crops. I think it's going to be suicide for this county if that happens, because we're already low on our aquifers, and wells are running dry right here in Little Covelo, and I just really am opposed to that, and I hope that the board will consider very carefully what it's going to do to the citizens of this county. It's going to be disastrous, and elderly people like I am cannot get out of this valley. And what are we going to do for water? So it's pretty scary. It's a frightening thing. We have enough to be afraid of in the world right now without having to deal with this. So let's make sure we use good sense and not look at dollars and cents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dory Susan Kramer. I'm calling regarding item Cannabis Land Use. I'm calling to say that there are many problems with the expansion of cannabis land. One of the problems is that there's no EIR in the works, and yet there's many environmental impacts that need to be evaluated. Many people living near grows are experiencing water drawdown as the water use has been greatly increased, and a lot of water diversions are being put in place, that people are suffering the extremely unfair consequence of having their springs going dry, going very low. So there's a lot of environmental concerns that we need to take into consideration before we do any kind of expansion. Another huge problem is that we're already trying to do this with a complaint-based system, and that is so irresponsible. The county abandonment of its duty and obligation to do the true job of ensuring public safety and the public interest. That is the true work of government, to do its best for the most number of people, and the complaint-based system simply is a thin veneer of maintaining law and order. Meanwhile, nothing is being done because people are hesitant, if not intimidated, to make complaints. So it's a sham and a farce to have a complaint-based enforcement system. So these are two of the many problems associated with the cannabis expansion. I urge the board to not get involved in any cannabis land use expansion right now until we can get this right. I'm certainly in favor of marijuana being legal, but who would have imagined that it would have brought upon us this new myriad of terrible problems that could be avoided if the county would consider the job seriously and get control of the situation. Thank you very much.
This is Margot Frank. I live in Ukiah. I'm calling regarding agenda item 3B, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. We moved into Ukiah from the Deerwood neighborhood about 6 months ago, and when we lived there in Supervisor McGordy's district, we were in an opt-out zone, and I'm very concerned that opt-out zones need to be continued, and that the new ordinance would not prohibit that. My concerns generally are that I'm really concerned because cannabis requires huge amounts of water, especially during the driest time of the year, and we're in a horrible drought this year. We know that with climate change, drought conditions are going to continue and be more common, and we have limited water to draw from. So supporting and encouraging large cannabis grows that are going to drain the aquifer, that are going to pull water from the rivers and the lakes is incredibly, just doesn't make sense in terms of paying attention to where we live and what works here. I'm also concerned that before grows are allowed to expand into rangelands, that there clearly needs to be the staffing and the infrastructure so that the processing, monitoring, and enforcement can happen, and that it doesn't rely on neighbors making complaints, that people who are already trying to get certified can get through that process before anyone new is added. And there are so many small-time growers who are growing in sustainable ways with respect for the natural resources and without polluting. And that's who we should be supporting, not these big grows that would be proposed on huge tracts of land. I also want to stress that in 2016, Measure AF was passed that really spoke to the people in this county not wanting big corporate grows. And I don't care if those corporations are local corporations, like Flocana, they doesn't matter. We want small grows. We want to contain where that's happening, and we need to first get the state to come in and help deal with the horrendous situation in Round Valley, and that's starting in Redwood Valley and Potter Valley as well. I'm counting on enough supervisors voting to not support this proposal in the state that it is now. Thank you.
Hi, this is Judy Luria. I'm calling regarding agenda item 3B, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. And I live in Ukiah and have lived in Mendocino County for 35 years. So what I am asking you to do is not to proceed on changing the regulations to allow big growers to come in. So if you do that, first you need to say, where is the water? And if you can't answer that, then you don't go any further. And I think it's pretty obvious we don't have any water right now. And then my other concern is that Mendocino County can sequester carbon with our oak trees and rangelands, but if they're cut down and plowed up and the large growers don't practice regenerative farming, then we won't be able to sequester carbon here. So I think you know we have some problems with the climate change, so I hope you will not take away our ability to sequester carbon. So please say no to the big grow, protect our water, people, and earth. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Cora Elliott. I'm calling about Agenda Item 3B, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I am calling to make sure that it's heard that there should not be any expansion in the allowance of cannabis growing in Mendocino County without an environmental impact report. I'm here at a small, well, it's a 50-acre vegetable farm with just a couple acres of vegetables and livestock, and it's a biodynamic organic farm here in Covelo. And just this month, we noticed the impact of all the cannabis growers here in the valley from the light of the greenhouses and the increase in traffic and trucks on our roads and the light pollution from the greenhouses and the huge amounts of water that they're using to do their growing that's taking away from the water available for agriculture use and for fire protection and anyway, the list goes on. So just please hear that our voices in that, and that the fact that there's not been an environmental impact report. We got to get one before any expansion can happen in the ordinance allowing cannabis growing here. And so thank you so much, and I hope that this is heard and understood, and look forward to seeing what comes of this. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Charles Nodop. I'm calling in reference to Ordinance 3B about the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. I am concerned about this expansion of land allowance for cannabis cultivation. I'm working or apprenticing on a small organic biodynamic farm in Covelo, California, and we have a drought currently, and this expansion would vastly increase how much water is used in this area and in this county, and take away from the county's watershed, and would, I would imagine, ultimately affect the state water allowances. And just on a local scale, the land price would go through the roof if it hasn't already started to, which it is going up. And it is a huge negative impact on the wildlife, the rivers, the forests. With the water tables going down, there will ultimately be less water available to the trees that are burning each year, and it seems in an increasing manner. Like last year's record fire for the state of California in this county. And the water that was used was from also this county. maybe other places too, but it is necessary to have water here for that purpose. And I think this would just be a huge negative environmental impact. And just on a very day-to-day impact on my life, at night when I go outside to look at the stars in this beautiful valley, round valley here, there's light pollution. I just came back from the Eel River, and there were greenhouses all along it where I would have preferred to see just trees, really. And it was a beautiful night drive other than the many greenhouses, which, I mean, and there's a lot of traffic from more people. And if it was kept small, local, regenerative, I think that would be a much more positive influence on this county and all of the individuals living here. It'd be good for the land and all parties involved. So please hear me and consider what I say in your decision, and I hope the right decision is made. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Deborah Shook. I'm calling in regards to the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B, and I'm urging you to vote no on that ordinance. I ask, what would be the purpose of expanding the cannabis use to the proposed extent, but to put into the hands of corporate interests the heritage hard-won by the residents of Mendocino? If you want to increase the wealth gap, then Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B is for you. If you want to support the people of Mendocino, support our heritage, then I urge you to vote no on the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B. This is not for the people of Mendocino. This is for corporate interests, and it will increase the wealth gap that is already expanding through our country. This is not in the interest of our community, not at all. With few to have so much money and the other people to not have much money, that's not going to support our businesses. It's not going to support our small businesses. And I'm urging you to vote no on this ordinance. It is not for the people of Mendocino. Thank you.
Hello, this is Cassandra Johnson, and I am not agreeing to the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B because I think it's a bad decision in a lot of ways with the water and maybe a little bit of capitalizing and whatnot. So I'm just here to state that I disapprove of that also. Okay, thank you, bye.
My name is Ronald Lippert. I'm calling regarding the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance. Before it's too late, I do not want 10% of my property to be able to be growing cannabis. I own 40 acres of land, rangeland. Profits. We want the profits to be leaving nature alone, not making money, leaving wildlife alone. Let them have corridors so they can cross the freeway. Health and safety, the environment is our goal, not more cannabis. Family farms, that sounds suffice to me, to you too. A local economy is the goal, not making a profit. Good health, good heart is always going to be the name of the game. Henry David Thoreau Jr., you want to think of that name. Otherwise, think of Tecumseh. Where do you want to place us? It is now. Now is the future. Stand up against the big grow. Ronald Lippert, rangeland owner. 707-513-7620.
Hello, my name is Susan Ira. I am a 40-year resident of Mendocino County. I am calling about the April 19th land use ordinance item. I do not have the exact number, but that is on the agenda for the meeting today. Please, I urge board members, do not adopt the proposed cannabis land use ordinance. Any expansion of cannabis operations in this county must be preceded by a thorough and objective environmental impact report. I'm very concerned about opening new rangeland to cannabis cultivation. Our rangelands, our rivers, our springs, they're already extremely dry. Where is the water going to come from to sustain this expansion without negatively impact other issues in the county? I'm very concerned about the fish, the wildlife populations that are already depleted, threatened by drought. What about the chemical and the plastic pollution, more vehicles, fences going up that will be endangering bird migrations, animal movements within our beautiful Mendocino County? Please do not adopt the proposed cannabis land use ordinance until further objective impact reports are completed and examined by our county. Let's protect the beauty and the nature within our county. Thank you very much for taking this into consideration, my comments into consideration.
Hello, my name is Helen Sizemore. I'm calling about item 3B, the cannabis land use consideration. I'm calling to ask if the Board of Supervisors has a vision for the future of our county. Think about it. Wildlife corridors would be threatened by miles of new fencing. The protection of the county's natural resources would be left to individual growers, county staff, who have recently lost the public trust. Seeking the tax money is a short-sighted and environmentally dangerous move. With diminished water resources, this is not the time to open up ranch land to large growers. Figure out how to get control of the possibly detrimental agricultural activities in this county first. The will of the people was defeated. The will of the people in Measure AF was defeated in 2016. The will of the people in 2021 will be heard. There are many people to talk to you about this. Please consider the future. Thank you.
Hello, I am recording my comments regarding the cannabis land use ordinance to be heard on the April 19th meeting. I don't know the number of the ordinance, but I trust you will be able to connect me. My name is Ann Rosamond Crowder. I live in the Ridgewood Park subdivision south of Willits. The cannabis growers have been supporting the economy of Mendocino County for decades. The farmers have invested in infrastructure like landlines, water systems, independent power systems, houses, and outbuildings. These improvements directly benefit county coffers through property taxes and have been doing so for decades. I think they are owed an environmental impact report. Yes, it will cost the county money, but it is necessary, and anything less is a betrayal. To ask every grower to do their own EIR is a burden on top of all the other burdens they are having to shoulder to get a permit. Please do an EIR for any change in the ordinance, any change in the current ordinance. I am particularly disturbed about the prospect of a commercial tasting room and tourist destination in my neighborhood. Our road association serves over 100 properties. Many of these have farms on them. I have no idea how many have permits and how many might apply to, in a sense, open a bar down the street from me. Inexperienced tourists leaving a facility and driving unfamiliar country roads is not a pleasant thought. having to constantly monitor county websites to see if anyone is applying for this privilege so I can object, if I'm even allowed to, is not a project I want to take on. It is proposed that events can happen at these home farms. What does that mean, and how does that affect us? And what is the likelihood of any county personnel making sure they comply with whatever is agreed to? Lights, music, a commercial enterprise in a residential neighborhood where we move to be in the quiet, in the dark nights, and on a country lane. There is so much about this new ordinance that disturbs me. I cannot address it all in 3 minutes. Please reject it, stick with the ordinance we have, do an environmental impact report, and add sections one at a time. Do not open rangeland. Do not allow tasting facilities in residential neighborhoods. Please listen to your constituency, the people who have lived here for decades. Please do not bend to real estate interests who will make money even as the bottom drops out of the cannabis market. Please help planning and building enforce the current ordinance and help our farmers be able to get state licensing. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Catherine Rolzinski, Rolzinski, and I'm calling about the cannabis land use ordinance. And I'm telling the Board of Supervisors not to adopt a proposed cannabis land use ordinance. I feel that any expansion of the cannabis in Mendocino County must be preceded by an environmental impact report. One of the biggest problems I see with all this, especially at this time, is water, especially at this time of the drought. The water situation is just terrible at this point in Mendocino County. Our fish and wildlife populations are already depleted and threatened by water and the diversions and the soil erosion. I really implore the Board of Supervisors to not open up our rural lands and our open spaces to large commercial cannabis grows and just stop them and do not expand anything further. Try very hard to deal with the current applications and deal with the ordinances that you are not really enforcing yet and haven't figured out how to do. So respectfully, this is what I'm asking. Okay. Bye.
Hi, my name is Sarah Gretzky. I'm calling regarding the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance 3B in the agenda. I'm from Willits, California. We have a small farm, Green Uprising Farm. We've lived here for 14 years. We grow food, not cannabis. We grow all kinds of fruits and vegetables. And I want to say that I am outraged at what's happening here in Little Lake Valley, and it's happening, of course, all over the county. And I would like the Board of Supervisors to stop what is going on here, stop the expansion of large profiteering, usually out of our county, our state, sometimes out of our country, growers coming here only for one thing, and that's to profit by growing cannabis. This is not a growth plan that gives a future to our children. It's not a growth plan that gives a future to or respect to the natural environment here in Mendocino County. It's not a growth plan that gives my children, my grandchildren, and the future they deserve. And that is an agricultural future in part. That is what this land has been used for, and that is what this land needs to continue to be used for in a respectful way to grow food for our local community. We moved here 14 years ago to help build and support the local food movement in this county. We do not want to see this kind of development in our county. We don't understand why the small mom and pop growers, the heritage cannabis growers who've been trying for years and years and years to get permitted and get penciled out continually by the county, are struggling when I think there are now 12 large cannabis growers here in Little Lake Valley. We don't understand why they're here. We don't understand why the county is unwilling or unable to carry out the existing cannabis ordinance and now wants to expand and go down the development road that is full of bad neighbors and bad community and nothing but big profit that will not stay in this county, money that will not stay in this county, money that's going off to who knows where. This is not the kind of development that we want. And if the county cannot find the capacity or ability to enforce the current cannabis code and cannot find the ability to stop what is going on here, we will move on to have the will of the people imposed through a referendum. So if democracy cannot happen here this way, then democracy will happen with a referendum. So we hope that you will find it within your capacity to put this county down a reasonable path of development, not a corrupt path of development. But if you can't.
That concludes voicemail comments, and we had one last caller who was on the line. So last to speak is Daniel Hansen. You'll want to click *6 to unmute. Hearing nothing, Chair Jurdy, I believe that concludes public comment. We did have several other people registered, but they have not come on the line.
Helps to unmute myself. Okay, so let's see. It is 3:05, and with that, I'm looking to staff. It seems appropriate. This might be time to close the public hearing. Looking to County Council or planning staff.
I'm sorry, Chair Jurdy, I didn't quite understand the question.
It's, I've just been informed that we've had our last registered speaker speak, so it looks like this would be the appropriate time to close the public hearing.
I believe that's correct, unless there are any closing comments from the department.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Julia Krog. We have no additional comments, but of course we are available for questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, one question for staff, given that it's come up throughout the public comment. Of the approximate 1,160 applicants that are in our phase 1 process, how many are ready for approval? How many have their paperwork submitted, complete, maybe pending our review, but otherwise ready for approval?
Yeah, I don't think we have those numbers exact at this point. Out of the 430 or so that were on the alpha list, we did have fairly low response rates to correction letters that went out. So I imagine we're probably like less than double digits percentage-wise in folks that are ready for approval. There seems to be vast amounts of public confusion or applicant confusion about whether or not they need to respond to us or they should wait for a portal. So we are looking forward to doing some messaging close to the end of the month to try to bring everyone into or onto the same page, so to speak, so we can move as many people forward as possible. And I apologize for not identifying myself. This is Kristen Naval, the Cannabis Program Manager.
So further, when I hear that the county has a backlog and we simply don't have the staff to process the applications, is that accurate, or is the problem with the applications?
It's a bit of both. I mean, the application materials that have come in, I think a lot of what initially came in was probably incomplete. The ordinance has changed, which has changed requirements. So trying to catch like initial applicants up who might have come in under Department of Ag to where, you know, the ordinance has evolved to, and then being in planning and building services, I think has posed some challenges. But, you know, additionally, you know, we just, if only 25% of the applicants we reach out to with correction notices are going to respond to us, and we're at high ghosting rates, I think the reality is that we might not be moving forward high percentages of 1,158 locally authorized permit holders. Like, we can only really focus on and work with folks who want a permit and are willing to respond to us and provide us the additional materials requested.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And it was great to hear all the comments. Thanks for making sure that everyone got heard. I have a question for our program manager, that following up on Supervisor Williams' question, is that, you know, as part of the ad hoc, it seemed like the staff wasn't able to provide us information about where those 1,100 were in the process, and that there was very much difficulty in having that information presented. So I'm saying, you know, maybe some of these people are unresponsive, but I think that also the problem is that a lot of people want to get through the system, but don't know where they are in it. Is that correct? And, you know, my hope is that we can work our way through this and make sure, you know, the people who aren't responding are out, but at the same time, we're providing the people who want to get through the system ability to get through. So the question is, like, how many people do you know where all 1,100 are? Could you, in 5 minutes, pull up someone's chart and say, oh, this is where they are in the process?
No. I'm sorry, again, this is Kristen Nevedal, the Cannabis Program Manager, and we have, prior to my coming on board, the county had sorted the applicants into an alpha through golf list, with alpha being the priority for review because those folks were apparently, or from surface view, looked to be the most complete of the applicants and the most ready for processing. So we have largely focused on that alpha list. This is the list when we refer to the 400 or so, it is that priority alpha list that received correction notices. So without going through and analyzing each of the individual 1,159, which is a little bit less if we take the 270 that we've issued permits off the top of that, right? Without going through that list completely and looking at every single application, we can't necessarily account for the status of that bulk number, 700 or so, that are still in the embossed receipt application process. So that's where we are currently.
And you know how many, if I could just follow up with one quick, do you know how many have gone through the SSHR, the sensitive species and habitat review with CDFW person that we've hired?
So just to clarify, this is Julia Krog, Supervisor Hashak. You mean under the revised sort of sensitive species habitat review policy, correct?
Right, and under the pilot program that we're working on.
Yeah, so we actually received back at least one clearance from CDFW. That was, I guess, probably about 2 weeks ago now. I'm sorry, I'm trying to rack my brain to think about when that was. And there are several more that have been referred there. However, we haven't received full clearance back from CDFW yet on more than just the one that I'm initially aware of. And Kristen, I'm unsure if you know of any others than that initial one that I'm aware of.
No, I mean, we do have some communications going back and forth with DFW as they are reviewing, but I don't think we've finalized more than the one at this point.
Okay, before I call on other supervisors, I just want to remind us, we really need to close the public hearing, then we can continue on with questions of staff. So this was really a chance for staff to have any clarifying points before the hearing was closed. So I would like to close the public hearing at 3:13 and then actually give us a little bit of a break, and we will come back at 3:25 for continued deliberations.
Hi, Chair Jody. We are back up and ready to go when you are.
Hi, everyone. We're just rebooting after a technological failure. I want to make sure you can hear us.
Yes.
Thank
We
you.
can hear you.
Thank you.
I do want to say to the clerk of the board, I did get an email, as did Supervisor Hashak, from someone who said that they were waiting and did throughout the meeting and did not get a chance to speak. So I guess I'm not clear how we're sure that people who were waiting to speak were able to speak.
Yeah, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I went over the list multiple times, and I did make an announcement throughout in the middle of public comment that people who registered needed to call from the number that they registered with. We did have about 4 or 5 different phone numbers that came on the line that weren't matched up with any registration. So it's entirely possible that whoever contacted you did register, but they called in from an unrecognizable number and thus weren't permitted. But we did go over every comment, the list. I think I went over it 3 or 4 times. And at the time that we concluded public comment, the only caller on the line was that last one that we gave a moment to, but they ultimately weren't there to speak.
Okay. All right. Well, just trying to understand how it works. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, so we've opened and closed public hearing, and we're on questions to staff. I think Supervisor McGordy, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, this is a question for Ms. Acker-Krog. So in kind of the writing of this ordinance, was Measure AF taken into consideration? And if so, how did rangeland end up being kind of open for fair game for expansion of the industry?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor McGordy. And we've received direction from the Board of Supervisors over numerous hearings, including the direction to include rangeland. So, you know, really we've taken direction from the board in drafting this current draft of this proposed ordinance.
Do any of the supervisors who were there at the time remember how this was generated?
Well, let me just say this, that Measure AF, as with any ballot measure, people have all sorts of reasons for voting for or against a ballot measure. And to me, the preeminent reason for the voters to vote against the Heritage Initiative, as it was called, was the fact that it was voters establishing a fairly broad, pretty wide open cannabis cultivation ordinance by ballot measure and not through a deliberative process. So one of the primary arguments against it was that really it should be through the elected supervisors that the ordinance should be written, not through a ballot measure where you're voting yes or no. But there certainly were multiple reasons why people voted against or for in favor of the Heritage Initiative. That wasn't the only one, but that was something that resonated with me as a voter. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had on my list to also ask if, since you're the supervisor that was on the board at the time, if you would possibly address that. I think that another thing that gets left out of the conversation is that Prop 64 legalized recreational cannabis in California at the same time as AF ordinance here in Mendocino County was denied, or ballot initiative. So I think that that's also really important for people to remember. And I wondered if, as the board launched into creating the ordinance, if they had discussed that, because the board created the original cannabis cultivation ordinance in 2017 after AF had failed, but after Prop 64 legalized cannabis. So I think you answered my question. I just wanted to weigh in on And just to remind folks about Prop 64 legalizing cannabis at the same time as AF was on the ballot.
And if I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I can clarify, I didn't want to go too deep into history, but if the board wishes to hear why rangeland was removed from the original Phase 3 ordinance, I am more than happy to go through that detail. But I didn't want to necessarily go too deep into history. So I'm more than prepared to answer that if the board would like.
Sure. If you're prepared to do that now, go ahead, Julia.
Wonderful. So the reason that rangeland was removed from the original ordinance was really about a mitigation measure that was added to the original programmatic mitigated negative declaration done for the original 10A17 ordinance. So with that, the reason that the rangeland was removed was there was concern in there about fragmentation about rangeland parcels, these larger rangeland parcels. So specifically, the MMD had required, this was mitigation measure AG2, stated that Mendocino County shall modify zoning chapter 20.242 prior to its adoption by the Board of Supervisors to prohibit new medical cannabis cultivation permits in the rangeland district. And in the discussion, it talked about, in the case of rangeland, exercising the ability to get a cultivation permit on every parcel within particular ranch where there are existing certificates of compliance could incentivize the sale or leasing of individual parcels, which could have a negative effect on the continuity of rangeland uses by fragmenting existing ownership and grazing operations of the larger ranches in the county. Mitigation measure AG2 prohibits the issuance of permits for new cultivation sites in RL districts by eliminating new cultivation sites in rangeland districts. Approximately 714,842 acres and 8,073 assessor parcels are removed from the acreage or parcels available for cultivation. With mitigation incorporated, there will be a less than significant impact to agricultural conversion. And just for historical notes, staff brought that forward to the board on December 10th of 2019, where the entirety of Phase 3 was then referred to the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc at that time. And I'm available for any other questions.
Thank you for that. I was just curious the genesis of how rangeland got put back into the mix. It's a big concern where there's a lot of illegal grows on rangeland and in some neighborhoods, and I just wondered how this came about.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, the rangeland issue is certainly concerning. I was driving up to Covelo last week, and on the way up there was all these trucks hauling soil out of Covelo. And it turned out FEMA had been up there for 10 straight days hauling out soil from the August complex fire of hoop houses that had burnt down, and they were removing the plastic that was in the soil. And so that's one of the issues with rangeland. Is a real concern is that this is dry land where you put up a bunch of hoop houses up there and they're going to burn at some point, and the taxpayers are going to be left with the bill. I'd just like to say, with all the comments, we certainly have seen an outpouring of comments about this ordinance, and it's from throughout the county. I don't think the history of public comment has ever seen this outpouring like we've seen right now. 400, over 400 for the Planning Commission, and I don't know how many are for today, but the overwhelming majority is against this. And so when we look at the 3rd district, where probably 60% of the grows are in Mendocino County, we're seeing that the opposition to this ordinance expansion is from the MACs, municipal advisory councils in Laytonville and Covelo are both against it. The water boards are against it. Law enforcement's against it. The Farm Bureau, the environmental groups, and then just ordinary people who are really worried about water. And I think it really boils down to, the environment that we're dealing with, what our communities are going to look like, and the economy. And those three, what's our vision for the county? And so, I think what I'm hearing is people really want us to fix phase one. They want people to get through because there's a lot of good people who are trying to get through and do the right thing. And so people want those people to succeed. And then we need to do, last week we had the talk about code enforcement. That was a first step. We need to get our code enforcement into the proactive mode. And we need law enforcement to get control of things. People are just seeing that it's out of control. So why trust the county to do it right? And until we can show them that we do it right, then I think that, we really need to take it slow. Like Supervisor McGordy said, maybe we do a pilot program, and we do, if we go to phase 3 and we have this land use process, we need to prioritize the phase 1 people and get them through and maybe do this pilot program for a limited number of new applicants, because otherwise we're going to be dealing with a lot of legal issues. We're going to be dealing with a referendum, and tomorrow we're going to vote on whether to declare a state of emergency for the drought. It doesn't make sense to expand. People are just wondering what we're thinking about when we're trying to expand and in this situation. And who knows how long this drought is going to last. So I think that we have some good comments on board. We have, some comments from MCA, from CCAG with technical points that we need to consider. And I think that Glenn's or Supervisor McGordy's memo is a real starting point, to how to make this right. Okay. But I think that if we take off the expansion and the rangeland right off the table, I think that will provide us a lot more ability to create something that works for the people of Mendocino County.
Okay, I appreciate that, Supervisor Hashak, because ultimately that's what we do need to do, is we need to come up with a workable program. So thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yes, so there is a lot of public comment, but I can't help note there's this flyer that's been handed out all over the place. Quote, "There's a big shadow hanging over Mendocino County, big grow. It threatens our ag and rangelands, our environment, our water supply, fire safety, and our very way of life," end quote. And Supervisor Hashak, on page 2, it shows that you're the sponsor, you're listed first. So there's a lot of concern, but at the same time, it's clouded by the fact that there's this 2-page glossy poster that tells people that their way of life is being threatened. And I don't know if that's really I don't think that's why we're here. We're not trying to threaten a way of life, a water supply, fire safety. We're trying to figure out how we migrate an illegal market into a legal market. And phase 1, I hear the plea for let's save phase 1, let's make phase 1 work before we move on. I don't think you can make phase 1 work. And, I've been on this ad hoc for probably a third as much time, but in my time reading the state environmental document, reading our MND, reading our ordinance, reading ordinances from other counties, I think we have a mismatch. I don't think phase 1 operators, the legacy operators, can get through phase 1 to a state license, which is a requirement for cultivating. And, a lot of the public comment I've heard today, I wish we could have a roundtable discussion, because a lot of it's well-intentioned, and I had the same thoughts originally, but the more I dug into the details, and there's a lot of complexity here, the more I realized this is a state licensing problem. We don't have control of the state license. We don't have a control of the state environmental document. Our piece of it is very small. It's the permitting. And we have a permitting model that doesn't lend itself to successful permit holders to get their state license, and they need a state license and a county permit to cultivate. So, I guess I would push back to you. How do you see us fixing the phase 1? It's not a matter of telling staff to do their job. They've been doing their job. Talk to staff. There's a lot of frustration. The board tells them they need to get it done, get these people through. There's no there. What are they supposed to do? They have partial applications, and they have an ordinance. It's a mismatch from state law.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, we've seen that we do have a pathway through phase 1, and CDFA said that there was a pathway. And so, And we keep hearing, okay, well, we're going to have that together soon. You know, the soon comment. And we need to get our act together. And, you know, I think what we did last week was a step in the right direction of giving staff direction to get people out of the system. But at the same time, you know, we have people who really are concerned about this expansion process, and their water, their existence is being threatened. And they feel like that is a threatening thing to them. And I think that if we do allow, you know, we've seen Sheriff Kendall say it will take a couple years to get this under control, even if he was fully funded. And we've seen code enforcement, you know, hey, if they're fully funded, maybe it would take a year or so. You know, we don't know how long it's going to take, but the people of this county, I feel, want to know that we're doing our job. We've got those processes in place before we go into this kind of expansion.
Okay, I do want to go to planning and building staff for some feedback.
Hi, yeah, this is Kristen Nevedal, the Cannabis Program Manager. And if I may, through the chair, I'd really like to comment on phase one, if I might.
Go ahead.
So I do think that we are in a situation where we have a significant mismatch between the local ordinance known as 10A17 and what's required at the state level, which is a project-specific analysis and review of each permit holder before they can qualify for an annual license. And so I think the best way to try to manage those folks in phase one, because ultimately if we can't condition those permits under phase one, they're in a pass-fail situation. So while there's a bridge to meeting the state's CEQA requirements via the Appendix G process, anyone who can't meet that requirement 100% and needs any type of conditioning will fail. So without a new ordinance, a phase 3 ordinance that provides us the opportunity to transition phase 1 applicants who need conditioning into a discretionary permitting process, we won't be able to push those phase 1 applicants over the finish line and into a permit that qualifies them for an annual license, which I'm really hoping is the goal here for phase 1 applicants, to provide them with a meaningful permit that qualifies them for an annual license. And even the folks who are the closest to receiving permits under phase 1 are bumping up against challenges in meeting the requirements for the sensitive species habitat review as Fish and Wildlife comes back with requirements and requests for additional environmental documentation. And so I'm assuming, just based on what we're seeing in the small sample group, that there's significantly high numbers of phase 1 applicants who will need a discretionary permit opportunity. And the only way I think we get there is through a phase 3 ordinance. So I hope that that helps to clarify somewhat where we are with phase 1. And
Kristen, yeah, I have a follow-up question that, so Supervisor Williams has estimated that perhaps 10% of the phase 1 applicants will eventually be able to get a state license under the phase 1 program, but perhaps 90% won't be able to due to the need to have special conditions or just site problems that won't deny them the ability to get a state license. At what point, I know you're very new to the county and you're doing a great job from everything I've seen. At what point do you think your team will be able to give some kind of similar estimate of what percentage of the people seem likely to be able to succeed under phase 1 versus needing the phase 3 option?
Well, I think that right now, out of the 400 some applications that we've been reviewing, that's roughly 50% of the embossed receipts that are in-house. There's not a lot of folks in that review process that look like they're ready to move forward with a permit. So, and a lot of that is questions about the development they've conducted. So I feel like there's so many moving pieces here because we have a 60% compliance rate on state licensing roughly. We have issues with folks who haven't renewed. So I feel like the first thing we need to do with phase one in order to get an assessment of who can move forward and how meaningful, whether they can move forward in phase one or phase three, is to try to get a grip on the folks who are not serious about the program, right? So we have the ability to focus on the folks who are serious about the program. So I'm hoping that we'll be sending out the first waves of compliance letters with 45-day notices by the end of the month. And I'm trying to get a date on the calendar right now to do some public outreach that would explain those notices, explain finalizing applications for the public and parties involved in phase one. So I think it's really dependent on our outreach and responses to those waves of notices that go out.
So basically, it sounds like by the middle of June, we're hoping to have had a deadline to hear back from applicants as to whether or not they're actively pursuing their application.
Correct. Okay. Yep.
All right. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, for the cannabis program manager, is that 10 to 15% realistic based on what you've seen so far?
I'm concerned it might be a little high.
You think it might be your success cases?
I think, I'm hoping we can get to 10 to 15%. As we're moving through the SSHRs, we have one approved, but we have several that have come back with requests for additional information, for inspections, and because we can't condition, right, it's a big hindrance. So, we can't condition, we can't necessarily recommend that people move away from a streamside management area or a sensitive habitat or, change the scope of their project. That is very limiting to moving folks forward in phase one. If we're doing CEQA analysis and review, one of the key components to a successful review is being able to address the mitigations, which are the conditions that we might place on a permit, and having no ability to do that makes it hard. And a lot of these legacy cultivators, they're not in locations that necessarily were meant for commercial agricultural production. So unfortunately, a lot of them probably have some form of conditioning needs. And I don't think that their applications are potentially not viable, but I think they need probably in many cases to be conditioned, which again is impossible under phase one.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy? You're muted.
Can we start phase three so it only applies to existing applications so that we have the pathway to do a mitigation to the permits that are outstanding? I guess that's a legal question to one of our counselors.
If I may respond to that, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So I believe the draft ordinance does have a period to essentially give a head start to those that are in the phase one process that want to go ahead and apply for a phase three permit. In terms of whether or not you'd be able to, and I guess I'm not sure I understood exactly what you were asking there, Supervisor McGordy. I don't know that crafting a program that would be phase three but only for phase one would necessarily be a good path forward, because you'd still have the old phase three, which is only paused, which is eventually going to be taking over here. And I don't know that you could have a program by which essentially there was no long-term allowance for anyone who wasn't cultivating prior to 2016. And frankly, that's cultivating only within the county. Even someone who's legally cultivating elsewhere might not be able to qualify. There are some potential legal infirmities if that criteria is sort of an absolute bar to anyone getting into the program.
So in other words, there already is kind of a provision in the new phase 3 to get the phase 1 people started before we do anything else. Is that correct?
I believe so. And actually, I'm going to ask if Mr. Kudrowski could speak, point to the particular section and speak to that point.
County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, let me just pull up that portion of the ordinance to get the correct section reference. It was added at the Planning Commission. That would be on page 5 of attachment E, and that's in section 22.18.060 application process. Paragraph B states that phase 1 applicants who meet the eligibility criteria set forth in 050A shall get a 60-day early application window prior to the department accepting any other applications for a land use permit.
So it's there. So it exists already.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. There is a provision to that effect, and that was placed in at the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
So if we could, it is approaching 4 o'clock. What I would like us to do, I heard quite a bit of public comment that was consistent with much of what was in Supervisor McGorty's memo. And I've also heard supervisors individually voice concern or support for much of what's in Supervisor McGorty's memo. So I think maybe just for structure, it'd be helpful if we could all pull up his memo with the 10 points and maybe we could just go through them. I think some of these, if not many, if not all, we could pretty quickly agree on and just give some direction to staff. And then that might take us through most of what comments we have for the ordinance. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm happy to do that. I have one question about McGorty's memo, but I do have 3 other questions. So my question for Supervisor McGorty was your memo, which references expansion, meant to include up to 10% over the 1 acre proposed by the Planning Commission?
I think that's reasonable given what's going on around us. That makes it kind of consistent with what a lot of other counties are doing. And as I've looked through this whole situation the past 2 weeks, I've come to realize there's really 2 different industries going on here in Mendocino County. One of them is really based on kind of an artisanal industry that sells flowers for consumption and possibly other value-added products. And the other one is really a processing industry that's going to make everything from rolled joints to possibly pharmaceuticals. And the kind of product they want is really different. And the kind of product they need is probably going to have to be at a much lower price point for them to process it. So that's why I do support 10% in the right situation. Okay, not everywhere, but certainly on agricultural land that's been cleared and has been farmed for years. We already know what its environmental impact is. We know what the water usage is in a lot of those parcels. Because if they're on the Russian River, they have to have a meter. I would feel comfortable in that situation. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable going to rangeland and saying, let's bulldoze out 10% and put in a cannabis farm. There's no way in the world I'd agree to that. That's a really bad idea. So when we're down in the bottom of the watershed and the water facilities are developed, 10% is not unreasonable. I doubt it would ever happen, too, by the way, because it's still, even with the state law, that's a complicated process.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern, did you have additional questions at this point?
No, are we going to take the items one by one?
I think it'd just be productive for us to go through the items one by one and just start at the top. Just trying to adjust my screen to see all of you at the same time as reading his memo. So first is the enhanced active code enforcement, similar to Humboldt. Now we all discussed that last Monday, and we gave direction that we want that kind of a code enforcement program as it relates to cannabis. And we're waiting for planning and code enforcement staff to bring back a proposal, as well as the sheriff's office, as to how exactly they would do that. What I just want to put it out there, is there anything in addition to that we want to do? Obviously, this will require funding at budget, fortunately, we actually have two unusual extra funding sources besides our normal funding sources. We have PG funds. I think one of the speakers pointed that out, that this might be perhaps an appropriate use of some of those funds. Also, we have some funds from the federal government, from the coronavirus. And in addition to this, we have revenue from the Cannabis Division, taxes that could be further invested in this. So is there anything else that we would want to do besides what we've done so far, which is give direction to staff to bring back proposals? And the one thing that's coming to my mind is through this public hearing, we've certainly heard many more voices than we normally hear about concerns about the effectiveness of code enforcement. That we don't normally hear those concerns. People deal directly with code enforcement. Maybe individual supervisors hear some of the feedback, but I'm just wondering if we might want to have an existing ad hoc, a different ad hoc, hold a couple of public meetings, Zoom meetings, to just get some feedback. How is it working for people? We certainly heard a lot of concerns. Okay, so Supervisor Mulhern.
I think that we heard that it's not working for people. And, what I've been saying is I'm not exactly sure why code enforcement hasn't been a priority in the past, but the board made that recommendation on Monday and has made it very clear that it is going to be a priority moving forward. So, I feel like for me, that's the end of that subject. I do not know why for this many years people have been allowed to cultivate without repercussions, have been allowed to have their lights still shining, even though it's a requirement that they not be. But I think that this board has directed that all of that comes to an end. And so hopefully the community is getting that message loud and clear.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Gertie. I think that one thing that we need are reports, and maybe it could be included in the CEO report, but people want to know what's happening. How many violations have been reported to code enforcement, and what is the status of those?
Okay, looking at CEO Carmelangelo, can we get some clarity here? Maybe we have a board directive that we would like to see regular reports, and we'll leave it up to you guys, whether it's every month or every other month on the code enforcement activities. And I think especially at this moment, we're thinking particularly the cannabis code enforcement activities.
So Chair Gertie, and through the chair, Supervisor Haschak, I spoke with Kristen last week about the cannabis code enforcement. And so I know that Trent Taylor and his team are looking at making some changes, and Julia and Kristen may know more. But to answer your question, yes, I can go ahead and follow up on your directive to get code enforcement statistics to this board. I can add it monthly to the CEO report. And I think that if there are any challenges, I don't mean by gathering the information from the staff, because that's not a problem, but if there are some areas that I think the board may have more questions, then I will ask the staff to agendize it and meet with the board. But sure, no problem. We will go ahead and start monthly with code enforcement. And I'm assuming this is just cannabis code enforcement. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So we will get those to you monthly.
And I would like to say that we did, when we adopted the phase 1 ordinance, that we went from 3 code enforcement officers to 6, and we also added an attorney in county counsel's office. So in defense of the previous board, I think we did take it seriously. The point is, it clearly hasn't. The ramping up that we had clearly wasn't enough based on the public testimony we received. So that's why I'm saying this public testimony has been very helpful, because absent getting this feedback, there's no way for us to know that the ramping up of the code enforcement division wasn't enough. Okay, so the directive is we'd like to have monthly reports on the code enforcement activities, and just a reminder to all the members of the public who are watching today's meeting to stay tuned to our budget deliberations, because clearly we're going to need to add additional positions to the code enforcement division through our budget process. Okay, item 2, given the drought conditions, there should be no expansion of actual growing during the 2021 season. Okay, is there consensus on that item? Supervisor Mulhern?
I had a question. So, California typically enters some type of drought every 5 to 6 years. And so I wasn't sure if this meant people could apply and they couldn't start a new project during a drought. And if this meant only cannabis or any other type of agriculture, because it seems a little, I understand we're talking about the cannabis ordinance and in River Valley, agriculture was curtailed in 4/15. So I was just looking for a little bit.
Okay, Supervisor Gordy.
So, even established agriculture is threatening curtailments, is being threatened with curtailments this year, which means basically the State Water Resources Control Board could shut off our water. They've already told us they're going to be sending out letters saying, don't plan on having water this year. That's how serious it is. So in this case, we're talking about a permitting process, but remember that people who have established surface water rights are always subject to whatever conditions the State Water Resources Control Board makes on them. So we don't permit vineyards, but we will be permitting cannabis.
Supervisor Williams?
If we pass phase 3, I can't see how an applicant would get through the process this year. They have to submit a completed application, has to go before our planning commission. It's a long process. A lot of the reports they need are seasonal, and they're likely to miss that window. So I'm in favor of this restriction, but I don't know if it actually has any impact on what cultivators do, because they're going to be looking at next year at the soonest, and probably very few of them. You look at our planning commission calendar, not a lot of room for these applications to be considered.
Well, I think it's a psychological issue as much as anything, just saying, hey, look, because people don't understand. We're not going to be handing out permits this year to get started.
I support it.
Okay, Supervisor Hashek.
Yeah, I think that, this is kind of like, well, it's a facade in a way, because if we're not handing out permits this year, then why even say it? But what we really need to be looking at is where we are as a county with our water resources, and how do we determine that, and what's the cumulative impact for the beautiful county and the people that we represent. And so I think that we really need to do an EIR for the water, and without that, we'll be shooting in the dark. And so we issue a permit next year, but we still don't have the water. What happens? We don't have any idea. And if we're going into this mega drought or whatever, what is to give people the reassurance that their wells aren't going to be drawn from the deepest well that someone punches? So I think we really need to go the EIR route. And if, and the other option would be doing a hydrology study for each well that is put in for a new cannabis grow.
Okay. So I just want you to understand what a complicated task you're asking for, because we're doing that right now for the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Management Plan. And it's taken us about 4 years to get to where we finally have a working model and understanding of just this part of Mendocino County. So when we're looking at, I don't know how many hundreds of watersheds that are in the county, that's a complicated task. Probably further complicated by the fact that we have a lot of unpermitted grows that are taking water. So that's my only concern. To complete something like that, I think would be a pretty massive undertaking.
Well, Humboldt started it. Humboldt did it for $240,000, and they started it right away and they finished it. So.
Okay, we should talk to whoever the consultant was, because I think that's involved with what you're asking for.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Do we have a straw poll for a legally unnecessary EIR, just so that we can move past it either way?
Well, inherently, if we adopt the ordinance by June 30th, we are not by state law required to do an EIR. Personally, I think we should be correcting our phase 3, which is what is on the table here, so that people can have site-specific review and actually have a pathway to getting their permits. If they are going to be aggressively pursuing their permits. So I don't want to just require an EIR of the county when there's no particular reason to do it if we're talking about a somewhat narrow phase 3 amendment. Supervisor Hashak.
I agree with you. If we're really trying to focus on the phase 1 and really trying to limit what we're doing with phase 3, then that sounds right. But if we're still considering this expansion, then an EIR is necessary, I think.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhorn.
Sure, I am very concerned about the current cumulative impacts not matching what we'll have in 18 to 24 months with either phase 1 applicants that are through phase 1 or phase 3 and the potential for expansion. I truly believe that we have many illegal cultivators that need to cease their operations. And before we really look at the impact, we need to have those folks cut off from whatever water they're using or whatever they're doing and wait until we move the process further along before we review it, which is why I suggested 24 months.
And I agree 100% with you, because I just did a quick calculation. If we assume that everybody was farming 10,000 square feet and we have 1,100 permits out there, that's about 250 acres, and they probably be using about 500 acre feet. If we assume that there's actually 9,000 grows here in Mendocino County, which is a number I've seen, I can't verify it. That means that there's huge amount of over maybe 2,000 acres of cannabis using about 4,000 acre feet. I mean, so if we have that much illegal activity, if we do this right, we should see less acreage in Mendocino County, not more, even with phase 3 going through. That's the conclusion I came to. Now, the question is in Humboldt County, I think that part of, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of what they were really looking for, though, too, was compliance. They were trying to get people to go through the process and get their licenses. Is that correct? Remember?
That's certainly a big part of their code enforcement. I mean, but I'm sure they're also just shutting some people down who there's no way they would ever get a permit based on what they're doing.
Okay. All right. I just want to be clear on that. So I agree with Supervisor Mulhern that we kind of have to sort this out before we could really do a meaningful study on hydrology. I can just tell you right now that things are there's probably way more water going into cannabis than we think, based on just real kind of simple assumptions and calculations on how much acreage is actually out there being grown right now.
So just on point 2, I think I'm hearing consensus. I think I'm hearing consensus that we want to make clear our message that no one will receive any permit from the county for expansion in phase 3 in 2020 for plants in the ground in 2021. And at the value I see in that is if people see expansion in 2021, it wasn't because they got a county permit that said they could. I mean, part of what happens is people see cannabis cultivation occurring and they assume because it's in plain sight, the person must be operating with a county permit. That's not always the case. And I think if we could be clear that, now I guess the only question would be, could there be a phase 1 applicant who is able to get an expansion in 2021 because we aren't deliberating on that ordinance?
But there isn't expansion under phase 1.
Well, I think some people were. I think some people did expand a little bit in phase 1, maybe. But
well, strictly speaking, we're not endorsing that, and this is really clear that if someone sees an expansion, it's someone's doing it on their own initiative. It's not because we said it was okay.
I think it would also make it real clear for code enforcement too. If someone's expanding, it's not because it was approved by some other county department. Okay.
If I may, through the chair, just one clarifying question on that for staff. When you're speaking about expansion, are we solely speaking to cultivation above 10,000 square feet, or are we talking about expansion from previous operations for phase 1 cultivators?
Well, that's why I was raising, but we aren't today discussing the phase 1 ordinance, and that would, I assume that would require an amendment to the ordinance, or is there the ability for us to say in 2021, the county will not allow the expansion of any cannabis cultivation, whether it's phase 1 or phase 3?
Yes, so Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So with the current ordinance, the exception from the Appendix A table for zoning district and parcel area applies for phase 1 applicants not exceeding 10,000 square feet. Phase 1 applicants can go above 10,000 square feet with obtaining the proper permit if they're in zoning districts compatible with the Appendix A table. So meaning you're in upland residential or RR10, but not one of the districts that's not included in the Appendix A table, if that makes sense. So I just want to make sure that for staff applying this, that we're clear on exactly what is, if it's all expansion above 10,000 square feet, if it's all permitting pursuant to phase 3, just making sure we have clarity on that.
Well, my question to you is, would you have the flexibility without changing the phase 1 ordinance at the direction of the board to not allow expansion of phase 1 cultivation in 2021 due to the drought?
Only those that are obtaining a permit pursuant to phase 3. So you're correct on that. We are not going back and addressing the phase 1 current ordinance for those that may have had proof of prior cultivation for a slightly smaller size than what they sought in terms of their permit type. So this would really be applying to phase 1 applicants pursuing a phase 3 land use permit, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I'll circle back with the board. So if we say no expansion in 2021, that would include, it sounds like, phase 1 applicant. Supervisor Williams.
I'm worried that we're not properly agendized for changing the terms of phase 1 today. Not that I necessarily disagree with it, but I think we would have public expression related to that if it were agendized.
Okay, I just thought planning staff said that this was phase 1 applicants who are applying under phase 3.
Oh. So if you limit it to phase 3, whether they're new applicants or they're existing phase 1 that are moving to phase 3, I would support limiting the expansion for 2021.
Okay.
Through the chair, this is Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I have an added point I'd like to raise in terms of maybe reframing the timing we're talking about. If we're accepting any applications under phase 3, there are certain laws that apply to those, including Permit Streamlining Act, and when we have to take action on those. I might suggest delaying the operative date of the ordinance so that we're only getting applications later this year or the first part of next year. And that just avoids any issue over whether or not we're having applications, but purposefully not acting on them.
So Matt, given the cultivation season, could it simply be timed so it's just too late to plant?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, certainly depending on some of the types of cultivation we're talking about that only happen during the middle portion of the year, we could put it out to a certain point later this year or make it January 2nd. The board has some play with that.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
So it's the Permit Streamlining Act imposes certain deadlines that run essentially from the point that the environmental review is complete. So typically that's not done until later in the process. So it's relatively unlikely that anyone who got in an application in, say, in June would be able to be issued a permit by December. That being said, it's at least theoretically possible. And if the board put in language just saying that we wouldn't be able to issue a permit in 2021, it's possible in theory that someone could actually, if they had a really clear environmental review, a very clear process, it's possible that they might be entitled to have the permit issued once that was completed, if they were to have gotten everything in and completed all environmental review in short order. I'd say it's a pretty rare scenario. I don't know that we're really expecting it to happen, but we'd want to at least avoid the theoretical possibility.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thanks, Chair. Jody, I'm just wondering how this might play into like a 60 or a 90-day window for phase one people. So it seems like if we adopted this in July, then if we had a 90-day window, then that would push everyone out until the new year, basically. And that would allow phase one people to have that window of opportunity to move into phase three, since they've been waiting in line so long. And if they can't go through the normal phase one, then they'd be able to go through this option of land use.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to be clear, even as drafted, currently there would be an exclusive window. So even if it were adopted in, let's say adopted in May and then effective 30 days after that, so that would mean that the phase one permits would start coming in, I believe, end of June under the current draft, and then permits from new cultivators would not be able to come in until I think that would be about late August, and then they'd be processed and responded to sometime after that. So even with what you have currently, there's a certain amount of that already baked in.
Okay, so it sounds like much of that is being addressed. It's more of a statement that we're kind of letting the public know we're not going to see expansion in the ground in 2021, and in large part it's just logistics, but it's also a desire of the board not to see expansion of plants in the ground in 2021 due to the drought. On to number 3, and I realize that we'll circle back later, Supervisor Hashak, to the issue of the watershed analysis later. So item number 3 for Supervisor McGorty's memo, this is a good time to get our house in order under phase 1 program. We've heard some early analysis from Kristen at the cannabis manager. Do we need, clearly that review is taking place right now. Do we need any additional feedback or comments on that right now? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. When we had opening comments, I did suggest, and I think Kristen also mentioned some ways to reach out to existing phase 1 operators to make sure that they have had time to resubmit their applications. So I just want to readdress that and make sure that we have this portal, not portal discussion, and have a very clear understanding from this board and the phase 1 applicants as to when or how they should try submitting their documents so that they can get through the process.
Okay, good point. Personally, I don't care if there is it would be nice if there's a portal. I don't want to wait 6 months or a year for a perfect portal to be created if that's what's going to take. I personally would like to see a deadline that she talked about, which was by the end of this month, to have a deadline publicly announced and a process announced by the end of this month, which would put it in the middle of June for the actual deadline for the documents to be submitted. Does that sound like a reasonable time frame, whether or not there's a county webpage portal established by the end of this month?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. Then on to item number 4 or 3, we have, we've got on 4, phase 3 should be open a pathway, which we've discussed already. So there is in the existing ordinance. Does anyone want to change? I believe right now there's a 60-day head start for the phase 1. Supervisor Williams.
So I think the head start makes sense. 60 days works for me. But previously the board gave direction that we want to grandfather in phase 1 applicants zoning and setbacks, right? So people couldn't get their state license, but they complied at a local level. It's not a new impact. We want to let them go through phase 3. We don't want the difference in zoning and setbacks in phase 3 to be a block. One aspect we didn't discuss at the time is the slope restriction. There's a different slope restriction in phase 3 than there was in phase 1. I would recommend that we additionally grandfather in the phase 1 slope restriction for phase 1 applicants have to reapply under phase 3. Again, the same reason it's not a new impact. We expected they would have been licensed, but they can't get through the process.
So I personally would support that if that's really the one thing that's holding them up from getting their permit under phase 3. Supervisor Moorhan?
Sure, I agree with that. And then I also had a question on my list about the water, because this board seems to be headed towards not trucking in water, but it's my understanding that some operators who may have been operating way back 2015 or earlier, that was allowed. Can we have clarification and if that's necessary to be also grandfathered in, or a timeline to phase out of that perhaps? And some of the ordinance recommends 1 year. I think that that may not be possible given our workload and the ability of contractors. So I had a question about that. Maybe Supervisor Williams has the answer.
Yeah, did we have 3 for the previous point before we move on about the slope?
Supervisor Hashak, yes. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's 5.
So on water hauling, my understanding is we may have hundreds of permits or embossed receipts for farms that don't have local water, that are reliant on water trucks. And as I understand, CDFA will allow a license based on this configuration. So it's a good question. What do we want to do with those folks who can't get their state license under their state annual license under phase 1? Are we going to grandfather in the water hauling in phase 3?
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Can we get a clear restatement of the directive, please?
Sorry, Chair, would you like me to?
You go ahead.
Direct staff to use the phase 1 slope restriction for phase 1 applicants who reapply under phase 3 due to failing to secure a state annual license.
Alice, did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on to the trucking of water, and for phase 1 applicants, you know, it doesn't seem to me it's a sustainable, you know, agricultural activity if you're reliant on trucked water. So, you know, if people don't have proper storage on their site and water availability on their site, I don't know why we would want to give them a pathway to getting a permit with the county in phase 3 if they're really dependent on trucked water. I mean, if it's supplemental, if it's maybe 10% of their annual usage or some, you know, less than significant amount, maybe, but it just seems to me that we're living in an era with likely to be less water availability for most years. Yeah,
thank you. I would tend to agree with that, but I think that we also need to give those operators a timeline to transition out of that, because as far as my understanding is, and perhaps some of the board members that were here before I was can let me know different, that previously has not been discussed as a change that they would be having to make even within a year or so. So if that is a change that we're going to be asking for, then I think it's important the board discusses a timeline.
Okay, I'd see a hand raised from County Council.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask for a little bit of clarification as the board goes into this portion of the discussion. As I understand it, you're talking about whether or not those people who wouldn't qualify under phase 1 but applied under phase 1 would be able to obtain a phase 3 permit without meeting the water availability requirements under phase 3. The area that I would just ask for a little bit of clarification on in the discussion is would the phase out that's being discussed be something that would be only for those people that would be failing essentially to obtain a phase 1 permit and then potentially phasing out, or are we talking about people in phase 1 somehow having a change? Because as it stands, those people that were able to pass and obtain a permit under phase 1, even if this ordinance passes, would continue to be able to operate with the water hauling.
The perhaps less than 10%. Okay, Supervisor McGorty.
So that would be a huge compromise of anybody getting a phase 3 permit, in my opinion. There's nothing, if we're trying to build an image of this environmentally friendly, sustainable industry, and we're trucking water around, I can't think of anything that is more environmentally unsound than growing crops that don't have water that is available on site or through some kind of an organized irrigation system. And that's one of the biggest complaints that I hear in my district is water trucks going up and down their private road, which are noisy and destructive to the road and generally not sustainable, in my opinion, other than maybe under an emergency situation where normally they would have water, but a year like this, they may run out. And even then, anybody who's thinking of planting this year, looking at the year, should be scaling back, because that's what I'm telling my grape growers, is that put in your canopies, drop fruit, because you're not going to have enough water probably to grow a normal crop.
Supervisor Hashak.
I guess the question would be, what is an emergency situation? I think that we should be clarifying that, because
look out the window. This is it.
Yeah, and so, is an emergency the drought that we're in? Well, we'll find that out tomorrow, right? Is it there's a fire going on? There's lots of, we should be clear on what an emergency is, because otherwise lots of things. So if we're saying that we're in a state of emergency, then does that allow people to haul water right now?
If I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. My comment on this for consideration of the board is, you could define within specific permits what that emergency circumstance may be, because for particular sites, it may be different what is an emergency versus other sites. So the beauty of a discretionary permit is allows you that flexibility to really look at the site-specific conditions and determine what's appropriate. So, if this were to be added as a condition, the Planning Commission could look at what would be circumstances that they are comfortable with, and could even ask an applicant to provide what would be those emergency circumstances. I'm going to use the example like we have for events that we hold within the county. We have essentially an immediate cancellation procedure, which is actually written by the applicant and then blessed by our office or the decision-making authority, depending what permitting process they're going through. But that could be an option to consider for this, is to have somebody who proposes to have that ability to use water hauling to describe what those emergency circumstances will be, and essentially build in like an operations procedure for when that would be called into question and brought in those trucked in water resources.
So I'm looking at the board. What I think I'm hearing is that people agree that that even phase 1 applicants should not be relying on trucked water if they get a phase 3 permit.
Right.
And the review process, as Julie described, could have a definition of what in their case would constitute an emergency, where there'd be an exception to that. Supervisor Williams?
I agree. I think that's what you're hearing. But I just want to note, I think there are hundreds without water that were in our phase 1 program that are expecting to continue operating. And maybe a reality, they need to relocate. There may be other problems, but there's a consequence to this decision. And to Mo's point, is it appropriate to give a timeline? Do we want to give a year or two for them to relocate, or do we just call it now?
Maybe you could look to county staff and see if they have something to offer on this. But is this a situation where, given a parcel, there just isn't a way of their storing rainfall from their own site legally? Or in other words, is this something they could build their way out of? Or is this something where the site constraints are so great that there's just no way that they could, they really would need to relocate?
Thank you for that question, Chair Dirty. I think it would really be something that would be looked at on sort of a case-by-case basis. You know, I know we have many sites that don't have adequate water facilities, and often those are sites that even for, you know, a single-family home cannot support that level of development. And just we have sites like that throughout our county. So one of our biggest challenges in this county is that we have, you know, very limited centralized water and sewer services. So it really does limit those sites that are unable to have that on-site support for it to be able to develop. And, you know, typically when we think of, you know, typical development within the county, we usually don't want to have development located where it cannot be supported by on-site existing resources, where it requires bringing in outside resources in order to support it. That's typically something that we have not seen within the county. And one of the required findings underneath this chapter will be that there is an adequate water source to serve the cultivation site. And that would be reviewed on each application and seeing what are the proposed water source and what concerns may be associated with that water source, and you know, really relying upon external agencies as well to provide comments or concerns when there may be a water source that is either not appropriate or potentially impaired or may have impacts on adjacent uses as well.
If I could just go back to the, thank you. If I could go back to the board on this. So my concern is if it's a site that cannot be self-supporting with, say, water storage, it's just there isn't enough water on the site. They would need to relocate. My concern is if we give a permit and we say it's for 1 or 2 or 3 years, what are the odds that the applicant is really gonna make a full effort to relocate, or will the applicant be coming back to this board, a future board, asking for permission to stay again? I would point to the Mitchell Creek Simpson Lane neighborhood in my district, where there's been 2 extensions given by this board on a 3-2 vote to allow cultivation to continue in the only zoning district in the entire county of R2 residential neighborhood. Commercial cannabis is allowed. It's not allowed in any other districts in the county, but just only in the 4th district over the objection of the people in the 4th district. And I think we will continue to hear requests by a handful of those cultivators to stay where they are. And my concern is taking that lesson learned. It doesn't make sense to me that we would want to announce you have 2 years to relocate, because I can bet that we're going to hear from most of those applicants 2 years later, they want to stay there. They weren't able to find another location, is what they'll say. Supervisor McGordy?
I think that's correct. And I think that somebody who is dependent on trucked water is not sustainable. And I don't think it's good for us to continue to to kick the can down the road into the future. If we want to see phase 3 improve how cannabis is grown in Mendocino County from an environmental point of view, there will be some places that aren't suited. We know that. We know that already because we've heard that from planning staff.
So it looks like we have a majority that has a hard stance on water availability.
Okay, all right. We've gone over item 4, bullet point number 5, Supervisor McGordy's memo. Additionally, he recommends a pilot program of new applicants on parcels more suited to conventional agriculture, perhaps a cohort of 30. This has been described both as a pilot program or some sort of way for staff to kind of limit the number of applications that they're taking in. Supervisor Williams.
I'm sorry, Chair Jurdy.
Yeah.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Before we go too much further, can we have a restatement of the directive regarding water?
So I believe it is if phase 1 applicants are applying for a permit under phase 3, they must be applying for a site that does not rely on trucked water. Supervisor Williams.
I don't know that we need a directive. I think what's in the ordinance speaks to this issue. We were talking about making an exception. And if we don't give direction to make the exception, phase 3 requires water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, did you have a comment on bullet 5?
Yeah, I thought earlier we talked about striking 5. I'm worried about equal protection claims 4 years in to only allow certain people to cultivate, I think might be a mistake. You know, the pilot program is called phase 1 and we don't want a phase 4. So I think we just need to open and requiring 100% complete applications and no cultivation until the application is fully approved. I think that will provide the throttling you're looking for here. I agree with the spirit. I think it'll happen naturally, seeing how few complete applications we have several years into phase 1. I can't imagine that we're going to receive a lot right off the bat for phase 3. And those that do come in, I think some may be from the conventional ag community because they know how to work the permitting system.
So I do. Go ahead, Supervisor McGordy.
My only concern is that we don't overwhelm planning and building, so that if there is a large number of applications, I don't want to be like where we are now, where there's such a huge volume that we just can't seem to be able to respond to everybody. That was my thinking. And I think had phase 1 run as a pilot program for a year or so, they would have discovered all the inadequacies of how to permit somebody. And instead they got just inundated. I don't know. That was my impression.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Heshek.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I agree with Supervisor McGordy's approach to that, because I think that we have overwhelmed the staff and we will overwhelm the staff again with the phase 1 people coming into phase 3 and then any new ones. And, we don't want to set ourselves up for another failure. And so I think that if we limited it to 20 or 30 and said that's it for the first year, that would be an approach I'd support.
Okay, Supervisor Moore and then Supervisor Williams.
This isn't exactly in Supervisor McGordy's memo, but it's my understanding, or would be my desire, that the cannabis program would fully vet any application before it went to planning and building to make sure that it's complete, so that we are not sending anything that's incomplete to planning and building, and the cannabis staff is working through with the applicants to make sure they have a complete application, and then that they would be submitted on a basis of when they are correctly submitted, they could go to planning and building and get in the queue.
Supervisor Williams.
So, this was a problem for phase 1. It's still a problem, but it's because a phase 1 applicant is able to cultivate while their application is pending. And we have problems related to it, but they're technically pending still. Under phase 3, they're not allowed to put a plant in the ground or develop water or do any development. If they do, we're going to void their application. That's one of the terms. So I don't know that there's harm in a first come, first serve getting in the queue. And if we get a regular report, the board will know. I mean, at some point, maybe we have 1,000 of these sitting in a queue. It's not harming anyone because they're not actually engaging in business until that pipeline allows their application to move through to the Planning Commission.
Supervisor McGordy.
So we already have some of these sites that are more or less developed. I mean, they've got an irrigation system in place. They may already have another crop in place. Are we okay with them, if they're agricultural ground, putting compost down and growing cover crops in anticipation of planting cannabis? Is that a problem?
Well, I think you're the expert here. You tell us.
I don't think it is. I mean, I think it's something that's good stewardship as you start preparing for different cropping system and getting ready.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, it is a problem if people are really destroying ag land and putting down the riprap and wrap and all that, and putting up hoop house structures and those things, thinking that they're going to put in cannabis and make the big bucks down the line. So it is detrimental to ag land. And I see it all the time in the Little Lake Valley.
If that activity is happening without a permit, that needs to be stopped. That's an enforcement issue. If it's happening with a permit outside of cannabis, well, that could happen even if we only allow 23 into our queue, right? Somebody taking out a permit for a structure, as long as it's permittable, they can do that unrelated to cannabis. So I actually think there's a benefit to having a queue, because it allows us to look ahead and see how many potential applications, and we can budget to have adequate planning staff to deal with the size in the queue. If we limit it to 20, well, we don't know, are there 100 more who want to apply or 1,000 more? It makes it really difficult to plan staffing over the years to come.
Okay, so this looks like a good time to go to planning and building staff as to how they suggest we handle and manage the incoming requests.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So I'm going to first just talk about our application procedures, because I think that'll help bring some clarity to the process, to this discussion as well. And then also talk about some tentative ideas for sort of managing the workflow within the department. So the first is, whenever an application is filed, there's an initial 30-day completeness check review done by the department. And during those first 30 days, we're reviewing for deficiencies within the application materials. So unlike phase 1 applications, where there was a drop box where folks could just drop off application materials no matter what their sort of content may have been, these are going to go through review with a planner and determine that all those required elements are there for the basic information for submittal. And then we go a step further and review to see what kind of additional studies may be necessary to complete that application. So I am expecting a lot of incomplete letters to be going back out to cultivators requesting biological scoping surveys, could be archaeological surveys, it could be, information about their water source, whatever that may be. And I would also like to note, as part of the ordinance in front of you today, there's also a section written in there that gives the department the ability to prepare a guidance document for cultivators on what additional analyses may be required. Also, that includes, it specifically lists biological scoping surveys as well as transportation analysis, because as a reminder, we're now in the vehicle miles traveled era rather than in level of service. So there may be the need for specific site review of transportation impacts for these various projects. Now to talk about sort of our ability in the department to do some level of workflow management. I'm going to use the example that we have for general plan amendments. And for years, the department had a policy of accepting general plan amendments on sort of these windows based upon watershed groups that you were located within. So there are ability for the department through a policy to essentially establish limitations on how many applications we're accepting at any one time. We've thought internally here about whether or not we do an opening window at the beginning of the month and allow then for staff to review those applications submitted at the beginning of the month for the remainder of the month, and then do the same thing the following month, or whether or not those longer windows, such as being open for 30 to 60 days and then closing the window for 30 to 60 days so we can review those applications. But there's a lot of sort of ability for the department to establish a policy to address that workflow management. And as it is right now, it's hard to create a policy because we really don't know how many applications to anticipate receiving. So, we could also talk about basing it upon a number of applications. So saying we're going to accept up to 30 applications or something, and then we're going to close our window until we've reviewed those for completeness and then reopen again. So there's a lot of different abilities for the department to think about how to manage this workflow. And our brains are already sort of spinning on it, thinking about what may be the best method for that. That also gives the public a real clear sense of when they can file those applications and expect to receive an incomplete notice and response.
So in sum, Julia, you're saying we don't need to put this in the ordinance, but it sounds like the fact that we're all considering the fact that we want to have a functioning system where staff is able to process these in an efficient way, that your department is going to develop a strategy for that, and you'll be making it known to us and the public what that strategy is.
That is correct. We would do a certain level of public noticing as well. We would probably do a press release once we've established that policy. And then also would probably be working, if we do application windows, we'd likely do a press release each time that window reopens, and also indicate when that window would close again. So there would certainly be public outreach, and we could also be sure to include that in perhaps like the CEO report for that month or something like that as informational from our department.
And if I may, through the chair, this is Nash Gonzalez, interim director. As Julia's pointed out, there is a policy process that we've used before. In fact, I know this board will not be familiar with it, but when we did the general plan back in 2008 and 9, prior to that, we actually did do that process with applications for amending the general plan. And what I mean by that is we actually entertained several changes to the general plan by private parties, and we actually opened and closed those windows for people to come in. And so, as Julia pointed out, that is a good process for managing the workflow. That was how we were able to do all those private changes from property owners that were requesting the changes, along with the changes that we needed to do as staff for the general plan.
Okay, thanks. And I see a hand raised by County Council Matt Kardowski.
Thank you, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. We could also add some language into the ordinance, into that application process, just to clarify there that the department has some discretion to open and close application windows. And that would kind of clarify this and make sure there's delegation by the board to the department on that.
So is the board comfortable with that?
Yeah, I totally support that, because what we don't want to do is have this giant backlog of applications, because it's really bad for everybody.
Okay, Supervisor Hashtag? Yeah, okay. Looks like consensus direction of the board on that. Okay, so it's approaching 5 o'clock and we do want to take a quick dinner break. Do we ready to go to item number 6 before quick dinner break?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so that states in this expansion, the permits will be for sun-grown cannabis only. No greenhouses, hoop houses, or other growing structures would be permitted. Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So again, thinking long-term sustainability, we don't want to alter agricultural land in particular to where it can't be used for other crops in the future. And we've seen a succession of crops. Some of the speakers today talked about that. There may be places where it's okay to do this, maybe like in some sort of industrial zoning where it already is a really highly modified environment, but certainly for most zonings that we've talked about today, we don't want to permanently change the ability of agricultural ground to grow a crop. And this is one of the biggest complaints I'm hearing in Potter Valley in particular, is people coming in and putting road base down, throwing up hoop houses, and then growing things in plastic bags. That just seems really very unsustainable and not the kind of industry that I'd like to see.
So this particular item relates to resource lands, but not to, say, land zone for industrial or commercial.
I think that's correct.
Okay. Any comments on that, Supervisor Williams?
I was going to ask, what about agricultural land?
Well, ag land in particular would be the one where I expect it to be sun-grown.
So what about, and this is really a question, not a statement, your advice, what about a cultivator who already has more than 1,000 feet? Are we expecting that they take it down to move from phase 1 to phase 3, or do we allow
No. If someone already has their infrastructure in place, I think that's fine.
Okay. And then second question, the 1,000, you know better than I do, the 1,000 square feet, is that an appropriate size to get the starts in shape for outdoor planting?
It depends on what you're growing, and the size of the plant material. And I'm going to actually have to plead a little bit of ignorance, because I'm not sure what size starts people use. So
how would you recommend we word it? I don't want to make a mistake, and I don't know what's appropriate. It should be based on the science of how large the plants are and when they need to start in the season, but no larger than necessary. How would you word it so that the Planning Commission has some discretion to review projects, but has a rebuttable presumption that we want this to be small?
I think that's a good point. And again, I'm not familiar with the industry. With a lot of other industries I know, a all their nursery stocks delivered ready to go, and they don't really have to hold it for very long, and they don't have to grow it on. So it's normally delivered the same day that they're planting in the case of vegetable transplants. And in the case of grapevines, we might hold them in a small holding area, but the plant density for vineyard is much, much lower than probably in the cannabis field. So I'm going to have to plead a little ignorance here because I don't know the industry well enough to give you an accurate answer. And it's important to get an accurate answer.
Okay, I see Supervisor Mulhern, but I also see planning and building, so maybe they'd like to respond.
Sure. Hello, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager, if I may, through the chair. I'd like to provide some information about cultivation techniques that might be helpful to this conversation.
Go ahead.
Cultivators are going to handle their starts and their propagation in a multitude of different ways, which I think definitely complicates this conversation quite a bit. Folks starting from seed are likely to begin their propagation activities in the late winter, so sometimes as early as February. Those propagation activities are dependent on some sort of protected environment, whether that is an indoor facility or a hothouse facility. They will be dependent on that. And depending on where they're located in the county, which is how far inland, what their elevation is like, their temporal conditions are going to vary greatly, and their last frost and their early frosts are going to vary greatly. So if we're looking to limit greenhouses because there's concern about aesthetics and plastics in the environment, I think limiting in reference to propagation space is going to be challenging because there's going to be various case-by-case basis to consider. Folks who have their own genetics and are relying on their own genetics and the development of those genetics are likely to have the need for overwinter spaces so that they can have what's called mother plants that are kept alive and in vegetative state over the winter so that they have the ability to take multiple cuttings from them so they can take care of their own propagation needs in the spring. So I don't think there's really a one-size-fits-all scenario that we can layer on top of the needs for propagation spaces. And then additionally, I think if the concern is what sort of scale should be allowable for hoop houses or greenhouses for flower production, I do encourage the board to break out these two issues. Propagation issues are separate from flower production areas. They're separate from those, they're kept separate at the state level as well. Threshold for any sort of limitation on mixed light or greenhouses utilized for canopy would be best aligned with a state licensing tier so as to not create an economic burden for the applicants coming into the system. So I hope that those are helpful, and I'm happy to answer questions on this. It is tricky and not a one-size-fits-all scenario.
Supervisor McGordy.
I picked up one of my reference books, the Ball Red Book, which is used a lot by greenhouse growers, and I may be able to find an answer of what's reasonable in terms of how many plants of different sizes per 100 square feet. I don't think cannabis is in the book, so we might have to substitute something else. But it's one of the things that I'm not sure is how large is the plant material. What's the equivalent of the container size when it's planted? Kristen, do you have an answer for that? Say like in a 10,000 square foot grow, what would be the typical size of a plant when it's ready to be transplanted?
It depends on the techniques utilized by the cultivators. So if you are cultivating from seed and doing a full term crop, you might be more likely to plant out a 2 to 5 gallon plant in June after your first or after your last frost, right? If you are cultivating in a manner that's utilizing light deprivation techniques, meaning that you're going to force flower of those plants, You might be planting smaller plants that are coming out of 1 gallon pots that are spaced on 2 to 3 foot centers. So again, it really depends on the cultivation style. Additionally, light deprivation has been utilized for a multitude of reasons, and especially notable is to help manage resource availability. So when you plant light deprivation cannabis in May at 2 to 3 foot spacings and then light dep it, you can harvest in June. And prior to state regulations and some of the challenges associated with them, cultivators often utilized light deprivation to complete their harvest before the hottest, driest part of the year, and having to have the water to do so through the months of July, August, and September. So, you know, it's really technique specific. It's much easier to finish smaller plants than it is very large plants. But again, full-term plants tend to be spaced much farther apart than, say, a light deprivation technique.
Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor McCord.
So just a quick follow-up on that. So when you're talking about plants that are treated with light deprivation, is that done kind of pre-planting?
So light deprivation just is cannabis. So I think the thing to explain here is that cannabis will start to flower when you reduce the light hours, the daylight hours, to less than 13, preferably around 10 hours of daylight. So what a lot of farmers will do is they will veg the plants until they're the desired size to fill the canopy area that they have allotted to them. And then they will force the nighttime by closing curtains so that there's only 10 hours of daylight, and then the plants start flowering so that they can basically force a finish date, right? So if I start pulling curtains mid-May to force only 10 hours of daylight, I will harvest that first crop in mid-July.
And
so
that's in a growing structure, though. That's not out in the open, correct?
Correct. If you're doing open air cultivation, you're gonna probably want to plant sometime between June and July 15th. Plants will naturally start flowering around mid-August as the natural light cycles are short enough to really stimulate the plant's natural photosynthesis periods into a flowering cycle. So again, depending on like the location conditions and the goals of the farmer, they might choose to plant more smaller plants come July or fewer larger plants in June, depending on how they plan to fill in that canopy of full term. It's really location dependent, climate dependent, style dependent.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern's had her hands raised for several minutes.
Thank you very much. So I think that I understand the intent of this question and this item. And because cannabis is so dependent on the particular farm, I had wondered, and because I also believe that a lot of these concerns will be mitigated with the increased enforcement. And I think that a lot of what the residents, especially in the first district, are saying are illegal operations that wouldn't be permitted in the first place. I did wonder if, and I do support expansion being sun-grown cannabis. So I wondered if the board would have support for anything that is over 10,000 square feet, which is the medium outdoor, or for being only sun-grown. And we have medium indoor and medium mixed light, but those wouldn't likely be in the floppy structures. Those would be in more professional greenhouse type structures.
Go ahead, Supervisor McGorty.
Where I see this is as we expand into agricultural areas, the planting should be in the ground, not in a greenhouse. And I almost feel like, the phase one operators are greenhouse operators, and people coming in phase three are sun grown. That's kind of how I see it. That's my vision. And there's enough covered area on their planting to hold material shortly, but not to really grow it there. So, we have nurseries, and somewheres in the cannabis program, there has to be, allowance for people who specialize in growing nursery products. And I kind of see people getting them in the ground as soon as possible, not really growing them under a greenhouse or other conditions.
Okay, Supervisor Williams and then Hashak.
Rather than providing an absolute constant, would it be possible to give direction that we want flowering to happen outside, that any structures are for nursery, for early vegetative, and then leave it to the Planning Commission? Because I can see that there's a site-specific component. There may be some locations where we say you can grow outside. We don't want to see any structures. There may be other locations where there's not a single neighbor that can see it, and 1,000 square foot, 2,000 square foot, whatever it may be, wouldn't be inappropriate. And I just wonder, can we leave that discretion to the Planning Commission to decide project by project, but with language that what we don't want is to be promoting indoor flowering. We're expecting that the structure be used temporarily until the season is right and the plant can be planted in the ground.
I'm thinking it through my head. This is just a real quick response. I'm thinking it through my head, and I don't have enough information to give you a good answer because I'm not sure what we're really planting, and that makes it difficult for me to completely understand this. We may need some input from people who are in the industry. With just telling them we want a sun-grown operation, we want you to be able to hold plant material if there's something that you need to go on a little bit, but we really, as much as possible, want it out of the nursery and into the ground the way that most other sort of row crop transplant industries operate.
Glenn, my point was if we put that language in place that you just said, the Planning Commission should be able to decide whether a particular project meets that criteria.
Okay.
So this is Kristen Nevedal again with the Cannabis Program. And if I may, through the chair, I think there's some terms we can borrow from the state to help clarify this. So the state basically breaks out immature plants from mature plants. Immature plants are not necessarily part of the flower canopy. They are definitely defined as, it's a tricky definition, 18 inches smaller or no more than 18 inches wide. But I think what we could do is consider allowing structures for immature plants and then consider disallowing structures for mature plant canopy area. So those are two ways that we could break it out and be in alignment with the state. Additionally, the state does allow for structures in outdoor cultivation. So I think if there is a desire to disallow structures, we would have to make sure that there's a clear definition of outdoor cultivation put into the ordinance.
Okay, before I go to Supervisor Williams, I want to go to Supervisor Hashak, who had his hands raised earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jordy. I like what Supervisor McGorty's trying to do with this is that we do want the outdoor grown, and that if we can limit the number of hoop houses or greenhouses as much as possible, that would be great. I do think that we probably need more expertise on this subject before we go down this path. But if we, allow too many greenhouses and say, okay, you can only have immature plants, then what's the enforcement going to be on that? And how are we going to see what's actually growing in the greenhouse? And that would be I can see just a load of problems associated with that.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
This is good. I think we're all agreeing, but I don't think this needs to go in the ordinance. We don't need to bake it into the ordinance. This can be part of the standard conditions. So I wonder if the direction could be to have Supervisor McGorty, with his farming background, work with staff to come up with what's appropriate for the standard conditions regarding structure size. And I think we would have some time to perfect that because we're not expecting anyone to get through in 2021.
Okay.
So rather than come up with an absolute constant today that we think makes sense, maybe we could put more thought into it and put the restriction in the conditions rather than the ordinance.
Yeah.
Supervisor McGorty?
I think that that's a good idea, but just we want to get across the concept that as we expand into phase 3, that we really want a sun-grown industry that is farmed in a sustainable, regenerative manner. We don't even have to use that language to say that we want a sun-grown cannabis industry.
So I have a question for County Council as he has hands raised. It seems to me that we could simply put something in the ordinance that says that expansion should be sun-grown with standard conditions to address this, or something to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was about to suggest something similar, so that rather than it just being a standard that's sort of drafted without a clear basis in the ordinance, there be something to the effect that the cultivation must be predominantly sun-grown, or that the Planning Commission shall make findings and draft conditions determining that it's primarily sun-grown. I might ask when we break for dinner if we might wordsmith a little bit of suggestion there, and then come back to the board.
Sounds like a plan. And on that point, it is 5:10. So would we can come back at 5:45 and reconvene? Okay, so we'll take a quick dinner break and come back at 5:45.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think staff in the room may need a little bit longer than that.
Okay. What's the suggestion?
We're hearing 6 thrown around here.
Okay. We might appreciate that as well. Okay. So 6 o'clock.
Welcome back, everyone. Chair Jurdy, we are in chambers and ready to begin when you are.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, so at 6 o'clock, let's resume our discussion. We are now on to bullet point number 7 in Supervisor McGordy's memo. No expansion into rangeland, TPZ, or other areas unless already exists. I believe TPZ and forest lands already were off limits, so the real issue for discussion here is the rangeland. And
pardon me, Chair Jurdy. Staff did have a couple clarifying questions for the board from the discussion earlier, and we're happy to hold those until after you finish reviewing the memo, or can go through those now if you'd like.
Well, while it's fresh in our memory, let's go back to those items.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to lead this off, but Kristen and or Matt, please feel free to chime in any areas that I miss. So the first area of clarification we're hoping to understand was about the use of the word expansion again with regards to the greenhouse and hoop house discussion, and whether or not expansion meant cultivation in excess of 10,000 square feet, meaning the amount that's going above the limitations currently contained in Chapter 10A17, or if expansion is referring to something other than that.
Now, this is as it relates to the water?
This is as it relates to the use of the greenhouses and hoop houses and other growing structures. It was just noted at the end there in the action that it would apply to expansion. So we just wanted to clarify what was meant by expansion in regards to that.
Supervisor McGordy?
I think what I mean by expansion is phase 3, new applicants. Maybe that's the wrong term.
No, that's all right. That's the exact clarification I was looking for. So if you mean that it's any applicant coming in under Chapter 22.18, that makes it very clear to staff then. So then that does beg a couple other questions for us. So if we're talking about limiting greenhouses and hoop houses on a particular site, the board needs to be aware that this might be in effect prohibiting mixed light cultivation as part of that, or mixed light cultivation as a use type throughout these various districts, because those do allow for hoop houses and greenhouses. So just want to sort of clarify on that.
I think that's exactly right. We're saying that any new grows are going to be sun grown, and we don't want to see any more mixed light cultivation in new sites. At least that's what I mean.
Okay.
And then just to tag on to that, would that also include for indoor cultivation as well?
Good question. I might need some help from the other board members on that, because I don't have a perspective of what indoor cultivation really means.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, thank you. This was what I was trying to bring up earlier regarding projects over 10,000 square feet. So the smallest mixed light operation that you can have is 25 square feet or less. So I am not opposed to that if the requirements are being met and the night sky is kept dark and people are following the rules.
I would support that.
Supervisor Hashak.
I guess I'm unclear about this now, that I thought we were going towards all outdoor for phase 3. So,
well, I could ask planning staff if they could put up the zoning chart. I think maybe it's illustration A that you had, or attachment A.
So what you have up here that hopefully you're able to see, it looks like I'm screen sharing. This is the red line table that has the Planning Commission recommended changes on it. And so what we'd be looking at here, you can see we do have specialty cottage outdoor, specialty cottage indoor, mixed light tier 1 and 2. Then we duplicate that into the specialty outdoor, specialty indoor, specialty mixed light, and then you go small, and then medium above that as well. And then the limitations on the square footage is shown here in this third line on the table, and then the *6 that you find on the medium outdoor here is what corresponds to that 10% of the parcel area. So just to clarify on that too, just to make sure it's clear that the cultivation of 10% of the parcel area is only allowed for outdoor cultivation, not for mixed light.
So I've got to say that I've spoken with some people who have studied cannabis light indoor cultivation, and they point out that there's a very big carbon footprint for indoor cultivation. So, you know, I don't know what makes Mendocino County's indoor so special versus Oakland indoor, or, you know, so I don't know. What is the board?
I feel exactly the same way, and I don't. I think if we're going to expand our industry, if it's going to be acceptable to anybody, especially after today, it's got to be sun grown, out of doors, and it's got to look good. And a lot of our houses and all these other things really don't look good, and they don't really add to pastoral atmosphere of Mendocino County. And that's why I don't think we should continue permitting them into the future.
So what I'm hearing from at least a couple board members is to remove essentially the allowances for specialty cottage indoor and specialty cottage mixed light. And then that would leave you with a specialty cottage outdoor permit. And if we carry this across all the way through, it would limit you to having a specialty cottage outdoor, a specialty outdoor, a small outdoor, a medium outdoor, and then the nursery type would still remain.
So I'm trying to look to the other supervisors while we have the screen share. Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. So again, I just want to bring up the fact that we do have phase one cultivators that are moving forward. We may have 8,000 other people that may be growing in one of these other types, that then you're saying they're just never going to be able to cultivate again. So I think it's important to remember that cultivation of cannabis in our community has been going on for decades. And in my opinion, the entire point of the phase 3 or the new ordinance was to move folks into the legal market. And you're essentially just dropping all of those people out of the market. I'm not sure where they're going to work or what their jobs are going to be, but I understand the concept. And I'm happy to have the medium outdoor. And again, all of this will be vetted through the use permit process. I believe that the Planning Commission even recommended that people, actually, I think Supervisor Jardy recommended that people use some Sonoma Clean Power or other environmental means for cultivating indoors. So I just really want to caution the board as to how many people you are taking out of the market if you remove these classifications.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jardy. So what I'm hearing from what Supervisor McGorty was saying was that we would take out all the indoor and the mixed light, but that if you're phase 1 and you're going into phase 3, you would still be grandfathered in. So if you had phase 1 mixed light, you'd still be able to do that.
Correct.
Okay. And so maybe with that, what we need to do is open up phase 1 for a 60-day period and let people apply, you know, and give them the last chance to get into the phase 1 if they're legacy.
Okay, well, before I go to Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Mulhern, does that address your concern about the legacy cultivators?
No,
why not?
Because we have a whole group of people that never entered into phase 1. So there could possibly be up to 8,000 more people that have been cultivating cannabis in Mendocino County, some of them for decades or generations, that would fit into one of these license types, but we're not giving them an opportunity to come forward into the legal market.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I had the same perspective. I think it's a question of where we say no. If we say no in the ordinance, it's a complete block. if we leave it to the Planning Commission's discretion, they can look on a site-by-site basis. And I think our goal should be transitioning those thousands of farms that didn't attempt to get into the legal system. Going forward, we don't want them operating outside of the legal market. Some of them may be in microclimates or on parcels where it's just not suitable. And certainly we don't want them to scale up. But existing activity, I think we want to try to find a way to bring them into compliance. So I would rather have the flexibility and leave it to the Planning Commission.
All right, Supervisor McGorty.
So I'm just wondering, what do you do with people who have totally flaunted the law in the last year or two? They've put up illegal structures, and now we're basically going to give them amnesty. Is that what you want to do?
No, I don't think so. But I think we want to at least give them the opportunity to bring their proposal forward. Show us the dates when they put it in, what they put in, that it's compatible with the neighborhood, that there aren't complaints, that they're trying to be good actors. If they can't show that, they're not going to get approval on a site-specific review. But there may be a few that are legacy that have been there for decades. And I think if we have the opportunity to bring them into compliance, that's better than keeping them as outlaws. And you have people that don't have other marketable skills. There isn't a job market. And if we're forcing them to continue as outlaws, that may not be the best public policy. And you could ask, why didn't they come in under phase one? Well, they probably got one look at how that was going and thought they would just continue and chance it.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair. So that was kind of the reasoning for having a window of letting people still come in through phase one, or, if they can prove that they're legacy, then that's all right. But I think that if we said, oh, phase three, then you can do whatever, and we're going to check it out with the Planning Commission, that kind of doesn't give them enough direction. I think Supervisor McGorty was trying to give them direction of, this is what we see as a future of cannabis in Mendocino County. And so I think that we can get those people, those 8,000, whether they come in or not, at least it will provide them a window of opportunity and then move on. And if they don't come in, then, we're going to what we envision for Mendocino County.
And if I may, through the chair, I have a comment on this. I think that with talking about possibly opening back up phase one, staff is very opposed to that. It would just compound the issues we're already dealing with. But what the board could consider is creating a pathway through this ordinance to allow for folks that may have been, potentially looking at an opportunity for folks to be able to come in, that we're doing this mixed light, but it's going to again get into some of this proof of prior cultivation discussion. And Kristen has an additional comment.
And the proof of prior cultivation is very challenging to manage. So I think what's in the zoning table right now would effectively cap mixed light to a medium license, which cannot exceed 22,000 square feet. That's what's in there right now. So I just want to make sure that everyone's very clear that as proposed today, there would be no flowering in structures larger than 22,000 square feet. That's what's in the mixed light language. So of course, if you wanted to reduce the structures for the outdoor component, then that would have to be taken on via a definition, but mixed light currently is capped at 22,000 square feet. And trying to bring folks in with some sort of a proof of cultivation priority, I think it's probably worth noting that the budget trailer bill currently seeks to strike the priority licensing components that the state had put in place, which was what we utilized in local jurisdictions as a pathway to initiate that kind of continuation of proof of prior component. So while we probably could still do it, I'm not totally clear because the state is striking that language, most likely via this trailer bill session, so it should be removed by July.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. So in the ordinance, as I mentioned, there are restrictions for the lighting and whether or not it, it's shielded and contained within the structures. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that also if folks use shade cloth instead of the plastic, that is also another tool that we could use to prevent the plastic from being everywhere. I think, and we've had this conversation, Mendocino County is so vast and each area and each project are just going to be so different. I really don't want to inhibit anything indoors because it could be the perfect project that we would have all given 5 gold stars to, but what we're saying today is that it's not allowed. I understand wanting to encourage and to have sun-grown cannabis. I think it's beautiful, and I can see that for a medium outdoor license, that's 10,000 square feet or larger, for sure.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Supervisor Hashak.
What if we limited indoor to just industrial areas?
I don't know who you're asking. I can answer that. I believe that you're going to limit some operators that we have that we are trying to get into the legal market by doing that. So I think that the use permit process is the way that we make sure we have good projects moving forward, and restricting things based on hunches or one particular project that you know about. It's really, leaving some very good projects that Mendocino County can be proud of off of the table.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's important to remember we're not talking about a ministerial permit. We're talking about discretionary site-specific review. The only decision we're making is whether the applicants can come forward and ask the Planning Commission to evaluate their project. Doesn't mean they're a yes. I can think of a lot of indoor projects that I would think are inappropriate, but as Mo's pointing out, there may be some that are appropriate, that are pre-existing, and we ought to have a way to bring them into the legal system.
Okay.
Supervisor McGordy.
So where does this put us? Are you saying that this is kind of an amnesty program, or are you saying going forward that people can create new projects?
Opposed to new projects if they make sense for the permit. I mean, I don't want to inhibit people that may want to get into the legal industry. We just talked about this in the last item with vineyard owners that now would like to get into the cannabis industry. Perhaps those folks would like to have some mixed light projects. I don't really know. And until people are bringing projects forward, that makes sense for a community. I just don't want to count out people that may have good projects.
Supervisor Williams.
I think we're also today talking about a win for large landowners, people who have existing agricultural operations. And mixed light indoor is more of a win for the small farm. We're not talking about large scale commercial operations. This is more the mom and pop, and it may be the resource they have and the resource they've been using. So I don't really want to just blanket disallow it. I would rather have that site by site review and make decisions based on project merit and how it affects neighbors.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I guess I have a few thoughts. The first one is, where have these people been all these years? I mean, we've had phase 1 available to them, and it seems to be punishing the phase 1 people who've been through a lot, and now it's like you shouldn't even have worried about it, because now you got another chance to go through a completely different system, and you could have saved yourself a lot of a headache. And it's really disturbing to me. That's all.
I'd like to go to the County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want the board to be aware, we're looking at this right now, but it's possible that a change in the zoning table might require this ordinance be referred back to the Planning Commission for a second round of hearings. So we're analyzing, but I just want the board to know that's a possibility.
Okay. I personally think if you make an ordinance more restrictive, then it would not create an environmental impact, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'm a little bit surprised by that too, because at what point do legacy cultivators have, no longer have a leg up over everybody else? I mean, you're talking about 6,000, 8,000 cultivation sites that chose not to apply under phase 1. And we're going to craft an ordinance in part for people who chose not to apply under phase 1, which was specifically written just for legacy cultivators.
I appreciate that. I think that everybody knows that many people took a wait and see approach with phase 1. And I think Supervisor McGorty said it, like, I say it all the time. God bless the phase 1 operators that trusted the government and moved forward. But we know that there was a whole lot of people that didn't. And, it's interesting to me that we're having this conversation now. I really thought, sir, when I read your memo that we were talking about 10,000 square feet or over large projects. This table has already come to this board and gone to the Planning Commission for review. So I'm just surprised that we're coming back to this now to not have indoor or mixed light. Again, I understand, where it's coming from and the concerns, but I really think that those are enforcement issues and not a need to not offer new opportunities to people.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess the question is, what's the vision? And, like Supervisor McGorty laid out, it's this vision of outdoor grows. And I think that the regenerative agriculture, and we can live with that. I think that we have, like in Supervisor Jurdy's area, in Mitchell Creek, there was indoor, and those were phase 1. And they would be able to, they're supposed to be moving and hopefully they're moving, but they would have that phase 1 cultivation license. And so at this point, what do we do with those people who have been in phase 1, who have been doing indoor, who haven't come in for the last 4 years? Or do we open it up for indoor for phase 3 or new cultivation? And I thought that we were saying it environmentally, it's not sound. Mendocino County, it's not sound, and that's not what we want to do here. So why not limit it, the indoor grows in phase 3?
I have a question for county planning staff. So right now, because it'd be nice if you could pull up that zoning chart one more time. But if right now under the proposed ordinance, the largest indoor cultivation would be did you say 22,000 square feet?
That is correct. Yeah. So the largest indoor is what we see here, the medium indoor. And also, I think we're also talking about medium mixed light. So these are the largest ones here. You would need a 10+ acre parcel in order to do them. And you can see the required permit would be a major use permit in all ag, rangeland, and UR, and an administrative permit in the industrial zoning districts.
Okay, and earlier today, someone used the reference to the size of a football field. I think 22,000 square feet comes out to about 75 yards of the 100 yards of a football field. So that's just to give some visual representation of what I believe 22,000 square feet would look like.
Yes, it's about a half acre. Yeah.
Well, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so if we go to the other, the extreme, say 2,500 square feet indoor, you may have someone who wants to do an aquaponics project where they have 98% reuse. They're growing fish at the same time. They're using solar. They're using green energy sources. I don't know that we want to ban all of those types of projects. I think we want to consider them. And, there may be other, when you're talking 22,000 square feet indoors, I don't think that's a pre-existing building in Mendocino County. That doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think we want to see 22,000 square feet of new hoop houses go in. But, towards the smaller end, I think there's a lot of people that are already doing it that are in compliance. And there may be some projects that are regenerative. Regenerative is not just about outdoor, it's more the practices that are involved.
Supervisor McGordy?
I just know from environmental horticulture, when we talk about any kind of greenhouse production, one of the biggest concern with them is the fact you're intensely growing. So you always have issues with water quality beneath the greenhouses. And in fact, in Southern California, where they have a sizable greenhouse industry, in order to meet water quality laws, they have to line everything with a impenetrable liner, slope it and capture the water, treat the water and recycle it so that they don't get fertilizers into the environment. So greenhouses are environmentally not really the best way to go in terms of trying to create a regenerative agriculture. I don't think it's, we're kind of in a bind here, because what I'm talking about really are new plantings, anything new going in. I really want to be sun-grown. If you want to deal with the 8,000 non-compliant growers who are out there, if you still want to create the equivalent of an amnesty program for them, that's different than what I'm talking about. And I really don't want to see, new projects that aren't sun-grown. That's my own personal bias, but that's what I'm hearing from everybody else. In Redwood Valley and Potter Valley, which seem to be under assault from a lot of unlicensed, unpermitted structures, they're really objecting to hoop houses and greenhouses. I think if somebody just had plants growing in their field, I don't think there's near the fuss that there is over plastic structures or plastic covered structures. That seems to be really a big issue.
Well, maybe we need to come back to this, but with some county council response as to what limitations we have to amend the table at this point.
And may I also just kind of ask the question again? Going forward as we do code enforcement, it's one of the things we have to talk about. Humboldt County does say that their goal is to bring people into compliance, and I don't know how many people actually get bumped out of cannabis growing altogether, or if somebody has an unpermitted grow, whether there's a pathway forward for them. And so I'm confused on that issue, and I just know that I don't want to see anything additional that what we already have, and some of the things that we have need to go because they're just inappropriate the way that they're structured and put together.
Okay, I see a hand raised by Planning and Building.
This is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. So just in response to Humboldt County's structure, they do a couple of different things to help manage enforcement and in relationship to hoop houses. So if you are caught cultivating without a permit in a hoop house structure, and you're moving through the application process, or even just are caught cultivating, they often ask you or require you to take the skin off of that greenhouse so that they can have visual into the greenhouses to ensure that they aren't replanted with cannabis. I think that has been pretty gosh darn effective. Additionally, and maybe something to consider here, Humboldt County has a soil management program where they wrote standards into their standard conditions scope. So all applicants have to explain how they're managing the soil that they'll be cultivating in. This came up around or because of concerns about bringing in lots of imported materials and then potentially having spent mediums. And so I'm hesitant to equate sustainability with the use of a structure or not the use of a structure, because sustainability really has to do with your practices on the ground and how you treat the area that you're cultivating, the medium that you're using. Are you implementing some sort of living soil? How are you handling waste? And so I don't know that an open air cultivation model is going to improve sustainability. I think looking at conditions around soil management are probably going to be much more effective in the long run for environmental health.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, then McGorty.
Yeah, I hear the McGorty vision, which is we don't want a landscape of more hoop houses. We want sun-grown outdoor. And do we really want to reward somebody who in the last year has put in more hoop houses, which are probably code violations, unpermitted? And I don't want to overlook that perspective. I think I agree with it. But I just want to be careful that, one of the criticisms we get is the county keeps changing the rules. And so whatever we put in place today really needs to stick. And so, I'm thinking about at what stage do we say no? Do we say no because it's in the ordinance, you just can't do it? Or do we give, the Planning Commission the authority, but also some language that we don't want to see a landscape of white plastic everywhere? And, maybe there are some cases where it makes sense. It doesn't affect neighbors. Nobody can see it. It's pre-existing. I don't know exactly what the circumstance is, but that's exactly it. I can't think of all the possible cases. I think with phase one, the board was well-intentioned and tried to look ahead and think of the cases, and found that there are all these edge cases. And now we have a broken ordinance. It's just, you can't grandfather people in. So, I'm looking for a compromise between what Glenn's vision, because it's also the vision I want, but also Mo's awareness that we may be hurting some small farms as an unintended consequence.
Okay, Glenn.
I just wanted to address Kristen's comment on as far as it goes to growers right now who aren't doing cannabis but are maybe growing grapes, pears. We have pretty good handle on sustainable agriculture and have certification system for certainly for grapes, as well as organic and biodynamic certifications. So we know quite a bit about soils management on a large scale, and with composting and cover cropping and other practices, we've learned a lot of no-till farming and such that we're pretty far down the road on the whole concept of sustainability. So I think Mendocino County Agriculture has got a good understanding. And if you look at what our water quality issues are in Mendocino County, it's mostly centered around sedimentation from roads and temperature from stream banks that have been damaged or otherwise impaired over the years by other factors. It's not so much on the ground farming that's causing issues.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. With all the comments that we received from the public, there is such a high percentage of them that, the major complaint is the hoop houses, and just the hoop house that shows up, next door, the hoop house that's blocking the vista, the hoop house that's on the side of the hill. I can see 3 hoop house operations from my window right here. And so, I think that's a major concern for people. I think because it's a discretionary permit we're talking about, we need to send a strong signal to the Planning Commission that we don't want that moving forward.
Okay, is there a way that looking at planning staff, is there a way that we get a couple options brought back to us? Because I'm assuming we're not going to be actually voting on new language tonight. We've looked at our calendars and seen that April 27th is available as a date to continue this we've closed the public hearing, but to continue the meeting. Could we have maybe a couple of different options on the 27th?
Yes, this is Julia Krog. We can come back with several different options for consideration of the board based upon the discussion today.
Okay, is that enough for us to go on to the next? point?
I think so. I just want to finally comment. I do recognize that. What do you tell the 8,000 other growers? You just say, okay, you're done, pack up and leave and go somewhere else? That doesn't seem right either. If our process had been better, maybe more would have signed up and more people would have been through it and permitted. I don't know the answer, because it looks like even people in the queue of the 1,100 that we have, some of them won't make it. So what do they do? You know, I don't know. It just seems like there's going to be winners and losers in this process, but it's a very tough decision that we have to make as a community in terms of what we want. And what I'm just relating to you, what I hear continuously is that out of the plastic and into the soil is more or less the theme that most people find acceptable.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, we are.
Oh, I got it. Okay. It was about the proof of prior and having a window. I guess my question for the program manager is, whatever the state is doing, does that affect what the county allows? Because if we're trying to get these people into the system still, you know, you were talking about the state not allowing the proof of prior. Does that matter to what we do as a county?
So this is Kristen Navidal, and currently in the phase 3 draft here, there is no requirement for proof of prior. And so if folks are in phase 1 and need to transfer into phase 3, they aren't going to need to have a proof of prior to move into phase 3. Folks coming into phase 3 as new cultivators will not need to show proof of prior. They'll just need to comply with the zoning table and the structure outlined in this new ordinance. Question, Supervisor Hashak, please?
Yeah, thanks. If they're trying to get grandfathered in, then they've already shown proof of prior, right? If they're already in the phase 1 system?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to a really simple one. No expansion of cannabis into rangeland, bullet number 7. So how do we want to, Glenn, do you want to just elaborate on your thoughts on that one?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. You know, as I said earlier in the day, the upland watersheds are very sensitive to water diversions, and our rangeland consists a lot of oak woodlands, which we're trying to protect. And we're recognizing that's important and unique habitat in the North Coast with a lot of biodiversity. So we don't want that fragmented. At least that's the message I've heard loud and clear today from the environmental community. That being said, there are some places that are zone rangeland that I know have vineyards on it right now, or have grown hay before or other crops. So if it's already cleared and the trees are gone and they have a water source, it wouldn't seem particularly logical to prevent them from switching to a different cropping pattern. Again, as long as it's in the soil, in the sun, I think that would be acceptable.
So before I go to Supervisor Hashak, so just trying to look for language that might encompass that. So no expansion of cannabis into rangeland unless the soil has been disturbed for commercial agricultural activities. Would that?
I wouldn't say anything about the soil. I'd just say unless there's again historic agricultural crop use in the area where the project is going to be sited.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
I'm just wondering about those areas that Supervisor McGordy's talking about, and are like your neighbor you've referred to in the past, wouldn't those be, couldn't we reclassify those as ag land and then leave the true rangeland alone?
Well, the problem with that, and maybe planning and building can address this, but to get your property rezoned, I think is a pretty onerous process.
Okay, to that question, I don't know if Planning and Building is prepared to answer that question, but if they are, that'd be helpful.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director, let me talk a little bit about the rezoning process. So basically what we're looking at is whatever the zoning classification we're looking at has to be consistent with the general plan. If you're looking at range lands, if you're looking at forest lands, TPZ lands, again, the issue of proper soils comes in. And so we have to analyze those lands to be, again, consistent with the appropriate soils for those areas.
So if I'm understanding that, then rangeland might not have the appropriate soil for cannabis? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and if I may go a step further, we would have to also look at it underneath it would require, if we're talking about taking parcels from rangeland currently to ag zoning district, it actually requires a general plan amendment in addition to a zoning rezone. And that's because in chapter 20.220, there's a general plan and zoning ordinance compatibility, and rangeland is not actually listed as compatible with the ag zoning district. And ag is really meant to be reserved for lands that are prime agricultural lands under active production, and rangeland is meant to be more of those transitional areas. So there'd be particular findings that would need to be made by ultimately the board in approving any application for a rezone and a general plan amendment. And then just as an important note, per government code, we are only, the board is only able to amend the general plan 4 times per calendar year.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so my take on this, I think most rangeland is not appropriate for cannabis cultivation. It's like a needle in a haystack. It just happens that we have an enormous county with a lot of rangeland. And so there may be parcels that previously disturbed and it's the right slope. It meets all the environmental regulations. It's not crossing, it doesn't have a narrow road crossing other neighbors. If everything lines up, maybe it's appropriate. And I think that's why we want the flexibility of proposals coming before the Planning Commission. I don't expect many to make it through that process. I think meeting state environmental regulations rules out most of the land, and then getting through our Planning Commission, you're not going to see a lot of rangeland cannabis development. So, the language I would feel comfortable is previously substantially disturbed or otherwise environmentally suitable, because we want to put a process in place that may last the next decade. What is, I think we're gonna have arguments of cronyism if we say, unless you were growing grapes, you can't grow cannabis in the same spot. One of the, and what does previous mean in the context 5 years, 10 years from now, somebody, put it in a crop that didn't exist in 2021. Can that space now be used for cannabis? So do they have to put grapes in first and then rip them out to grow cannabis? I think what's important is that it's environmentally appropriate and that it's land that was already disturbed. One of the phase 1 projects, I think maybe the only one that got through in the pilot program for the state license was was it a horse pasture? Staff could comment. And, which showed me, well, they weren't growing a crop, but out of all of the failure cases, we have one success, and it's where horses were kept. So I think we should focus on previously disturbed. That may be more accurate than specifying a certain type of crop or whether it was commercial.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. One of the comments that Sheriff Allman has made in the past, and Sheriff Kendall too, is that if we start expanding out into rangeland, which is the least desirable area for cannabis growing because it's dry, it's wildlife, it's oak, woodlands, all those reasons why they took rangeland off the books was also law enforcement. And the more we get out there, the less control we have over what's going on. And I don't think that we've had a good record of doing the code enforcement or the law enforcement in some of the far reaches of our county. I don't, when you think about water, you think about wildlife, and you think about the wildfires that happen in rangeland more than others, it's not a suitable area for expansion.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I agree with that. I think the law enforcement concern should be taken into consideration when the Planning Commission reviews these projects. Putting more large-scale cannabis out in the hills, that doesn't sound ideal to me, versus a rangeland parcel that has the right slope, has adequate water usage is shown to not affect neighbors, is close to a state highway. And I think that's really, people who want to do larger scale, it's no longer a backyard grow, they're going to have to find the right land. And I don't know that we're smart enough to think of every case forward looking into the future. I think and this is why the state has a discretionary process. And one of the problems we got into phase one is reinventing the wheel, deciding at a local level, we're going to think of all the cases and how to protect the environment under all these edge cases versus reference state law. It's a state license these folks need. A lot of what we're talking about is covered by that state licensing. Question for us is, where do we want to put it? I would say where it won't affect neighbors, where it won't impact views, where law enforcement thinks they have a good access for coverage.
So if I could just jump in right here, but I see that as being purely logical, Supervisor Williams. But also, if you look back at the comments we received today, it gets translated by others into, okay, if you don't prohibit or restrict it, then we're going to assume the worst. And so if there's over 700,000 acres of rangeland in Mendocino County, and in theory, any one parcel could have up to, pick a number, 10%, 5%, allowed, by some people's interpretation or propaganda, it's now the proposed ordinance will allow 10% of that 700,000 acres to be developed as cultivation, even though we know that it's a big hurdle to get through the permit program, and we could have placed umpteen different restrictions on the rangeland, but all people hear is the maximum allowed if we don't really clearly define. And so if we say all rangeland is in theory eligible to apply and don't restrict it in some way really clearly in the ordinance, I think then people will assume the worst. I mean, it's kind of like when we've seen with the pandemic, some countries had real high levels of sort of social cohesion and they abided by the no masking, and other societies wanted to rebel and live free or die. And I think our country might be a little more in the live free or die mode and a little less in the social cohesion model. So I think that the trust in government isn't as good as it should be. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Williams' wording for rangeland, and I understand the concerns that the community has with the gut reaction. I believe the use permit process will work, and I wondered if the board would again consider a 24-month review. How many applicants in phase 3 get through the review process in rangeland based on the environment, the water that they have available, and whatever previously disturbed might look like. My guess is that it's not very many, but when I speak to people whose granddad put the property into rangeland, but they want to cultivate and they have a phase 1 license, I've seen that project. That project would make sense, I think, from almost everybody. It has water on site, it's out of view, but without the opportunity to bring that project to the Planning Commission, we'll never know.
Okay, Supervisor McCarty.
So as an example, I know of several vineyards in Potter Valley that are classified as rangeland, even though next door there's like no difference. They're dead flat, and next door they're agriculture, they're zoned agriculture. So I think some of the designation was when the first general plan was created, and they kind of looked at what were they doing, and the rangeland one was mostly running cattle. And in fact, there's really very little difference between it and the property next door. So I'm not sure that the designation of rangeland was always done in a real logical process. And now for the person to change that, if they wanted to grow cannabis on the property, they would have to go through a general plan amendment and rezoning. So I don't see the point, given the fact that it's already an agricultural production, has been for the last 30 years. So that's the only kind of situation, just as Supervisor Williams just discussed, some kind of language about disturbed soil and the fact that it's been an agricultural production in a way that's very clearly obvious.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
One of my worries is that we create more of an environmental impact, or we affect neighborhoods more because with our language that's designed to protect the same. And I really believe this is why the state has a discretionary model for their licensing. And that's probably what we should have for our permitting, that you know it when you see it. Where can you cultivate cannabis in Mendocino County where it won't cause negative impacts? Because most of our people don't care about cannabis being cultivated. They care about the negative impacts. And whether it's illegal activity or it's our phase one, there are a lot of negative impacts. So I think Dan is right. When people hear rangeland and they think, well, 10% of 750,000 acres, they're imagining every hillside will be covered with it. And what I'm envisioning is very few projects. I'd be surprised, frankly, if 15 projects in a year get approved. And probably not all on rangeland. Some will be ag land. It'll be a slow process, and because realize the neighbors, for the first time, the neighbors have an opportunity to show up and voice their concerns. With our phase one ministerial, applicants paid a fee and they had the right to cultivate. The neighbors didn't have an opportunity. With a discretionary, you're going to have rangeland neighbors showing up saying, hey, I don't want to see that. I don't want to smell it. We have a shared road. You're going to impact my water, right? And a lot of those projects are going to fail during the review. So, I think Dan is right that we need some language so that the public, isn't unnecessarily fearful of what's to come. But at the same time, I hope that language doesn't bite us. I hope it doesn't create more of an environmental impact or a neighborhood impact because it removes some of the choice locations.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair. The people are concerned about using rangeland, and probably rightfully so, because these are really the pristine backcountry of our county. When I talked to our wildlife services trapper, he was saying that, the problem with some of these issues is you have a big grow out there in the rangeland where they're tapping those springs. And so the animals are looking for any green stuff to eat in the summertime. And then the people end up shooting the animals because, that's the temptation out there in the rangeland. And so, I'm not an expert on this, but, listening to the people who have studied this for a long time, they're saying rangeland is not the place to have this kind of increase. And the people seem to be backing that. I would say 60-70% of the people are against, encroachment into the rangeland for new grows.
So Supervisor Hashak, what is your reaction to the idea that what if someone has 20 years ago established some sort of row crop on a portion of rangeland? Are you against the conversion of any of that row crop into cannabis?
Well, I guess that one idea would be, is that appropriately zoned? And should it be rangeland or should it be ag land? And can we make that one of the 4 amendments to the general plan? So I guess I'm just wondering about those situations that Supervisor McGorty is talking about. But so, yeah, I would be open to hearing from staff, but also from people who live out there who might have different opinions.
Well, maybe Interim Director Nash Gonzalez answered this question earlier, but maybe I'll just re-ask it. If there was a general plan amendment request to rezone either all of or a portion of a parcel that was zoned rangeland to ag, and county staff, after doing their analysis, felt it was a logical proposal, perhaps part of the property was already in active agriculture, or it's adjacent to agricultural activities. At any rate, was recommending it. What's the kind of the time frame for the review process? I assume that California Fish and Wildlife might weigh in some way on that proposed rezone. What's kind of just the length of time and the commenting agencies that would comment on a rezone like that?
If I may, through the chair, thank you very much. These types of projects are legislative in nature, and they generally will take anywhere from 6 months to a year to go through the processing. And yes, you're going to have full CEQA. You're going to have a number of state and federal agencies looking at this, because this has long-term implications on the change. It's not just a project that's confined by conditions, but you're looking at changing land uses and not only the use of the property, but also it has an impact on adjoining properties as well. And so when you're looking at changing, let's say, a parcel from ag to rangeland, you're looking at minimum parcel sizes also that has to be looked at, densities and so on under the general plan. You can't take a 40-acre parcel and change it to rangeland necessarily, because the rangeland calls for 160-acre minimum. And so the other thing we have to look at too are the soils appropriate for that type of parcel? And I think Board Member McGordy had mentioned that the old general plan, and I'm going to assume that he's referring to the 81 general plan, when parcels were looked at to be classified as rangeland or ag, there was somewhat of an analysis that was done back in the 80s to determine what was the appropriate land use for those areas, because a lot of the county was zoned unclassified or had an unclassified designation. And today, based on what was done in 81, it was based on the soils, it was based on mapping, it was based on a process of going out to the public and doing extensive outreach during the 81 general plan process. So it had a lot to do with its appropriateness. But we would look at the same thing again for a general plan amendment today. In other words, these things are not just taken lightly. Is it appropriate? Does it meet the density? Is it also growth inducing? Because one of the issues that we look at is when you change the general plan, is it going to result in a spot zone? Is it going to result in a change that's going to cause leapfrog development based on that one change? And so there's a lot of analysis that goes into a general plan.
And if I may just add on to that, Julia Krog, one of the key things that you see between rangeland and the ag zoning district is there's a clear difference in the minimum parcel size requirement, and the ag actually has a much smaller minimum parcel size requirement. So as part of any sort of rezone or general plan amendment, we'd be having to analyze the number of additional parcels that could potentially be created through subdivision on those properties, and or additional dwelling density that may be accommodated, as well as the allowable uses within each of those districts, and as to whether or not it could be causing some sort of environmental impact by making that zoning change or general plan amendment change.
And then this is Kristen Avedal, and I just wanted to mention too, the concerns about surface water in the rangelands, especially as they tend to be potentially more upland in the watersheds. Surface water is not allowed to be diverted for the purposes of cannabis cultivation over the summer months. So if there are cultivators relying on surface water, they would be forced into storing that water and only pulling water from a surface water source from the months of November through April. That could be further restricted in drought years by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware of that as well.
Well, I just want to go back to something that Supervisor McGordy had said about, I don't know if it was urban legend or the neighbor's recollection that his land was zoned rangeland because there was cattle on it at the time of the perhaps the first general plan of 81, 82. I've heard the same urban legend in Fort Bragg from a former member of the general plan committee in Fort Bragg from the 1980, 81, 82 period. And he had said that the land in Fort Bragg, the zoning pretty much was put on the map based on what was the activity on the ground at the time that they were drawing the maps. So if there were some light industrial activities, that was the light industrial part of town. If you had this one neighborhood little store, that was given the neighborhood commercial zoning designation to the one piece of property that was where the store was located. So it wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't a soil analysis that distinguished the rangelands from the agricultural lands. It may really have just been the uses on the ground at the time.
If I may, through the chair, call it what you may, but urban legend or not, that's basically how things were looked at in the 81 general plan, where the county looked at existing uses when it laid down the general plan land uses.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm back to, I think we need to trust our planning commissioners. I think they understand what we're after here, maybe better than we do. And, I trust them that they can ensure that we don't have the negative impacts. But, I'd like to give them latitude to figure out what sort of projects fit in, where they fit in, rather than try to architect it and, in years out, look back and think that we blew it.
Well, so my concern is we heard several speakers, I call it a threat. I'll say the politically incorrect thing. I'll say it was a threat. They basically threatened to go the initiative route, referendum, to overturn this ordinance. And honestly, I think if we do not clearly limit in some substantial way the amount of rangeland in a real clear language that could even be considered, I think it would not be that difficult for people to collect the signatures to get this on the ballot. And that creates a lot of uncertainty. I'd rather have some certainty here. And even though I totally agree, I think a number of rangeland parcels that would be under consideration are pretty limited. That doesn't stop people from using heated political rhetoric to exaggerate the situation and to mischaracterize the ordinance.
Dan, that makes sense. I think I'm hearing a lot of agreement here. Could you help us with a proposal? What language do you think would satisfy the public at large that represents what we've discussed tonight?
I think again, it's basically rangelands off limits unless there is a history of crop production that involved tillage and development of water resources for irrigation.
I think that would be narrow enough. And honestly, I think some of the people who are going to be looking to expand, maybe they're going to look at rangeland, but I think they're probably better bet is to look at land zoned for ag if they're really looking at expansion. And we haven't quite got to that part of the ordinance yet, but personally, I think there's some opportunity sites in the county that are zoned for ag land for people who really want to expand, that have suitable water, transportation access, et cetera. So I would go with Supervisor McGorty's language and just, and make it really clear to the public that rangeland is is largely off limits with very few exceptions. Supervisor Mulhern?
Please restate the exceptions.
The exception is land that's been cleared and in crop production using tillage and developed irrigation water sources. The place I'm thinking of is in Potter Valley, and they're in the Potter Valley Water District. They have water lines to this spot. It had been an alfalfa field, and then they stopped growing alfalfa. They wanted to grow hemp or cannabis, and basically found out that it was rangeland, so they couldn't do either. And there's no native vegetation on it. It's totally cleared. I mean, that's an example of the kind of place that I have in mind.
Okay, I see a hand raised by County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would ask for clarification if that definition was going to be used. Essentially, when would be the effective date of there having been tillage and or irrigation? And one of the things that I believe Supervisor Williams had previously mentioned is essentially if 5 or 10 years from now it had been cleared a few years before, would that be sufficient for the purposes of the ordinance?
Well, good question. I would think it's been cleared before cannabis was made legal, and we were even starting phase 1. But that gets back into the whole concern, I guess, about dating practices and when things happen. Sometimes you can see this on aerial maps from the era, and that would seem like evidence.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, you raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So we're back into the proof of prior, and I think what we don't want is to give anyone a pass on, when they graded their property last week in expectation of phase 3, and that would be the worst case scenario. So we need to figure out what would be the proof of prior on that.
Well, in you looking at Supervisor McGorty's language, it seems to me that there would have to be aerial photographs that would show proof of tillage. I mean, that's just such a. I mean, just it would have to show up in aerial pictures. I would think. I mean, just the size of it, of the amount of land you're looking at. I will look at County Council.
Thank you. And just the other side of that question would be if there had been historical tillage, say in the 80s, and it had been abandoned and since returned to a natural condition or a semi-natural condition, is that still a place where the cannabis cultivation would be allowed?
We looked through that in Lake County. I worked as the farm advisor in Lake County when they passed some land use regulations involving vineyard development in places that have been previously cleared. And, they had places that looked like a forest. And yes, it had been previously cleared in the 1950s, but then the forest grew back. So that's a really good point. And I think what I'm envisioning is something that has stayed pretty much in an unvegetated state.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Withdrawn.
Okay, so I would support Supervisor McGorty's language. So that's 2. Is there a third?
I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I like the spirit of it. I'm wondering if it's too restrictive. If you could add or otherwise environmentally suitable. But I understand there may be some hesitation that that's too generic. Is there a sweet spot that's restrictive enough? But I don't want it to be seen as strictly giving grape growers the ability to cultivate and nobody else. And this is kind of bordering on that for me.
Well, in this case, it's not the person's not really a grape grower. They're growing alfalfa, and I know that there's been other people who've grown, grass, hay, and other things in those kinds of situations.
Okay. And the tillage, that's really important to you, that specificity? Yes. Mo, did I see your hand up?
I didn't raise my hand. I was considering the tillage versus row crop, and that might just be flexible enough to allow some people that would be appropriate. And again, I'm just going to keep reiterating, I really believe in this use permit process, and it's listed in the table as a major use permit. So nobody's going to enter into this lightly by any means. And it's certainly not going to be quick, and it's certainly not going to be without input from the neighbors.
Supervisor Hashak.
How about if we just provisionally accept this definition and bring it back at our next meeting, if we're meeting again on the 27th to finish this up. And at that point, we can get input from from the community about that.
To clarify, the public hearing's been closed, but we certainly will be hearing from the public. In fact, we're getting emails during the meeting right now. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really think it's important for the board to provide a pretty clear direction at this point so that the community doesn't feel the need to reinvest their time in the conversation that we've had up until this point. There needs to be a clear understanding of our thoughts about why we want to move forward with this.
And to sort of reiterate what Supervisor Williams said, there's very few cases where this is going to happen, but there's a few. But I think it's allowable to the extent that we want to get any expansions sun-grown out of doors on places that are appropriate, that have good water, good soils, and are easy to farm. And some of these places fit that category.
Glenn, can you repeat the language? And can you repeat it in a way that captures the tillage? There's probably more than one possibility here. The soil's tilled. Are there any other possibilities where the soil is disturbed enough that it wouldn't be an impact to plant cannabis?
Yeah, the soil has been disturbed from its native state through tillage. The land cleared and has a previous history.
I think I could support that.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I'd go ahead and go with that language.
Okay.
Sorry, my internet must have dropped the last word. A previous, what was it?
Crop history.
Crop history, thank you.
As opposed to native ground that's uncleared and it's not been tilled.
Okay, so it sounds like we've got a majority concurring with Supervisor McGorty's language. So has staff captured that?
If we could please get a clear restatement, that would be beneficial.
Okay, so rangeland that has been cleared, previously tilled with cleared and tilled with a previous crop history.
I see County Council raising a hand.
Thank you. And just to be clear, is that going to be a required factual finding as part of the use permit that the Planning Commission makes?
Yes.
And for clarification, would this be of a certain date? So let's just imagine ourselves 20 years into the future and someone 15 years from now tills the soil for some crop and then comes in and says, well, 5 years ago, the soil was tilled for this other crop. Now I'd like to grow cannabis here. It seems to me the way we would restrict this would be to say, to create no new environmental impact would be to say it had to have occurred in 2015 or prior.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, just for one more clarification, would this only apply to the table, the rangeland uses that require a major use permit? And I understand now we're going to go back and talk about indoor mixed light or not, but they're specialty cottage outdoor, for instance, you just need an administrative permit.
This would be for sun-grown only.
Okay.
So sun-grown only in rangeland?
Yes.
Would you drop your other mixed lights if we sun-grown only in rangeland?
Are we playing Let's Make a Deal? I'm just going to stick with this for right now. This is all that my capacity at 7 in the evening. This is about it. So.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We are not following with the clarification of the statement. If you could please restate clearly for the record. Thank you.
Okay, so cultivation of cannabis on rangeland is only allowed in places that have been previously cleared, tilled, and have a history of crop production with a developed irrigation system.
I think the clarification was dating to 2015 or prior to that.
Yes.
And that is for all permit types in rangeland, is that correct?
Well, I'm thinking the only permit you're going to get is for sun-grown cannabis in this site.
I believe there may still be size categories. So outdoor grow might be an administrative permit versus a major use permit. Planning and building can correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Would it be helpful if I share the screen with that table again so we can all be, I'm seeing a couple head nods. Okay, let me go ahead and do that. There we have the table up here again. So you can see here's the rangeland category here and takes you across administrative permits for specialty cottage types and then major use permits for all other permit types.
So the indoor and the mixed light would be taken out of the table, I believe, for the rangeland.
Based upon the discussion, staff has captured that we'll be coming back with options for the board to consider at the next meeting regarding the mixed light and indoor.
And if I may just clarify my question, Mr. Chair. So the specialty cottage outdoor is a different permit type than the larger outdoor grows would be. Now, they both might be outdoor, they both might be sun-grown, but the question is this limitation on the rangeland applying to all of them?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'm just thinking about the 2015 and prior, and you know, Chris, County Council might have had that example of what happened in 1950, and then it reverted to, or Supervisor McGordy said, and then it reverted to, forest. So, should we be saying that it's has to be, 2015 and forward or something, or 2015 to 2020, it had to be in production? Maybe that would be a way of clarifying it more.
You should be able to look at a aerial photo in 2015 and see that the land was cleared. And then the person who has the property can document that there were crops grown there.
So we would say 2015, at that point, something had to be cultivated there.
Well, it hadn't been cleared at least. It may not have been cultivated, but you can see that it's clear that all the vegetation, native vegetation, has been removed, so that it's been under some kind of a cropping system sometime prior to that removed all the native trees.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I want to just say I appreciate the intent of the idea that we want sun-grown cannabis in our community, but when we're talking about 2,500 square feet, or we're talking about just smaller operations and limiting what business might choose to do, I'm really having a hard time wrapping my head around that. So I know that it's going to be brought forward again. I think we're going to have a lot more public comment about that, considering that was not in the table the last two meetings.
So if I may, I've seen sun-grown cannabis in 2,500 square foot plots and less, and people seem to be perfectly happy to grow it in that size, and they were finding markets for it. I don't think that some of them would make a living, but they could certainly augment their living on it. And for some of the ranching families, having small cannabis plots would be something that they might be interested in. So I wouldn't put it out there that the idea is preposterous. I think there would be people who consider very small growth like that.
Okay, so I think we may have given enough direction on 7, and a couple of these other items look a little simpler to reach consensus, so hopefully we can power through these. No operations that should be considered for permitting that require internal combustion generators or pumps, water to be trucked in. I think we've more or less dealt with this already. Supervisor Williams?
A nuance. What about a grape grower who already has an irrigation system and maybe has a generator as a backup power source during the PSPS? Do they have to install a parallel system for cannabis, or can they use the existing infrastructure?
You always ask all the hard questions.
Well, it's better to ask it now than have staff deal with the education.
I was thinking more or less in, if there isn't an existing system, you don't want to stick your neighbor with a noisy pump. I've had that happen to me. It's really a drag. And fortunately, it's for a frost pump, so it doesn't run very often. But when it runs, you really know it's going. So if somebody is pumping a lot, it would really lower the quality of life for neighbors. And that's why I'm kind of thinking that. And I know of cases where generators are running all the time, and they're close enough that it bothers people who are in the neighborhood.
So this is under a use permit model. This would be evaluated, right? The Planning Commission would see the drawings and decibel ratings. Is it? I see that some of these we're getting into the problem created by phase 1, where we try to look ahead and think of all the cases that may come up and how to navigate it, versus allowing project by project to decide. There may be an existing grape grower that has a noisy pump, but is so far away from neighbors, it's less of an environmental impact to let them use their existing water supply. And I know staff has dealt with a lot of these edge cases that come up from phase 1. Is there a way you could condition this to allow pre-existing irrigation systems to be used, or can we just leave this to the Planning Commission to decide? It's a use permit.
Those are all really good questions, and what I was thinking about was somebody creating a new growing site and then putting a very noisy pump in that would bother the neighborhood. That's my concern.
But are you thinking about that through the eyes of agriculture, where they can just do that, versus cannabis, where they're going to tell the Planning Commission which pump and the decibel rating and the schematic, and it will be reviewed, in which case maybe we don't need to think about every case in advance. And then the second part of it, the tree removal and the grading, I think that's already covered. I'm not against having the language in here, but I hope it's consistent with other places that we've talked about those concerns.
Well, again, to go to what Supervisor Hasjack's been talking about and the concern of the general public about rangeland and grows on rangeland, we want this to be pretty specific about where we would put things.
And if I may, I think I can help to add a little clarity on how we handle this for some of our other use permits and such with maybe I'm going to use the example, actually one that we see this very often with is with cell tower projects, where there usually is a backup generator for emergency purposes. And we actually have fairly standardized conditions of approval that we include. Of course, we get information on the decibel readings. Then we also have standards about not exceeding a certain decibel reading at the edge of the parcel boundary, which is a requirement of our noise ordinance. And then additionally, we have conditions about, affixing that generator with spark arresters, et cetera. We may require even additional information about when they anticipate it could be turned on. We even condition how often they're able to go out and do maintenance on there to flick it on for maintenance activities and how long they can run it for when they do those maintenance activities. So I believe that the concerns expressed by Supervisor McGorty could be addressed through conditions of approval at the Planning Commission level, and maybe based upon what an applicant proposes to utilize some level of a generator or internal combustion pump for.
In general, can staff help us incorporate these ideas in a way that will allow rapid processing of permits, right? Staff knows the pain points in phase 1. I just want to be careful that we don't repeat those, but I like Glenn's idea. Yes. So do you see any possibility to reform some of this in a way that would lend itself to streamlining?
You know, we can certainly discuss internally as staff and see if we can come up with some additional recommendations to the board for a subsequent meeting, coming back with the other items that the board has asked us to give some options for. But, you know, it is challenging to think about an overarching sort of policy because so much of this county is so site specific. Something that's insignificant on one parcel is very significant on another parcel and may have a relationship to the surrounding uses to that particular site. So, but I think we can certainly come back with some additional information for the board.
And if I may, through the chair, just to give an example of a site-specific issue is you may have a parcel that's already planted with trees and vegetation that may screen the noise versus another property that doesn't have vegetation. And so this is where, again, each parcel is going to be looked at specifically for those vegetative and topographical conditions to determine what kinds of conditions are going to be applied to the use permit. That's why it's a little difficult to give you an overarching policy or language now, unless we look at those parcels specifically. But again, as Julie has mentioned, we can look at to see if there's anything that comes close.
My concern always is that we don't degrade the quality of life for the people around the agricultural operation. You know, in my neighborhood, when the pumps are on, it's deafening. You know, and they're on for frost protection, so I get it. You know, that's something we do. It doesn't happen often, but in the case of irrigation of a cannabis crop, I'm sure it's something you have to do multiple times a week in the summer. So we want to make sure we make it so that the neighbors aren't being impacted by a lot of noise, because that's something that I hear is a problem in some neighborhoods now.
Is it possible to ask to give direction that we want the Planning Commission to ensure that we don't have those negative consequences, but leave some discretion to how they accomplish it? I mean, I see that we're getting into what created the phase one problem. We're getting so specific rather than utilizing the use permit process. And I understand why it's well-intentioned and I support it and I've gone down this path, but you know, I kind of have this zooming out saying, well, we're taking a use permit that's very flexible and we're putting a very rigid perspective on it that may not capture the intended outcome.
Good point. And I know that you can really quiet things down because I do kind of talk to my neighbors about it. In one case, they really quieted their pump down significantly, and it's made living here nicer. So I think that's acceptable. Our goal is not to be impacted by noise from internal combustion motors.
So personally, I think the county can easily condition this. I think the bigger burden for the county, but I think it's a task that we need to be committed to fulfilling is actually monitoring these use permits, you know, after year one, in year two, in year three, et cetera, because it's one thing to condition a project, it's another to make sure that they fulfill it in later years. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Judy. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, is that, you know, if we're looking at being proactive in this and we're issuing these use permits that could be for 10 years, then what are we going to put in to monitor compliance so that it's not just complaint driven?
So hopefully, I'm hoping that the plan that we've asked county staff to bring back code enforcement, et cetera, on our active code enforcement, so it's not relying on complaints, will include, for example, you know, active monitoring of people who hold permits, even though I think the greatest responsibility is actually to be looking at the people who haven't even come in and sought a permit. You know, I think there's a lot of code enforcement opportunities for people who haven't even sought a permit, but there needs to be some sort of active monitoring of the people who do hold permits.
If I may, through the chair.
Right. So do we want to make a recommendation?
Okay.
Do we want to make a recommendation that, you know, every 2 years there's a site visit or something like that?
So I'm looking at planning staff. I mean, I'm assuming that in the overall plan that we have that will be coming back for code enforcement, that this would be part of what you're reviewing is what's the county's monitoring system for people who hold permits. But again, looking at county planning staff, maybe you could, if you have initial thoughts on that, let's hear it.
So this is Nash Gonzalez through the chair. One thought here is when you've got a use permit and a discretionary process, there's what we call mitigation monitoring. And so each condition, each mitigation measure can be monitored on an annual basis. Very simply, you can require the operator applicant to conduct an annual monitoring report of each of the conditions of approval and submit that report to the county, which would be done by an independent third party. And basically that review is of each condition, each mitigation going through, whether it's conditions of approval or the mitigations themselves out of the CEQA analysis. How did they address certain issues? Did they have to use the generator? If they did, how often? Did they receive complaints? Were there any water issues, and so on. So it basically is done by the conditions of approval, and it basically allows for a process that is the checks and balances of the conditions of approval.
So Nash, could you give us maybe a real world example of that? And one I'm thinking might be similar to that is the surface mines permit holders, that they have a third party person who, or often they have someone else prepare a report that is then sent to the state and to the county. And the county is essentially administering that program on behalf of the state. And I know you were on the state board, so you're very, very familiar with the program, but maybe, is that a good example?
Thank you, Chair Dirty. Yes, that is a good example. There's a lot of mitigation monitoring programs that are done, especially in surface mining operations. For example, operations are limited to a certain amount of material they can extract and process each year. They have to provide information as to how much was removed compared to what was processed and submitted to the state as far as annual reports. There's also annual permits that are taken out from or with Department of Fish and Wildlife for stream crossings or any takes that are necessary. It could be a condition that through the CEQA process, there may have to have been done a study on impacts to birds or frogs, and I'm just naming things off. What are the results of those studies? So that's captured in a mitigation monitoring program. If there was tree removal as part of the surface mining operation, how many trees were removed? How much grading was done? And then what is being done to replace that, that vegetation, or will that vegetation be replaced during reclamation? So a lot of these things can be captured in a monitoring program.
And one additional comment I'll just add to that is that also remembering that use permits and administrative permits can have a expiration date set on them. So what I've seen in my time with the county is that our planning commission, when they have contentious sites or sites that may raise significant concerns, they may put a shorter term limit on that use permit or administrative permit. So it comes back around for re-review and goes through a full process again with a public hearing and including the neighbors so that they can participate and discuss what impacts may be associated with that particular project or site.
And I'll add to that, we've seen that with surface mining permits in the county where the permit may be granted for 20 years, but every 3 to 5 years, it has to come back before the Planning Commission for a complete review.
So the hope is the operator's been fulfilling the conditions of the permit and the neighbors are not showing up to that public hearing because they're happy or at least they're satisfied.
If I may, through the chair, I think when you have conditions like that, where the expectations are that a permit will come back for another review, I think what you have is self-compliance on the part of the applicant and operator, because the last thing they want to hear is a group of angry neighbors protesting to the Planning Commission that the operator has been out of compliance, because they do have the ability to then begin the revocation process based on the complaints. And so when you have those checks and balances in there, you receive fewer and fewer complaints because, again, the operator is trying to adhere to the conditions of approval.
Okay. So Thank you for those examples. And I think we're all looking for a rigorous system that can, like you're saying, be somewhat self-enforcing. And the renewal process, I think, may be one of our best bets. Okay, so have we given enough general direction on 8 that we support it? We want some sort of review process for the permit, but we also want a review process once the permit's been approved.
Yes.
Okay, then on to 9, which is no fencing that blocks views allowed in any newly permitted plantings to maintain the pastoral vistas. So Supervisor Williams.
For our cannabis program manager, is this language compatible with state licensing? I support it, but I want to make sure that we don't create a conflict.
Yes, this is Kristen Avedal, and the state does not have a fencing or security requirement for cannabis cultivation. They defer to the local jurisdiction for that development.
And then second, does law enforcement support this?
There might be.
Yeah, I'm unsure if we're able to speak for law enforcement on that exact point, but in cases where there may be a concern related to this, the Planning Commission could, or the decision-making authority could always choose to add particular conditions related to fencing, or say maybe there's one side of the property that it's more necessary to have that on because you maybe have a sensitive receptor on the other side or a neighbor in proximity. I think really you'd be looking at how you reduce nuisances as part of that.
And if I may, through the chair, as part of the use permit process, there's a number of agencies that the permit would be referred to for initial review, and one of them is going to be law enforcement. And with the expectation that law enforcement reviews this, they may have issues and they may recommend fencing. They may recommend security fencing of some sort for whatever reason. And then at that point, we would have to consider those comments and incorporate them into the permit as conditions of approval.
So would this item be incorporated as a standard condition?
I think it could be incorporated. The one concern I have is, this language talks about blocking views. So I just want to be very clear that private view sheds are not protected within Mendocino County. Public view sheds are protected within Mendocino County. So I think that's very important to remember. So, an individual seeing a garden from their property would not be something that's necessarily protected unless it's a view from, say, like a public park or something looking over at a cultivation site. So this is something that could be addressed through those conditions, and may have where an applicant may propose to want to have low stature, maybe wildlife friendly fencing or something. And the Planning Commission could review and determine whether or not that is acceptable or something that they feel is not going to cause a negative impact either aesthetically or in terms of the environment. And that would be handled through the CEQA review process.
So I'm going to Supervisor McGorty. What about something to the effect that fencing should be limited unless supported to mitigate conflicts with neighbors or public safety concerns?
This is one of the things that really drives people in Redwood Valley crazy is when people come in and put up, big fences you can't see through. And formerly they would drive down the road and they'd see a lovely head-pruned vineyard, and the vineyard's gone, and now they have this big ugly yellow plastic fencing around everything, and they just feel like they lost the quality of their neighborhood has changed. So that's why if it was a deer fence, it would keep out wildlife if that was a concern, but it doesn't have to make a huge visual impact.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yes, so I can support it as is. I'll take Glenn's recommendation. I think it's ironic that a lot of these fences went in as a phase 1 requirement.
It is, and actually in other cases I know of where people took a real butt ugly site and put fencing around and made it really nice. So it just sort of depends on the location.
If it depends on the location, do you want to leave it at the discretion of the Planning Commission, but rebuttable presumption that it's inappropriate?
I don't know. I think in the case where they made things look better, it was a very small grow. It was not, and it had formerly been kind of like a junkyard, and somebody put a nice wooden fence around it. very tastefully done and cleaned everything up. And it wasn't the same instance of where the fence was running around an acre and a half. So I don't know.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak, you raise your hand.
Thanks, Chair Jurdy. It is ironic that phase one, they had to block the view, and now we're looking at unblocking the view. And so, certainly there's issues with the fencing when you go up to Covelo or other areas where it's just black tarps around a couple acres. And that's a problem for blight. And even the nice siding that people put around their gardens at this point is considered blight or view blocking. So I guess I would leave it up to the discretion of the Planning Commission with the idea that we're tired of this approach that we have so far. And it has to be wildlife friendly too. I think that's a huge problem when we're talking about a lot of these grows.
Okay, so do we have consensus that the fencing would be discouraged unless deemed desirable through the planning review process for safety or other reasons?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, right. So now we're on to the last bullet point of the memo, which is in order to allow direct sales for very small producers, a micro-business option should be implemented similar to regulations for under state licenses. Is this in the ordinance now, or is this something that would be part of this ordinance or some other county process?
I'm not sure. I was just brought up to somebody who told me that there's a state microbusiness license that allows up to 10,000 square feet total for both cultivation and processing and sales. And again, I can't give you chapter and verse, but it sort of makes sense to me if someone wants to have a small business that, as I said earlier, I see kind of two very different businesses here. One of them that favors small growing versus one that favors processors. So that's, if we're going to do this, people have to be vertically integrated for a small business to succeed. They have to be as close to their customers as they can, and this seems like a smart thing to do if you're going to do it.
Okay, I see a hand raised by County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item might be appropriate to take up during the discussion of item 3A, the facilities ordinance.
Yes.
Yep.
And lastly, I just want to apologize for making 10 bullet points. I didn't think we'd have this long a discussion.
Okay. The items I wanted to bring up today, in addition to this, I think are largely brought up, but I just want to recap that I feel that in some ways the most important thing that we as a board could do is to find the financial resources and the support that we can give to staff to bring back a strong, successful, active code enforcement program as we discussed at our meeting last week. I think if they assuming that they bring us back a good program, I'm hoping that when we are in budget deliberations, that we find the money to pay for it, because it over time can help pay for itself, but it may need some money initially just to get it up and running. And I think once we do that, I think, and people see it succeeding, I think we're going to get more public buy-in to the whole concept that I think we see as a possibility, and we see as a very real possibility, which is that the legal cannabis cultivators can be seen by the public as being a benefit to the community, and that really that this is not just helping out the economy of Mendocino County, but improving the quality of life through a permitted program. I see CEO Angelo raising your hand.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think that over the course of the last few weeks, it's very clear to county staff and our budget team that this board is very much interested in augmenting the code enforcement that you currently have. So when we come back, I believe May 4th, we're coming back, that's PG&E. I think the only thing that I would ask this board to consider is all of the funding streams that we have, that if this board is looking at code enforcement being ongoing, and I can't imagine that you're thinking about code enforcement for 1 year, that it has been direction of this board that we never use one-time funding for operations or one-time funding for ongoing services or operations. So when we come back, we will delineate to this board what funding is one-time and what funding is ongoing, so that as you determine if there's an amount of money that you want to augment the code enforcement program with, that you'll know that it would be operational costs, or we could develop an operational deficit. The challenge right now, and obviously there is a lot of money right now, so that's not in question. And we know that at the end of every year, our auditor comes in with a fund balance. So, you know, there's money there. There's no question about that. I just want to be certain that the board understands that the one-time funding is at risk, and we don't want to create an operational deficit. So we'll delineate the funding for you. Thank you.
And thank you, Steve Angela. I completely support the idea of that we only use one-time funds for one-time expenses. The one caveat is, I believe that what we heard from Humboldt County's code enforcement is that they're actually bringing in a significant amount of money. And it does seem to me that if code enforcement was to ramp up, that in maybe year 2 and 3, it would be bringing in more money through fines than it is today. And so it may take a bigger net county cost in the first 2 years than it would in year 3, et cetera. So that's the only thought I had in that, but that would take some checking in with Humboldt County probably to get a good comparison. Supervisor McGordy?
I was just going to say that it seems like this may be something that we spend a fair amount of money up front, but 2 things happen. One is that you do generate some income from fines, but also hopefully the problem starts to go away, that this isn't something that's going to be ongoing forever and ever. When the community sees that we're serious about this and that there are consequences if you don't follow the rules, I would expect there to be a change in behavior. Certainly Humboldt County's experienced that.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
A few last questions. We didn't make it through the Planning Commission recommendations. That was why we were here today. I mean, some of them overlapped with Glenn's memo, but I think there's still a lot to work through. Do you see doing that on the 27th? And I think a couple of us have after lunch meetings. Do we need to cancel those? Is it a full day, or do you think we can get it done in the morning?
I'm looking at planning staff. I think we should try to get through the Planning Commission items, because planning staff may need to make a few changes to the ordinance between now and the 27th. So if we could all just sort of pull up.
And Dan, if I could throw out the other questions, are all related. The second was the ag. I don't hear anybody with concerns about the 10% on ag. I think it'd be great if we could walk away with that settled. And then last, I hope we can get a handshake. I know we may come back and, you know, having contemplated it, there may be some fine tuning, but I'd hate to get a lot of public feedback and start back at 0. So I guess I don't know how you want to handle that, but I hope we can get some sort of informal agreement that what's been decided, you know, we continue on the 27th and touch on the remaining issues, but not sort of relitigate the entire memo.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that as well. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I just don't, well, we haven't dealt with the 10% yet, I don't believe. And that for the public is huge. It's the biggest issue. And so I don't know if we want to have that discussion now and try to figure it out or put it off. I'm hearing that you guys want to settle it, but I think that is a huge concern for the public. I'd say 90% of the people are against that. And so,
well, okay, let's try to walk that through. So if we've already narrowly defined under pretty narrow descriptions of the type of rangeland parcel that could even qualify to be considered. So it has to be previously tilled prior to 2015. So it's some sort of row crop or some sort of active agricultural activity prior to 2015. So we're talking very few rangeland parcels, and then the ag land parcels. So first of all, how many ag land parcels are even in the 3rd district?
I don't know, but we have Little Lake Valley, we have Long Valley, we have the Round Valley. So there's quite a few ag, right? And I think we have the upland residential too. That was considered for the 10%. So in this time of drought and maybe future drought, where people are really worried about water, worried about the takeover of our county, that's why we got such an outpouring of sentiment against this 10% rule.
I wonder if we could do a quick straw poll and move on.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
I'm in favor of 10%, as the chair described, that narrow ag and very narrow rangeland parcels.
I am as well.
I am as well.
And I am. I don't know if we need to go to 10% on upland residential, or.
I don't think so necessarily either, but flat ag land with developed irrigation, it's another crop. And I still would hope that the places we planted are away from people so it doesn't bother them. I mean, that's the whole thing with all of this ordinance, is that I want an industry that adds value to our community and doesn't detract from it. And if the parcel was out here next door to me, great, if it's in close to the East Hills of Ukiah, it may not be so great if people can smell it and it's affecting their quality of life and there's noisy pumps running. I could see why they wouldn't want it. So these are the kinds of things as we go through the use permit process, I think we can sort out.
So I think we do have for saying yes on ag on the very narrow definition of the eligible rangeland parcels.
Can we phrase that as direction to staff so there isn't any ambiguity? I think they just need the words.
Okay.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. That's correct. We understand that there's consensus, but it's getting late and we just need the words, please. Thank you.
So the use permit process would allow for up to 10% cultivation of up to 10% of a parcel zoned for agriculture, and in the rare cases of rangeland where a previous or existing disturbed soil existed.
Cropping history.
History.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear that that's not consensus, that, I don't agree with this. I'm going to side with the people and the water districts and the law enforcement and environmental groups and everyone else who's opposed, and the people of Mendocino County who are opposed to this. So it's not unanimous at all.
Yeah. Supervisor
well, I want to kind of make this clear too, that I didn't just come up on my own on this. There is a group of farmers here in certainly the Ukiah Valley that are interested in having the option of being able to plant this crop, and that's why I support it.
Okay. All right. So let's maybe planning staff could walk us through the remaining items from the Planning Commission.
Absolutely. I would just like to clarify, just to make sure we understand there, that upland residential is not included in that 10% discussion, correct? That was solely just ag and rangeland.
I believe so.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so to take you through the Planning Commission recommendations, I'm looking at page 2 of the staff memorandum that was prepared for this item and running through those various items. So with the first recommendation was to revise the section in 22.18.030A1 to allow for drilling of test water wells. I have not heard any concern expressed by the board related to that, but I'm unsure if you'd like to. Would you like for me to pause after each one or keep going?
Why don't you pause right now, Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, there was the idea, and I thought it was a good idea from Planning Commissioner to have a hydrological study of new wells for cannabis grows. And that would be able to study the impact of the well on neighboring wells, so people don't have their wells go dry because of someone else's action.
So if I could ask planning staff as a follow-up, so I've heard from property owners on the coast who go through that process, and it is pretty rigorous, but it's also pretty common, because I believe the process that was described is the process that is required in our coastal zone, and maybe planning staff could explain.
Absolutely. So there are a variety of areas where a hydrological study may be triggered. So I'm going to use town of Mendocino as a prime example. In order to drill any new water well within the town of Mendocino, you must complete a hydrological study. And the cost of that study can vary drastically between how many adjacent wells, because you do an outreach to all your neighbors that fall within a particular distance of your site and ask whether or not they'd like their well to be tested as part of that. So your cost is very variable depending on how many wells you have to be monitoring while you're pumping. So the other areas that we see that in is for subdivisions, when you're looking to go to a higher density on your property and you're in a variable density zoning, and or with the coastal groundwater study, any major water user triggers a hydrological study regardless of your classification. And a major water user is classified at use of over 1,500 gallons per day. And that's based upon the coastal groundwater development guidelines that are produced by our Division of Environmental Health. I'm happy to answer any other questions on hydrological studies.
I support it.
I do as well.
All right, should I move on to the secondary item then?
Go ahead.
So the secondary item was about keeping the exemptions for cultivation within Chapter 10A17. And I can pause there for a moment to see if the board has any concerns with that.
Supervisor Hashak?
Just to be clear, are you on section 22.18.50?
When we're speaking about exempt cultivation, I'm looking at what was 22.18.030. That was the exemption section. So if you look at attachment D to the packet, that has the red lines, which will show that section on exemptions entirely struck from that area.
And what page would that be?
Hold on, let me find the right page number here. It is going to be on page, what would be page 2.
Julia, can I ask you to restate your comment? It almost sounded like a double negative. So I was trying to track what you're...
Oh, sure. I'm sorry if I'm not making sense anymore. I apologize. The Planning Commission had recommended that the exemptions from cultivation requirements remain in Chapter 10A17 and be removed from the draft section 22.18.030. So essentially, to say that simply, no change to where the exemptions live. Originally, we were proposing with Planning Commission to pull over the exemptions from Chapter 10A17 and have them live in Chapter 22.18, but the Planning Commission has recommended that they stay where they are presently written and remain unchanged.
I support that, and I don't want to reopen. They've already been negotiated.
Yeah, I don't see a functional difference, so yeah. Supervisor Hashak?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, we're good with that.
Okay, great. So then the next recommendation from the Planning Commission was with regards to the eligibility criteria. So Supervisor Hashak, this is the area that speaks to section 22.18.050A regarding phase 1 applicants who may apply for a land use permit. And so one thing that was discussed at the Planning Commission was that there may be particular reasons why a phase 1 application was denied, such that the board and or commission may not want to see that site come in and apply for a land use permit underneath this ordinance. So there was 4 tentative considerations presented in the staff report to the Planning Commission by staff, and the Planning Commission recommended the 5th. So again, those are tree removal violations. So basically meaning if you were denied a phase 1 permit because you had a tree removal violation, that you would not be eligible to apply under this chapter for a land use permit. Similarly, for failure to pass the required background check, lack of proof of prior cultivation, legal parcel established after January 1, 2016, and non-responsiveness to requests for information from the county. And I would just like to remind the board when they're thinking of this discussion that remembering that these phase 1 applicants that are coming in underneath this eligibility criteria and into the land use permit, those folks are exempt from the requirements of the zoning table, the Appendix A table, in terms of parcel size and zoning district. So these may be popping up on sites that are RR5 or smaller than the minimum acreages that the board has within Appendix A.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I disagree with almost all of those recommendations. I think that they are site specific, and the lack of proof of prior cultivation is one that was particularly challenging for people. So I'm not in favor of adding those 5 items. And in particular also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the non-responsiveness to requests for information from the county. We know that there was misinformation or different direction given from the county at different times, and inhibiting an applicant from moving forward to the legal market because of that, I think is a failure on our part.
Well, first of all, the ordinance would list these things, but it would still be a decision by the county board and staff to determine what defines non-responsiveness. And if we're still putting that out into a date in the future, and earlier we heard from the cannabis manager, they were looking at a date in the future of by the end of this month, giving people until the middle of June to be responsive. We can't really blame county staff for something that the county staff may or may not have done in the past, because it's still something that's to be done in the future. So it seems to me that we certainly could put it in the ordinance that non-responsiveness would be a disqualifying event, especially now knowing that it's that disqualifying event, we're still giving them yet one more chance because we're sending out something by the end of the month that's due by the middle of June.
And perhaps I may clarify through the chair as well on this.
Yeah.
Is one thing I would like to make sure is clear too, that if a phase 1 applicant who was denied a permit under phase 1 for one of these reasons, but meets the zoning criteria, either in the zoning district or the minimum parcel size, they can apply for a land use permit. They're just not considered a phase 1 applicant anymore. They're actually just coming in straight underneath the new permitting system.
Okay, and I see county council raising their hand.
Thank you. I was just going to make the same point. This wouldn't disqualify someone from applying under phase 3. It only means that they wouldn't get the preferential treatment, including the limited window and the ability to apply in non-compliant zonings.
Slope, zoning, and setbacks.
Okay, so surveying the rest of the board, Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, it just seems like the non-responsiveness, if we have clear language on it, and I think 45 days is a little short, maybe 60 days, but the rest of them, I can see the justification for it. So.
Okay, well, we have one more meeting, well, a couple more meetings this month. If the board can give direction of staff that we want 60 days instead of 45 days, we can maybe settle this once and for all. Who are the responsive and who are the non-responsive?
I could accept 60 days.
Okay,
we've
got two saying 60. Do we have three saying 60 or is it 45?
I'll say 60.
Okay, so can we record?
What's the start date? Is that the 60 that's already on page 6, item B, or is that a different 60?
Well, I believe we heard the cannabis manager saying that before the end of this month, she was going to send out notices telling people they have 60 days from that, or 45 days, but from that date. And if we direct that it be 60 days, then that would put it near the end of June. So maybe bring in the cannabis manager.
Yes, hello, this is Kristen Nevedal, Cannabis Program Manager. So previous board direction was 45 days on notices. I believe that was from last Monday, the 12th already. So the plan was to send notices focusing on folks who do not have provisional licensing with the state, requesting that they start the process of receiving a provisional license or sign an affidavit of non-cultivation and providing them with 45 days to do so. Additionally, we have a series of permit holders that have allowed their permits to expire, and we would like them to submit complete applications for permit renewal within 45 days of receiving the notice. So if it is the will of the board to change direction and go for 60 days, I believe that that's what we're discussing is the previous direction versus whether or not 45 days is long enough.
So, Kristen, have any of the notices already gone out saying 45 days?
No, part of the notice conversation also included a request for additional counsel to support ensuring that those notices were properly drafted and noticed. And so we did just have our first meeting with supplemental counsel and are prepping those letters currently. But additionally, instead of just sending them email and via snail mail, we are planning a public meeting. We'll be posting the public meeting and the discussion about said notices on Facebook and trying to push that information out far and wide so there's no excuse for folks not getting the message that they should have a renewed permit and have a state license or sign an affidavit to not cultivate.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So it looks like the majority of the board wants to change it to 60 days for the notice. And if we do, we do want to give that direction, I think now, since it sounds like the notices are about to be publicized.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So can that get recorded as a directive from the board, 60-day notice?
Yes, it can. Can you please give a clear restatement of that directive?
Notices to phase 1 applicants of submittal of documents will be given 60 days to submit documents.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to the exemption list 1 through 5. I'm comfortable with all 5, and I thought I heard Supervisor Hashak say that. Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor McGordy. Okay, so that's at least 3. So what's next, Julia?
Thank you. All right. So next up we have that was the recommendation from the Planning Commission to change the land use permit type for phase 1 applicants to be an administrative permit rather than a major use permit.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is just a process question. It's after 8 o'clock. We've been at it for 11 hours, and I just don't see the energy in the room anymore. So if we're going to come back on the 27th, maybe we should just call it an evening and come back next week when we're fresh and perky.
Okay, that sounds like a good suggestion. I'd like to go to CEO Angelo.
Yeah, Chair Jurdy, I appreciate Supervisor Haschak's comment. I think that this is Monday. We have a full board meeting tomorrow as well. So I think if it's possible to end at some point soon. The staff have been here before 8 o'clock in the morning. So they've been here for over 12 hours and they'll be back tomorrow morning while we're up and getting dressed and drinking our coffee. They'll be setting up for the meeting. So if there's any way to end this meeting at some point soon, I think it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, two things. One, I want to thank staff for, as CEO said, getting here early and staying late with us. I recognize how much work it is, especially to put on another meeting tomorrow. Given that we're in open session and I don't feel comfortable talking to Supervisor McGorty outside of open, CCAG submitted a memo, and point 14 was outlining best management practices to require cultivators to conform to. Is that something you may be comfortable following up on to see if there are some ideas that could be incorporated?
I always like to have farmers have maximum flexibility in terms of their practices, but usually it's the customer that kind of determines that too. But certainly I'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
With that.
Okay, so there's a couple of housekeeping items, and I'm going to go to County Council for the correct language, but I believe we will not be concluding today's meeting, but continuing this meeting to a date certain and opening the public hearing for item 3A and then continuing it to that date. But I'm looking at County Council to give us the proper language on that.
That was the correct verbiage.
You like that?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, Chair, if I may. I believe we still need to add the meeting for the 27th to the calendar. No? Okay, I take that back.
So for clarification, we are going to be continuing this item to April 27th, 9 a.m. And we are also going to open up the public hearing now, I believe, for item 3A and continue that item to the 27th.
Chair, is there an end time on the 27th, or do we need to block off all day? I think a couple of us have afternoon meetings.
Well, I'm not sure. What does county staff, do they have any estimates of how long that we may, what kind of interest has staff received for the facilities ordinance?
Thank you for that question. Normally the facilities ordinance gets quite a bit less involvement from the public than on the cultivation item. But I do believe there are some comment letters already attached to the item, and I'm unsure how many folks may have signed up to speak under telecomment. I know for the Planning Commission hearing, we had about 15 speakers or so underneath the facilities ordinance. And then I imagine the board still has some additional discussion to do on cultivation. So it may be maybe not an all day, but maybe a little bit longer than what we had at the Planning Commission on facilities.
Can I ask a couple of people that had conflicts in the afternoon, what time are their conflicts?
CAL FIRE Sacramento is driving to meet me in Anderson Valley at about 2 o'clock. And I will cancel it if you think it'll be a problem, but it's a rare opportunity, so I'd rather not if you think we might be done.
All right. I don't know. I'm looking at the rest of you, whether I would hope we were done by 1:30 or 2, but I don't know.
And Chair Jurdy, we certainly could cut lunch short. I mean, if we go 9 to 12 and we're still going, we could do 12 to 12:30 again, so that we could come back 12:30 to 1:30.
Okay. Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Thanks, Chair Jurdy. I would just like to say that, you know, next week I would like to deal with the MCA and the CCAG memos and some of the ideas there. So that's what I would bring back for the discussion.
Mr. Chair, I do want you to be aware, I believe we still have 5 people on the line for public expression.
So I was actually intending to move public expression to the end of on the 27th. It's the same meeting. And we have a meeting tomorrow morning where public expression will be at the beginning of the meeting. So with that, this meeting then will be continued to the 27th. And our next meeting will be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy.
Hi.